Smelling nice, Tapaco Rapani. Oma, what's in my way, Oma, Yorubas. Why see? That Oma, Alaji, way that I be falling, Oma, woman, when me, Chagapan. 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 Woman, say, I had two keys to Chagapan. Woman, say, Chagapan. They thought I was a foreigner, Woman, pay Yorubani. I'm waving out these sessions like a dime. Understand that China got me, cause anybody feel it got me, huh? Working and I'm waiting on that big ain't telling mother chava like big stick. And them boys steady waiting on that big stick. And I do it nice, so my nigga, I know you mistake. Yeah, I be that new school Chagapan. Show me another young you going hard to dance. I'm the type of boy to go and knock a gama down. I make your daughter want to run away with Chagakata, man. This is real life, homie, this is real life. They just put me on, you know what I feel like? I love, but this one don't be highlight. Pussy nigga, I be taking all of your nightlife. Smelling nice, Tapaco Rapani. Oma, what's in my way, Oma, Yorubas. Why see? That Oma, Alaji, way that I be falling, Oma, woman, when me, Chagapan. 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 Woman, say, I had two keys to Chagapan. Woman, say, Chagapan. They thought I was a foreigner, Woman, pay Yorubani. I'm waving out these sessions like a dime. Understand that China got me, cause anybody feel it got me, huh? Working and I'm waiting on that big ain't telling mother chava like big stick. And them boys steady waiting on that big stick. And I do it nice.
Shi ya so ta dau saiti kudin wakar ya biya a din minti bauchi kira dai suke taho wunti mu sai bola tinubu sai wunti olure kuma an sani kifi mama remi mata 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 tattaba
samu gaida first lady mata
dan taka
samu gaida first lady mata
dan juya
samu gaida first lady mata
ta bakwai ya tela na budar dinki
mata
nan mota sai ya bani mamaki
mata
direbobi dole sai da kutuki
mata
sarki ranar hawa ya hau doki
mata
ashe morewar kudi a kai banki.
Ladies and gentlemen, this dance you're about to see now is called Tinubu dance. Are you ready to give me that dance? Oh yeah, everybody go say Tinubu dance. We go the dance. 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 Tinubu dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Say, oh yeah, Baba dance. Wait, oh yeah, Baba dance. Listen, Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu.
Kwanto
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Major parts, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
Okay now.
Okay. Mama si na nwa betogo kwa aka na nwa mujelumba o we budike aka nilu ne butilo wanne mo ata na wanke ya dika kwa ya jomba.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody be there. If anybody follow me, my brother. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, the master. You know?
And there it is right there. So there, pardon me. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever it is that you are. So that means here we are. So if you are there and I'm here, but we converge under the magic of the internet, then here we are, all gathered in one assemble. So here we are. Here we go again. Another day, another session. Not quite regular as clockwork, but somewhat clinging on to it for dear life, more the case. Um, so good day to you and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company or that. Hope you've had a wonderfully glorious day, cascading, crescendoing into yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood or you are laughing man. One man went to mow. So one man went to mow the eagle lands again. The eagle lands as a land with some regularity. You know, that's the best way to describe it, isn't it? With the consistency just completely gone now. It's just I do the spirit is willing, but the body does not handle it anymore because by the time I get that window of opportunity, I'm so spent that sometimes I even set it up, then I take it down again. But that is where we are in. We're in a somewhat of a funk on the platform at the moment, but we're still holding on to it just for dear life. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. Hope you've had a wonderful weekend. Another week kicks off, and that is what they call the tapestry of life. The tapestry of life. Cyclical, repetitive. It's just. If you can ever be of independent means, I'll encourage you to be of independent means. There is nothing, absolutely nothing worse than working a job. I cannot think of anything worse than that in life. That's a wasted life right there. If you're working a job, then it's a wasted life. So what life do you have? You go in and log in at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, wherever it is. Your boss hates you, you hate him, but you pretend as though for the purposes of civility, everybody is out to stab each other in the back. You are back home by whatever, you are back in bed only to repeat it again. The weekend goes so fast, and then you are back in that cycle again. And before you know it, 25 years is gone. It's a life sentence, isn't it, really? If you can be of independent means, by fair means or foul, you have to go and make your own bag. Make that bag. Whether you want to start trading crypto, whether you want to even go rob a bank, whatever it is you need to do, be of independent means. There is no faith worse in life than working a job. So no matter how much you are paid, by the way, or you are well paid and all, if no matter how much you are paid, you live to the size of your paycheck, and that's how life is, and that is why you're constantly broke. So let's say, for instance, you are on $150,000 a year or pounds a year, whatever. So you have that big out commensurate with that amount. You have that lifestyle commensurate with that amount, and you, like the guy that is on 30K a year, you are still broke mid-month, just like everybody else. Only to then revert to the credit to the credit cards, and then cycle that month again. Repetitive, monotonous. It's like a slow death, isn't it? Working a job. All right. So I didn't even mean to start like that. So I just open my mouth and I just hope that the wrong things don't come out. That's usually how it works. Never mind all that. Good day to you. Good. Disregard all that. Irrespective of all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. The protocol still remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I invite you to do so. Do so. If you are not already subscribed, please do. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. First line item in the comment section. Click on that. It will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I finish fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, and then I'll engage you in conversation. That's how it works. You know, it's a dialogue, not a monologue. It's an exchange of the rubbing of minds, as they like to say in Nigeria. We rub minds here. Um, so like, share, subscribe, click on the hyper, and please do share. I'm not there are no indications that not one single person actually shares this platform. We have sufficient enough people that watch it with some regularity, but not a single soul shares it because the numbers don't reflect that the streams are actually being shared. So share it if you can. There's a share button there. Click on it. It will pop up a box, and then within that box there's a menu of your social media spaces. So click on there and just pop the links in all the groups that you belong to on social media, and let's see if we can double triple our crowd. Start to see something like a growth. So start to see something like a growth. So like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat towards the stream. That's very, very important. Super chat towards the stream. The dollar sign at the bottom of the whatnot, on the YouTube channel, certainly the dollar sign, and on every other platform, the equivalent of that, super chat towards the stream. And of course, say hello in the comment section as well. As you're coming in, say hello in the comment section, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So the people already documenting their presence here, we have as ever the first always to document. As ever, Agbado Omotinubu. So that's Agbado right there. And that's Gladys. Oyeoba right there. So good to see you, Gladys. We have who else do we have? We have Adewale Olusegun. So good to see you, Wale. That's Agbodo again saying hello for the second time. Ufuoma Michael is there documenting himself. That's Chioma making a cameo appearance according to her. The excellent Hassan is in the house as well. So as you are coming in, say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. And that is Adeleye Mohammed right there. So good to see you, Leye. So keep saying hello in the comment section so we can exchange the pleasantries and we start on a civilized footing. So let's start on a civil footing. Let's just get straight into it. We launch straight into it and we kick it off with this one. So it's really all matters. It's going to start to ratchet up very quickly now. The build up to the 2027 elections. We're coming to the end of this year. And by the time dawn breaks on 2026, it will be full-blown election all the way through to the ballot box. 2027 elections. Details of Goodluck Jonathan's meeting with David Mark in March. So I'm not quite sure what this means actually, this headline. 2027 election, details of Goodluck Jonathan's meeting with David Mark in March. So now, Goodluck Jonathan, to all intents and purposes, is being courted by the PDP. And David Mark, as you know, is now the newly shiny crowned czar of the ADC. So where is that convergence? Are they trying to form a grand alliance to give it their best push against Tinubu? Is that what it is? With PDP synergizing with ADC, and then Peter will be tagging along in whatever inflection that he has. Because this has no meaning. There is no reasons why David Mark and Goodluck Jonathan should be meeting. But in the course of reading it out, maybe we'll get a better understanding. Details of Goodluck Jonathan's meeting with David Mark emerge. The closed-door meeting between Senator David Mark, National Chairman of the African Democratic Congress ADC, and former President Goodluck Jonathan was all about the ex-Nigerian leader's purported ambition to return to office in the 2027 presidential election. As reported by correspondents on Sunday, September the 28th, the meeting, which happened in Abuja on Thursday, September the 25th, centered around Jonathan's speculated election ambition. So, yes, Jonathan may or may not have that ambition, but what business of David Mark is that? Jonathan is seeking to straddle a completely different horse, different from the one owned by David Mark. So quite what concerns David Mark there, it gets a lot more confusing. I think by the first quarter of next year, we start to see a greater understanding of exactly how all of these things are being positioned. Pardon me, I go through a lot of water, as you all know, in the course of doing this. 2027 elections, details of Goodluck Jonathan's meeting with David Mark emerge. The closed-door meeting between Senator David Mark, National Chairman of the African Democratic Congress ADC, and former President Goodluck Jonathan was all about the ex-Nigerian leader's purported ambition to return to office in the 2027 presidential election. As reported by correspondents on Sunday, September the 28th, the meeting, which happened in Abuja on Thursday, September the 25th, centered on Jonathan's speculated 2027 election ambitions. But the former president's desire to secure the ticket of the coalition party may have experienced a hitch, as Mark pointedly told him that the only way his dream of picking the party's ticket could materialize was to formally join it and also take part in a fair and transparent presidential primary. So that is to tell you then that there is no window. So, and by the way, that invitation also been pressured on Atiku and Peter Obi as well. I think they've actually given them a deadline to join that coalition. And Goodluck Jonathan now, but Goodluck is like a prostitute, isn't it? We saw him play these games in the last cycle of election as well, only for him to bail out at the last minute. But with Goodluck Jonathan now meeting David Mark, that is to signal to you then that this political space now, they don't find the PDP viable at all. Because to all intents and purposes, Goodluck Jonathan is still a PDP member. So if he's fraternizing with the ADC, because the PDP ticket is there for him to pick up, they are just waiting for him to say it's ready, and they'll hand him they'll hand him that ticket on a golden cushion, on a platter, on a golden platter. They'll hand him that ticket. So the ticket that the PDP are waiting for is a Goodluck Jonathan Bala Mohammed ticket. But if Goodluck Jonathan is fraternizing with the ADC, that is to tell you then that he has no confidence in the PDP, and that is as damning a condemnation as it possibly can be. If their own former president and one of the senior is essentially the leader of that party, if the leader of the PDP is fraternizing with the ADC, begging them for a presidential ticket, that is to tell you then that the PDP is dead and buried. 2027 elections, details of Goodluck Jonathan's meeting with David Mark emerge. The closed-door meeting between Senator David Mark, National Chairman of the African Democratic Congress ADC, and former President Goodluck Jonathan was all about the ex-Nigerian leader's purported ambition to return to office in the 2027 presidential election. As reported by correspondents on Sunday, September the 28th, the meeting, which happened in Abuja on Thursday, September the 25th, centered on Jonathan's speculated 2027 presidential ambitions. But the former president's desire to secure the ticket of the coalition party may have experienced a hitch, as Mark pointedly told him that the only way his dream of picking up the party's ticket could materialize was to formally join it and also take part in a fair and transparent presidential primary. So a fair and transparent primary is to tell you then that that ticket goes to Atiku Abubakar, because nobody is beating Atiku Abubakar in a primary. Peter Obi is not wealthy enough to contend a primary with Atiku Abubakar. Goodluck Jonathan is not wealthy enough to contend a primary with Atiku Abubakar. In fact, the only person wealthy enough to contend that primary in the ADC with Atiku Abubakar is probably Rotimi Amechi, who is significantly richer than Atiku. So if it's going to be an open primaries, is either going to be Wike first, Article second, or more likely Article first, Wike second, and it doesn't really go beyond that. So if they are telling him that it's going to be primaries, then that is to tell him then go back to PDP. With Jonathan failing to get the commitment from the party's national chairman, the two statesmen agreed to meet soon to review the matter. According to a source, Jonathan's audience with Mark could be an indication that the former president is not keen on running on the platform of the People's Democratic Party (PDP). A highly praised source who was privy to what transpired between Mark and Jonathan said the ADC chairman ruled out automatic ticket for any aspirant. Mark's response was said to be not too convincing for Jonathan and his strategist. The source said his host was pleased to welcome him to his residence. He told him to join the ADC if he wants to contest. It was clear at the meeting that the PDP is not a likely option because of the plethora of cases and infighting. So far, the only option for Jonathan is to join the ADC. Mark was, however, quick to tell him that there will be free and transparent primary elections. Asked of the meeting's outcome, the source said they would meet in due course to review the matter. So, they will meet in due course to review. Why would he even go and embarrass himself in that way? Is the thing. Rather than go to David Mark so publicly and personally, he should have sent emissaries so that they can go and sound out that space. David Mark can tell his cronies to get lost, and then he still maintains his dignity. But then, of course, Goodluck, Jonathan, and dignity, they are two words that never really exist in the same sentence. Jonathan lost the 2015 presidential election to late former President Muhammadu Buhari of the All Progressive Congress (APC), but has since taken a backseat politically, though he has been linked to presidential contest since 2023. In the build-up to the 2023 elections, a group was reported to have paid 100 million naira to obtain a form for him to participate in the ADC primary. However, JEJ, as Jonathan is fondly called, did not partake in the poll. So which party does he actually belong to? A citizen of no mean city, a prophet without a church. So that's Goodluck Jonathan right there, still double dipping in politics. The political game is bigger than Goodluck Jonathan. That's just what we know. The political is not equipped for the landscape. That's just what we know. All right, let's go on from that. There's not that much in the news cycle, by the way. I think we've only got about 3-4 stories, but let's go on to this one. This is Peter Obi disrespecting the new Olubadan of Ibadan land. Not Peter Obi. Why Tinubu Atiku call Olubadan my brother? Why Tinubu and Atiku can call Olubadan my brother? So let's not pick it up from there. Let's pick it up from here. Justin, Peter Obi speaks amidst backlash for calling Olubadan my brother. So Arifin you know. Arifin the disrespect is now from that obedience space towards the southwest. The insults are getting too much for him to have the temerity and the audacity, and that's my own personal king, by the way. That's from my own domain. The disrespect. I can't get words out today. I think it's all these 2-3 days that I take off often. The disrespect is now getting a bit. It's getting it's getting difficult to bear at the disrespect from the obedience space. Peter Obi speaks amidst backlash for calling Olubadan my brother. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, on Sunday morning, September the 28th, said he has tremendous respect for Senator Rashidi Adewolu Ladoja, the newly crowned Olubadan of Ibadan land. Correspondents recall that Obi came under criticism for calling Oba Ladoja 81. That's not his space in the hierarchy of Olubadan, so that's his age. Um, Correspondents recall that Obi came under criticism for calling Obaladoja 81 my dear brother in his congratulatory message to the former Oyo State governor turned first-class monarch. Obi in a statement posted on X, formerly known as Twitter. When are they going to drop that formerly known as Twitter? We all know what X is. Obi in a statement posted on X to congratulate the monarch for his ascension to the throne, said, "I warmly congratulate my dear brother Oba Rashidi Adewolu Ladoja Arusa the First on his installation as the 44th Olubadan of Ibadan land. His ascension to this revered throne is a celebration for the people of Ibadan and a source of pride for the entire Yoruba nation and Nigeria as a whole." Correspondents report that the Yoruba ethnic group is known for its respect for elders and kings and the careful choice of words used when addressing them. So maybe he should not just have said anything else. It's nothing to do with him, you know. Yeah, he's been riling and raging against the Yorubas since he lost an election. So we'll just leave the Olubadan alone now. I mean, where does this disrespect stop? You know, what they've insulted Shoyinka, they've insulted the Oni. Now even the newly installed Olubadan, this guy from Oka is calling him a paddy man. Paddy me have fun now. That's how this this retard from Oka is referencing the Olubadan. Paddy me have fun now. Although both President Bola Tinubu and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar also used my brother for Oba Ladoja, Obi's comment was seen by his critics as a breach of this cultural norm. Clarifying his remarks on Sunday, September the 28th, the former Anambra State #1 citizen, who was governor along with Ladoja in 2006, explained that he prefers to use the expression "my dear elder brother" when addressing individuals, especially close to me, and for whom I have tremendous respect. The 64-year-old presidential hopeful stressed that his words were born out of untrammeled goodwill. He said in a statement he signed and shared on his verified X handle, "Certainly, no disrespect intended in my goodwill message to His Royal Majesty. I felicitated with my dear elder brother." So he's added elder now, but still, maybe just don't call him brother at all. You know, maybe just don't even say anything. That's just the thing, you know, because I don't even think he intends really a disrespect, but it doesn't have the cultural, you know, nuances that is required, because there's a delicate balance of respect and culture within the Yoruba web. And somebody like Peter Obi, he could never understand that space. So maybe he should just not say anything at all. He said in a statement he signed and shared on his verified Twitter handle, "Certainly no disrespect intended in my goodwill message to His Royal Majesty. I felicitated with my dear elder brother, the newly crowned His Royal Majesty Oba Rashidi Adewolu Ladoja. I have read the concerns of those aggrieved by what they considered inappropriate addressing. I respect protocol and authority, and I try as much as possible to adhere to them. However, those who follow me would have noticed that I often prefer to use the expression my dear elder brother when addressing individuals, especially close to me and for whom I have tremendous respect. I always refer to His Royal Majesty Igwe Alfred Achebe, Obi of Onitsha, as my dear elder brother in the same affectionate manner. In matters of wrongdoing, motive is important. I assure all that my words were born out of untrammeled goodwill. Correspondents reported that the obedient movement refuted claims suggesting that Obi is uncertain about. Okay, so this is a different space. So they're still telling us it's with the Labour Party. So that's Peter Obi right there, just committing a cultural faux pas. Not Peter Obi. Why Tinubu article can call Olubadan my brother? Hamsat explains. So let's take this one here. Yes, Odishola Hamzat actually came out on this one, and it was quite forceful in his condemnation of Peter Obi. Broadcaster, or is it Odishola or Oriyomi, not Orishola? Broadcaster Oriyomi Hamzat said President Bola Tinubu and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar can call the newly crowned Olubadan of Ibadan land Oba Rashidi Ladoja my brother. Correspondents recall that Hamzat said Obi disrespected the Yorubas, noting that even the president did not refer to the monarch in such a manner. Hamza said the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi is not in the category of those who can call Olubadan my brother. He said Tinubu and Oba Ladoja served as senators during the Third Republic and later became governor in the same political season. According to Hamzat, Tinubu and Ladoja were contemporaries in Nigeria's turbulent democratic journey. He stated this via his X handle whilst replying to a user on Sunday, September the 28th, 2025, when Oba Ladoja was unjustly impeached as governor of Oyo State in 2006. It was Tinubu, who happened to be the governor of Lagos State at that time, who played a pivotal role in mobilizing political and legal support for his reinstatement. That bond, tested in the heat of struggle, is what makes Tinubu's reference to Oba Ladoja as my brother both natural and culturally appropriate. Mind you, Atiku was vice president at the time and was present at His Imperial Majesty's 60th birthday. That shows that both Atiku and Oba Ladoja have some kind of history as well. On the other hand, Mr. Obi lacks that history, that closeness, and that cultural context. Reactions as Hamzat defends attack on Peter Obi. I think this man is a reasonable person, but I don't know if he is one of Ronu gangsters. Obi and Kabiyesi Ladoja contested to be governors at the same time in 2000. So this is a case for the defense now, because of course, usually back and forth on Twitter. I think this man is a reasonable person, but I don't know if he's one of those Ronu gangsters. Obi and Kabiyesi Ladoja contested to be governors at the same time in 2003. Obi was rigged out, which he later won his case in 2006. And mind you, both were impeached in 2006 and later reinstated. Another commentator, is it culturally appropriate in Yoruba tradition for a young child to publicly disrespect the Oba of Lagos by pulling his beard. What is your perspective on this matter? Oh, there's an image of I'm not quite sure if it's photoshopped or not, but there's an image circulating now of Sheyi Tinubu. If anybody has that image, actually send it to me via Twitter. There's an image of Sheyi Tinubu messing around with the Oba of Lagos, pulling his beard and all that. So I think that's what's being referenced here. Is it culturally appropriate in Yoruba land for a young child to publicly disrespect the Oba of Lagos by pulling his beard? What is your perspective on this matter? Does the fact that the child is the son of Tinubu grant him the right to disrespect traditional rulers such as the Oba? Are they peers of the same age to justify such a behavior? So another one carries on. It says photos of Reno Omokri on Facebook. One, Obi of Onitsha. Two, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. Three, Chief Ayo Adebanjo. They were all addressed as my father figure in different times by Peter Obi, but an 81-year-old revered first-class king of the largest city in Yoruba land was addressed as I think the Oba would actually be Obasanjo's contemporary, because I think Obasanjo is about 89 and this guy not this guy but the Olubadan of Ibadan land is 81, so he's in his 80s, and Peter Obi is what, 64, and is calling the Olubadan of Ibadan land Paddy man, Paddy me, my pally. My pally. I heard them. They made you an Oba. Photo from Reno Omokri on Facebook. One, Obi of Onitsha. Two, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. Three, Chief Ayo Adebanjo. They were all addressed as my father figure at different times by Peter Obi, but an 81-year-old revered first-class king of the largest city in Yoruba land was addressed as my dear brother by Peter Obi. The entire Yoruba race will remember. I think so. The politics kicks in. So here is the last one now. Just the last one I'll be reading now. So here's another commentator. He says, "I love as you sit down explain rubbish. The president, who should know better as a Yoruba man to respect the I don't know what this word is, the condemned Livian 81-year-old Yoruba man is given a pass. Yet a man from another tribe that doesn't know much is latched on. It shows it is not about your culture after all. Hatred for one supersedes your culture." So that's just the usual back and forth, the usual whatever it is. Recall that Obi visited the Olubadan designate Oba Rashidi Ladoja at his Ibadan private residence in Oyo State capital on Sunday, September the 14th, 2024. The former Anambra State governor explains the reason for paying a courtesy visit to the Olubadan designate Ladoja. Right. In a previous story, correspondents reported that Peter Obi was dragged after he referred to the newly installed Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashidi Ladoja, as my brother. Reno Omokri, who reacted to this, argued that Ibadan predated the colonial era, which should not be compared to towns without heads. Omokri said the position of the Olubadan should be respected and wondered if Obi could address a monarch in the north in such a manner. Can you imagine Obi referring to the Sultan of Sokoto as my dear brother? Wọ́n máa ta ẹ̀jẹ̀ lẹ̀ ni, without a doubt wọ́n máa ta ẹ̀jẹ̀ lẹ̀ ni. Imagine him referring to the Sultan of Sokoto as my dear brother. All right, on to this one. Works Minister Dave Umahi hints at presidential run. So yes, if we were to have a president from the east, I think a lot of people will warm to the idea of Dave Umahi. You know, because he has crossover appeal. As we're laughing, I see you there, Ola pumping or Alo pumping. So yes, if we were to have a president from the east, if it was somebody like Dave Umahi and or Charles Soludo, we'll be debating more policies than ethnicity. People like Peter Obi, they're just not suited because it's too ethnic. It's just too Igbo. That's just the thing. If we had like a crossover sort of Igbo, like Dave Umahi or Charles Soludo or even Kingsley Mogalu, I think we'll be discussing more their policies thrust than all this ethnic back and forth. Um, Works Minister Dave Umahi hints at presidential run. Nigeria's Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has suggested that he may contest for the presidency in 2027. Umahi made this remark on Saturday at the Ohanivo 2025 New Yam Festival in Onitsha local government area. That's not Onitsha, but Onitsha. I think that's a different one. Um, Nigeria's Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has suggested that he may contest for the 2027 presidential election. Umahi made this remark on Saturday at the Ohanivo 2025 New Yam, not festival, but festival in Onitsha, local government area of Ebonyi State. The former governor noted that the timing was not right for the Southeast. Still, he assured that he would not shy away from the race when the opportunity comes. Umahi said President Bola Tinubu had entrusted him with major projects in the region, adding that the people would later judge his performance. In his words, it is not our turn. When it is our turn for the presidency, who is more qualified than this me? So that's Dave Umahi right there. Indicates. I wonder how old he is. Let me check actually. How old is Dave Umahi? He's 62. I wonder if you can still sneak him in. So if you added how many years are we adding to it? Uh, if you added 13 years, I think 4 years Tinubu, Tinubu 6 years actually. No, how many years is that? We're adding 14 years because Tinubu still has 6 years, and then they not get it for 8 years. So if you added 14 years to Dave Umahi, it will be Atiku's age when it might well be his turn. Um, Works Minister Dave Umahi hints at presidential run. Nigeria's Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has suggested that he may contest for the presidency in 2027. Umahi made this remark on Saturday at the New Yam Festival somewhere in Ebonyi State. The former governor noted that the timing was not yet right for the southeast. Still, he assured that he would not shy away from the race when the opportunity comes. Umahi said President Bola Tinubu had entrusted him with major projects in the region, adding that the people would later judge his performance. In his words, it is not our turn. When it is our turn for the presidency, who is more qualified than this me? When the time comes, I will tell you what the president has used me to do in the southeast and let Igbos be the judge. This is not the first time the minister is speaking about a presidential ambition. Back in 2022, Umahi had declared his interest to run for the 2023 election. So that there's so many, it'll be quite interesting. Actually, we'll leave this for the discussions. But what Umahi is saying there is pointing in a particular direction, and there are so many battles now, sort of unfurling in the side bettings of the presidential race. But we get into that in a moment. Is that all we have? Oh, all right. Let me give you one more. This one is just about the usual demolitions going on in Lagos State and the usual cries about that. Flooding. Lagos State government removes houses, blocking free flow of water in Lekki. Can you imagine? My heart goes out to these people actually. As much as you say that they should not be building houses there, can you imagine? Imagine how much it costs to even own land in Lekki, and then add on top of that building a house and then having that demolished. So the humanity in me just sort of it feels for them a little bit. Can you imagine? Am I losing my voice? Am I sounding a bit croaky? Am I coming down with something? I don't know. Let's see. I'm just downloading this for you. You may want to see this. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, all right. That's just. Oh yes, it's ready. Okay, let's grab that. So let's grab that, and then we put that in the studio. So why am I not seeing any super chats? By the way, my poverty-stricken audience, as always, all of them are on all of them are on poverty streets. My poverty-stricken audience. All right.
Peace Airline, Chief Allen Onyema, has accused Ndibu of frustrating the development.
All right. Let's go to this one. Then after this one, then we go to the clips. Flooding. Lagos State government remove houses, blocking free flow of water in Lekki in a bid to curtail the perennial flooding in the state. Operatives from Drainage Enforcement and Compliance Department of the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources on Friday, September the 26th, commenced the removal of contravening structures blocking the free flow of storm waters along Ikota River alignment, Lekki Etiosa. Recall that during the week, the state witnessed heavy flooding that took over many people's houses, destroying their properties as well as cars of commuters. So that's that. That's that right there. So just the standardized flooding in Lagos State. So let me kick off the clips with a clip of that. Your heart has to go out to the people who are affected, actually. As much as they are flouting the law, and I agree that they should be demolished, but man, God, that's just cruel, man. So that's that. So now let's start rattling through the clips. Which one should we go for first? Let me play you this one. It's more of a light-hearted one. You need to look at your screens for this one. I'm not going to give you any preambles on this one. But my mouth was wide open when I saw this. Only in Nigeria can something like this happen. Pay keen attention.
Jesus! Jesus!
Oh my God. Dissolve! Dissolve. Oh my God. Dissolve!
Unbelievable. Only in Nigeria can that happen. And they will still carry passengers with that, only to drive them in a ditch. So there's that. Let me play you this. This is Tony Kabaka talking nonsense as always.
But for Pebolo to approve it, the money cannot build my hotel, but it will go far in my life. Pebolo, my excellency, may God continue to bless you. Whatever you lay your hands, my excellency, it will prosper. The hope of common one is judiciary. So there was no time, I was not having fear because I know I bought my property with my sweat. And I didn't bought illegally. People that community that sold to me, they stand and they did a video. And I was having my document intact. So even the judge, a day to judgment, he went ahead and destroyed it because of politics. Okay, today now, how do you want me now to come and invest again in Benin? That phobia is there already. So I thank Okpewolo that restored my hope. He showed that these governments are really there to restore the hope of common one. I thank the judiciary. I want to let the public know and everybody, judiciary is the house of the common one. If you are being oppressed, judiciary is the only place that will fight for you. I didn't expect we win sitting governor when he was sitting as a governor. I win him. Even when he was on seat, I win in a pay. So judiciary is the house of the common one.
So that's Tony Kabaka in his never-ending battle with the Edo State structures. So we go on from that to this. This is Umahi at that event that we were reading from just earlier on. What this?
There is no obedient person in Aponye state. No, it's all. Anybody will say to the world, we get Holy God. What we have is to return the good things that the President Bola Tinubu has done for Southeast and for Aponye state when the time comes. No, it's all. We will not be deceived again. Because the last election was a mistake, but we have come to be wiser. Don't be so. That's all. I will not finish naming all that the president is doing for us. But you see the legacy projects. One, all the way from Cross River, coming to Nibe Beach, going through Africo, going through Above again, going through Esar South, going through Esar North, going through yes, sir. And then we are going to be very cordial to let our people know that people are darkening council without knowledge. We want to be part of a united Nigeria. We want to be treated fairly. We want to be counted. And the president is doing that. So we have no reason not to support him. We have no reason not to support, Governor Francis Ogoniawibu. Let me tell you something. If you want to struggle for governor with Wibu, you have to do it on social media. Because you will not come here for the state to reap where you did not sow.
It's actually Yemsen Wike that introduced this culture to have minstrels as part of their accoutrements of a minister. Everything is now song and dance. Everybody now wants to be down with the kids. Even Dave Umahi now is booging down. So now, do you know that the Dangote refinery, the globally celebrated Dangote refinery, which is in is it Ibejuleki somewhere in Lagos State? Did you actually know that that refinery was actually meant to be in Ogun State? That was the original space that Dangote wanted to site that refinery. He originally wanted to site it in Ogun State, and it was in negotiations with the Ogun State government. But because they were so locked up in their arrogance and self-importance, self-aggrandizement, and all of these things that they do, Dangote eventually got fed up. He knocked on the door of Lagos State. Immediately, they opened the door and told him, take your pick of the land and we'll support it all the way. And the rest is history, much to the chagrin of the people of Ogun State. That would have been in Ogun State if their arrogance of everybody wants to be important, basking in some false sense of importance, some backwater state that had a golden opportunity, they lost it. So what happened in Ogun State is now happening to the southeast. Watch this.
Peace Airline, Chief Allen Onyema, has accused Ndibu of frustrating the development of their own land in the southeast. He explained that the Igbo people failed to provide land for the construction of his planned multi-million dollars MRO, that is maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility, which he had originally wanted to site in either Enugu or Anambra states. Onyema revealed that he made several official visits to Enugu during the tenure of former Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, where he met with the governor and his cabinet to request land for the project. He said while the governor himself was willing to support the project, self-interest and hidden intrigues from Enugu people frustrated the process. According to him, no one gave him land, as families began to lay claim to the airport land that had been considered for the project. All his trips to Enugu, he said, ended without results, and he left feeling deeply pained. He also narrated how, at Anambra Airport, he had paid over 100 million for land to establish the same MRO facility. However, shortly after making the payment, some families and communities began to warn him, claiming that the land does not belong to the government, but to them, and that the state had no right to even construct the airport without their permission. Imagine. Onyema said the land remains abandoned till today in Akunuhoya, forcing him to move on and take the project to Lagos, where it is now being developed at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport. Akunuhoya, and I'm seeing the Bullet investment to acquire Unja support one Bullet investment. He stressed that the time has come for Ndibo to look in the mirror and recognize who their real enemies are. According to him, when Igbos look closely, they will realize that the biggest obstacle to their development is not outsiders, but themselves. And always joke. Okay, Brulo, Lagos. I don't go one day Yoruba and Akwasheba fear. No sense. He lamented that Igbos often blame other tribes for their problems, but fail to acknowledge the way they sabotage their own progress. In his words, the land dispute and selfish actions in Igbo land are destroying opportunities for growth and development, while outsiders are wrongly accused of being the stumbling block. Nke megana Abia State na ndị Abia State pụta na-eme arashala ha ala ha ha ji ha ka ọrụ gịnị ka unu kọga gịnị kedu ihe unu na-akọ kedu ihe unu na-akọ ụkwụ na-aga akwụ ha ụgwọ akwa ha ụgwọ ụkwa na free. My darlings, what do you have to say about this? I'm coming with my analysis. I'm going to be with proper analysis. And don't forget, if you want to learn the basics of news.
So now, when that story goes through several cycles in the washing machine, it will the washing machine, of course, being the obedient and the exotic spaces. When that story goes through several cycles, several spins in the washing machine, it will emerge that it was Tinubu that bullied him out of fighting whatever project it is in the southeast and forced him to put it in Lagos. It wasn't that the people sabotaged him, his own people, to the point that they frustrated him. It's not that Lagos makes itself ready and available and conducive for business. It will never be anything like that. It will be the Yorubas and Tinubu. So that's how things usually work in Nigeria. So, still on that theme of how things usually work in Nigeria, that is to say, the way things usually work in Nigeria is for things not to work. Here is Isaac Fayoshe lamenting to that particular topic. Watch this.
Ekiti people, thank you all for having me and having us, my team. Thank you all. I want to say a special thank you to Director of DSS, very gentle, good man. I appreciate you so much, sir. God bless you. I want to thank the Commandant of Civil Defense. Thank you. The love is too much, Commandant. 3 bosa for you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ekiti people. I thank you for having us. Thank you. We really want to say big thank you to all of you. Thank you, Commissioner of Information, Taiwo Olatunbosun. Gentleman, we beg you for airport yesterday. The man still they say, no, things will be better. Ego Taiwo, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I want to use this medium to talk to Mr. President. Mr. President, please, I want you to disqualify Bao, a governor of Ekiti, from participating in that primaries. Governor Bao has done nothing. Mr. President, please send people to Ekiti to go and do that finding. Out of every 10 people, 9 will tell you Bao is a failure. How can we have a governor that used to be a PA to a PA to a PA? How can a PA manage Ekiti like that? Ekiti resources, a PA, he does not know. All he knows is how to share the money. He doesn't even know. He even put his billboard on a bad road, Baole Konsi, and you look at the road, you say, these people, they don't get brain. Abba. President Tinubu, I beg you in the name of God, look at what you have done in Lagos. Go to Ekiti, send someone to Ekiti to go and to just go and check and come back and give you a report. Bao is a failure, is a scam. Ekiti people have rejected the guy. And remember, 2023 Ekiti election was the first election. Those people gave you their votes. Please, what Bao is doing to them is like, just send people to go and see Mr. President. Please disqualify Bao now. And all the people that have endorsed Bao for second time, we should label them. I label you people enemy of the state. You are enemy of the people. They've caged the people. They've scared them. It's like they are in bondage. Please, President Tinubu, disqualify Bao now. Thank you, Ekiti people. Love you.
Oh, all right. So that wasn't actually the clip I wanted to play you, but let me play you this because I was on his page just earlier on in the day, and he's been in Ekiti, and he was just aghast by the level of rot and decadence that was just going on there.
This is the EOC. The clinic door is behind. This cargo, this is cargo. The government, the federal government, nominated 6 states to have cargo. So the cargo you see in Ekiti is not that of the state, but the federal government. This is what they did, and it collapsed. So this very much at the iron forces.
That's from federal. Look at the iron. Look at the iron. So if breeze or wind can blow this thing down, it's a standard job. Just wind. Yeah, it's a standard job. Please let's first of all take this pan. Former Minister of Aviation, you be thief. Look at my mouth. See the warehouse you built for Ekiti. It don't collapse.
Look at your think here. Look at substandard job where you.
Oh, all right, let me pause it right there. So that what you're seeing right there was what was meant to be a warehouse built by the federal government to service the cargo airport that the Ekiti government has built. So this is part of Hidi Sirika's legacy. He would have collected the full money for all of this, and look at what he left behind. So that guy is one of the biggest criminals in the Buhari administration. But I'm going to play a couple more clips. Like I said, I spent a little bit of time on Isaac Farash's page just earlier on in the day, and these are some of the things I found.
The confidence. Yeah.
That we have,
Okay,
we
you
have
have
awarded
done
us.
So that
And
means
what we have done about that, we
we
have
are
completed
on
about
about
almost 200 kilometers.
600 million per kilometer.
Yeah.
That means
No. What, let me. You
No,
have to
if you
look
are
at the. You have to look at. I see. Let us be very careful about the way we talk about things that are technical. Because you are not an
I'm a
engineer.
businessman.
Wait, we are a businessman, may
Yes.
not necessarily be an engineer.
No, I'm a
You see,
businessman.
this land, maybe like I told you the other time, that this land you are saying because we are working on it, you can't just conclude that what how we got to this level, that this is how much these people will spend on this, until you now evaluate the way it was before we get here. It is then you can now determine, they have spent billions on this.
Okay, so
and if you say
in
we
short,
have spent billions
he
on
said
this place,
for the 200 billion they've spent on road, they've done 3.
we have awarded. We have awarded. We have completed. They are ongoing. Some of them are ongoing. Some have been completed, and some are ongoing. These are issues you have to.
Let me give my review about this.
And be objective.
Yeah, very.
Sorry.
And be objective. That we have,
Okay,
we have awarded us.
So that means
what we have done about that, we have completed about almost 200 kilometers.
600 million per kilometer.
Yeah.
That means
No. Let me. You have to look at the. You have to look at. I see. Let us be very careful about the way we talk about things that are technical. Because you are not an engineer.
I'm a businessman.
Wait, a businessman may not necessarily be an engineer.
No.
All right, let me play you this one as well. This one really shocked me.
Ẹ̀rọ náà lú mi báyìí. Ó dàbí kí wọ́n gbẹ́ kànga sọ́nà ni. Ẹ̀rọ náà fà. And we have a former governor in this area that's supposed to tell Oyebanji to fix this road. Look at what people are going through on Afao Road. Is this nice? Is this normal? Look at our road in Afao. Ó dàbí kí wọ́n jù wá sínú kànga ni. This is Afao Road. Ẹ̀rí, ó dàbí kànga yé ni o. Bàdẹ̀ ṣe ń lọ látàárọ̀ láti rí gbogbo ọ̀nà torí gbúrúgbúrú torí jágbajàgba. Eléyìí is about 2 kilometers to Ado, and the road is very bad, extremely bad. And wà nù kànga, ṣé nù kànga ni ẹ ṣáà rí bí mọ́tò ṣe ń struggle. Ẹ wo driver, ẹ wo driver, ó fẹ́ yọ ọ̀gùn jáde, driver wá kọ́ra rẹ o. Ẹni jẹ́ ẹ wo mọ́tò tí rí o. Ṣẹ́yìn náà rí ṣẹ́rí báyìí. Ọ̀nà Àfà lélẹ́yìí o. Ọ̀nà Àfà ṣẹ́rí ọ̀nà Àfà. Former governor yé support bá o, ẹni kó wá ṣọ̀nà yìí o. Ẹni mọ́tò. Ọ̀nà ọ̀dá o. Ẹ wo nǹkan. Kí ló dé? Ẹ wo báwọn mọ́tò ṣe ń ṣe àtúnṣe kẹ́rí o. Ọ̀nà Àfà rèé. Olúwa gbà wá o. We don't want government of the ex-governor by ex-governors. The struggle here is real. God bless you. Ẹ̀rọ náà.
So there it is right there. So that's just one of the major artillery roads in Ekiti State. That's just off a main road. That's a major road in Ekiti State, by the way, what you're looking at there. But it's a real eyesore. But it's nothing unique or peculiar. Go to Oyo State, it's the same thing. Go to Enugu State, it's the same thing. Go to Gombe, it's the same thing. Once you come off the major high road, the roads in the interlands in Nigeria, they're all like this. All like this. Somebody got that contract and they would have invoiced maybe 10 times as much as it would have needed to build a standardized road. And all they ever do is to just clear the vegetation and just pour just a thin layer of tarmac on sand, and then they walk away. And this is what we get. It's unbelievable. And the governor in Ekiti State, as useless as they possibly can be, just complete brain dead half-wit. I sent a lot of these things to Folly B actually, who is also from Ekiti State. But is that it? What else do I have for you? Let me play you one more clip. This one now speaks to the state of the Nigerian economy, inviting you then that you may not be as rich as you imagine yourself to be.
And it's the way you hear Nigerians speak about. So Nigerians generally expect Nigeria to improve without them paying taxes. Now, thieving politicians have made it difficult to explain to Nigerians that tax is an important part of growth. So it's very difficult to have that conversation. But I really want to break it to the average Nigerian, and I want to look them in the eye. We don't get money. As in, I don't know how to say it. As in, I have to say it in pidgin. We don't have money because, first of all, the Saudi person who can have that entitlement because they produce about 9 million barrels per day. There are about 35 million people. Nigeria produces about 1.5 million. We're 200 million.
So give us a little bit more. Because our GDP numbers.
Oh yeah, 1.6. In fact, I give you 1.7. But we're 2 million people, 200 million people. So we do not have we're in real terms, we're a piss poor country from revenue
what
compared
has that got to do with holding
so,
your
no, what I'm
government
saying is that it's not, that's the point. Hold them accountable. But what I'm saying is that we need to accept the fact that if we must move forward, taxes must be a part of that conversation. How those taxes are then implemented is something completely different. How those taxes are monitored is something completely different. But I think the way I've seen the pushback on the tax conversation is almost like, why are they telling us that we have to pay tax? Well, I mean, Nigerians generally expect Nigeria to improve without them paying taxes. We don't get money. We need to accept the fact that if we must move forward, taxes must be a part of that conversation. And it's the way you hear Nigerians.
Look at that. Representation without taxation. No be juju be that, as they say in Ugeli South Central. Representation without taxation. No be juju be that. No be juju be that. Let me play you one more.
I was speaking to somebody recently, right, in the manufacturing in another country, and the person is saying, look, I've got my council people come to me several times to tell me, how's your business going? How you doing? Are there any support that you need? You know, what do we want? What can we do to like support your business and all that stuff? Where is that happening? I don't know. Have you experienced it before?
I actually have, and
Sorry,
am I allowed to shout out states? Am I allowed to shout out? Ogun State is the best state for manufacturing, in my view. Yes, Ogun State is a very supportive pro-manufacturer. Having operated in Lagos versus Ogun, because I think it's part of a strategy. It's actually part of a statewide agenda to take manufacturing from Lagos and, even the roads that have been built, I believe they're strategic. We are in an industrial cluster where we run on gas. So we actually, are benefiting from infrastructure and investments that have been made prior. And even there is an agency that supports your entry into the state. And that agency has been very helpful to me. So there are some states that are serious. And I think when we're talking about business agenda for Nigeria federal, I actually would love to see more states be more intentional about how they're attracting industry and people into the state. And I think Ogun State is doing a very good job of that.
Okay. Maybe let's look at this differently, Afi. So if you look at how Nigeria is set up, and it's beginning to look like maybe Lagos is not a manufacturing state.
Yeah.
Shouldn't probably. So it's not, because of the way, it's almost like saying you want to go and site a manufacturing plant in New York.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So it probably might not work for you. So Ogun State seems to be, leading. Which northern states do you think represent anything?
Kaduna is an excellent example. I can speak to, of course, I have my best friend who operates out of Kaduna, and the government has even gone as far as building roads into her farm because of the level of impact that farm and factory has on the community. Kaduna, even before I ever started a factory, I went to visit the Indomie factory in Kaduna, and the previous governor before, Governor Rufai, was commended for supporting the establishment of that factory. I think that's Indomie's most automated factory in the world.
Really?
As when I went there, yes,
in Nigeria,
in Kaduna, yes. And so I think that Kaduna is one exemplary state. Some states offer land, Nasarawa, states like that, they can give what they can. It's easy to get land for industrial, like commercial farming and things like that. But yeah, I think states need to step their game up and say like, yes. I'm from the. I don't want to come. No comment.
Neutral party.
Yeah, no comment. No
Southeast.
Comment. Yeah, no comment. I don't know. I can't speak to.
But I mean,
So maybe I'm going to keep that clip and play it again over the course of our sessions to come, because what you're hearing there are the building blocks of success. So now all these states now, they are making deliberate efforts to elevate their states. She's told us then the level of support. They actually have an agency because Ogun State is trying to corner manufacturing. I wish Babati was here or any of the Ogun State people. Ogun State is trying to corner manufacturing because Lagos is not conducive for manufacturing, and manufacturing because Lagos is more a financial hub and a tourism center. It's a mega city, so it's not geared towards manufacturing. It's too small a land space, and it's too the need for Lagos is not manufacturing. It's around finance. It's around entry into the country. It's around the best foot of the country being put. So that's what all of those things are what Lagos is for, but it's not for manufacturing. And Ogun State identifies that, and they have, because of the advantage of their close and Oyo State should be doing this as well, by the way, because of their close proximity to Lagos State, they are making deliberate moves to pull manufacturing out of Lagos State into their own state, and they've set up agencies. They've built in road structures. They've put in all of the accoutrements that makes ease of business, as just been described there by that lady. So they are putting all of these building blocks in place. So when these things start to germinate, people will then come round and it will. They say that it takes 10 years to be an overnight success. Do you understand? All of these artists that just bust onto the scene and you say, oh, they came out of nowhere. They've been working in pubs and clubs 5-10 years, just singing to about 5-10 people, mastering their craft until they then come to that eminence. And this is what we're saying here. So these people now are putting all these structures in place. By the time these structures start to germinate and Ogun State starts to blossom, then people will accuse them that they were given some sort of unfair advantage. All of the money is being distributed now. A lot of these people are pocketing it. The only people that we're seeing making movements are Sanwo-Olu, Dapo Abiodun, who are suddenly woken up from bed. We're seeing it from Niger State, Bago. He's doing beats. I think we might be seeing it from Abia State as well. But the rest of them, look at Governor Adeleke. Look at the report that we just got from Ekiti State. What good could ever come out of Governor Adeleke? If we give him 1 million years in whichever godforsaken state he's from, what good can ever come from that? The one that he would be turbaning himself and driving around in horse carriage, horse-drawn carriage in the north. So this is the difference. This is why they say it's very, very important who you elect as your state governor. If you elect a semi-illiterate like Adeleke and all of these ne'er-do-wells that we have all over the place, like even Uzodinma is starting to pick up a bit. Adeleke is the prime example of how not to do it. So there it is right there, the building blocks of success. Actually, still staying with Ogun State, let me show you another example of those building blocks being put in place by Dapo Abiodun. I was actually going to make that one the last clip, but I'll play you this one just to hammer the point.
Ogun State. And the answer to that is very simple. Ogun State is Nigeria's industrial capital, just like Shandong is China's industrial capital. We obviously have so many things in common. The state is West Africa's trade gateway. We are the state that connects the financial capital of Nigeria, which is Lagos, to the rest of the hinterland. You cannot travel between Lagos, that has the busiest airport and the busiest seaport, to any other part of Nigeria without traveling through Ogun State. Either you are going by land, by road, by rail, by sea, or by air. We describe ourselves as what New Jersey is to New York is what Ogun State is to Lagos State and the rest of Nigeria. We are also the gateway to the West African sub-region because we have a border with Benin Republic. Benin Republic is the next country to Nigeria, and Ogun State has the longest border with Benin Republic. Ogun State is the number one in non-oil revenue in Nigeria, meaning that we generate more revenue from non-oil than any other state in Nigeria, meaning mineral resources. Today, we are the number one producer of cement in sub-Saharan Africa because we have an abundance of limestone. We have an abundance of silica. We are the number one producer of tiles and glass. As a matter of fact, we have a lot of Chinese companies that are producing tiles and glass in Nigeria. Yesterday morning, I met one of those very successful Chinese companies producing tiles in Nigeria.
So there it is right there, the building blocks of success. So that's all I've got. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in. We play the Kegites. We see what happens after that.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. Hassan presents a case for the defense. Very quickly leaping to the defense of his own state. Here is Hassan super chatting to say, as far as the standards of for governorship in Nigeria goes, Zulum is in the top tier, even considering the circumstances in which he is forced to lead. Has hood potential. So I'm not quite sure what that has good potentials. I think that is what he said. So has good potential. I think he goes on to correct that. So that's a San Lepi to the defense then of. I rate Zulum heavily as well, but I only rate Zulum in terms of him being able to tackle insecurity and bring some sort of stability to that space, but not in terms of development, in terms of putting bits in place for enterprise to blossom. I'm not quite sure that Zulum is doing anything for enterprise to blossom. He's too busy fighting bandits, which is the first step, of course. So yes, highly rated, but not to the level of Dakwa Abiodun. So joining us, Patoski, always a delight when Pato is here. Zita, of course, the cleverest woman on the planet. So good to have you, lady and gentlemen. Still plenty of space. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. We start it off, kick it off with Patoski. Pato, good to see you.
Yeah, one man.
Baoni.
Nice to see you. It was the Ogun State thing that made me to jump in. I
Yes.
wish I wish Babati is listening now.
Yeah, for so long they've been slamming this Dakwa Abiodun, but it looks as though he may have finally woken out of bed.
Yeah, I think all the while we were slamming, I think he had something in the pipeline, and it was just looking like things like this take some time. And then one thing I noticed about that state is this: they've had different people from different parties rule them, and they've had people who have fought themselves over time. But in like three successions, they've had friends. Those people were personal friends who were in the same group, have governed over time. That's after Aremo Olusegun Oshoba. We had Benga Daniels. We had Bikule Amosun, and we have this guy here. The three of them, before they came into politics, were personal friends, and they all rallied around together in 2003 to make sure that OGD came in as governor, Amosun came in as senator, and this current governor was on the sideline. That's what I gathered. And even though they are not very close after they became like kind of enemy or something after Benga Daniel came in. But you could see each of them building on the success of the other. They were building on the success of the other, and I'll give you instances. Even taking opportunities that Obasanjo created. When Obasanjo was in office, they had this IPP project, Independent Power Plant project, that they were doing. And one of the infrastructures that Obasanjo made sure he constructed for that IPP project was the gas pipelines. Obasanjo made sure that there were major gas pipelines to industrial areas. In Ogun State, we had Agbara as an industrial area. We had Ota as an industrial area. We have Shagamu as an industrial area. And another industrial area that was springing up close to Abeokuta was the one at, what's this place called now? Zio or Itaoshi. But you remember, there are some companies there too. So Obasanjo ensured that we had pipelines, gas pipes in those areas. Even though some people say, oh, it was because of his Ota farm. But you will see that gas pipeline could be piped to WAPCO cement, which is in Ewekoro, to Dangote cement in Ibeche. Now Ogun State is the largest exporter of cement in West Africa. In short, with Dangote and WAPCO, there couldn't have been any other cement.
I was surprised when I heard him say that actually that the Ogun State is the largest manufacturer of cement in. I think he even said in Africa. I didn't know that because of the abundance of limestone.
Exactly, and the limestone and gypsum. And even before WAPCO, what we have as before Dangote, we used to have WAPCO cement, which was very popular. You remember then, in the whole of West, they were using WAPCO. So the two major cement factories, the major cement factories in Nigeria then was WAPCO in Ewekoro, the Benue Cement, and Nkaragu. And then I think we have another one in Okpila. But WAPCO was and Benue Cement, they were the major ones then. And then when Dangote was coming in, Dangote tried to come in through Benue Cement. And the Benue people was giving me a lot of problems. Eventually, he went to, I think he's in Kogi State now. He has one cement factory in Kogi State. But I think this Ibeche, the one in Ibeche, which is the biggest, is just I think it was by accident and through the effort of the government. I think one other he wanted to do it somewhere, but eventually Ogun State gave him something better. So they moved it to Ibeche. That's the Yewa side of Ogun State. And that thing is doing very well. And that factory is close to Benin because the Yewa, they are just by the border. In short, there are people in Benin Republic that speak the same language as people from Yewa. So they are like, there are people who are, in short, there are some houses in Yewa. If you go from one room, you are in Benin. You are going to another room, you are in Nigeria. These are things I've seen. So you could see that locating the plants there is also a benefit and advantage for him. And there are times there were times I used to drive to Togo to go to Togo by road, and I will see Dangote cement truck that are on the way to Ghana, to Benin, to Togo, to other West African countries, Cote d'Ivoire. As at that time, those were the ones going by road. Some were going by ship and stuff like that. So that is one advantage they have. And then Shagamu is one industrial center that was started by Benga by Ibikunle Amosun, by attracting Nestle to that place. The Benga before then had dualized the road between Abeokuta and Shagamu. Before then, Shagamu, you could take you like about 1 hour to go to Shagamu from Abeokuta. When they finished that road, this is a major road from one city to another. You don't only dualize it, make sure there was street light on that road. So then I used to work in Lagos. I would leave Lagos in the evening and come back to my house. And in the morning, I would drive back to Lagos. So it was easy for so many people. The road became like that. And then before the Oshoba had worked on some internal road, even though those ones didn't last. But you could see efforts at trying to connect the state together. And then another thing that Gbengadane did was the Ogunguandon free trade zone. There were free trade zone. He built markets in Idiroko that were supposed to be export free zone kind of place, market where people could buy and just take out of the country, because Idiroko there's a major road from Idiroko straight, the same Idiroko links Benin. You could just drive. When I used to drive to Benin, then I would drive through Idiroko, and I'll just, when I get to the border, I present my papers and they open the gate, I just drive into Benin. So you could see that because of the strategic location of that road, Gbengadane had like export free market constructed it. And when he was doing that, people say, who's going to come here? This is a waste of money. So at a point, I was also going to be very critical, because at a point the markets were growing with weeds, and then he had a vision to do Ogundip Seaport. Then he had that vision to do Ogundip Seaport as far back as 2007. But the House of Assembly said, you were leaving.
Is that not coming? Is that not coming? I heard that Dangote is about to put a deep sea port somewhere in
It's
Ogun
coming
State.
out now. Yeah, it's coming out now. But what I'm saying is that OGD had that vision as far back 2007. The House of Assembly, because they were in an opposition caucus, frustrated that effort. You could imagine having that deep sea port back as far back as 2007. You're talking of about 9 years, or how many years now? No, 16, almost about 16 years, right? Do you look at the amount of resources and revenue the state would have gotten through that? And it was just frustration with Egbetokun was the speaker then. I don't know if he's related to this Egbetokun, but they were frustrating Daniel. Ogun State was very tense, but OGD had saw that vision then, but I'm so happy that the other governors were building on it rather. But one state that I think didn't take advantage was Oyo State. Oyo State has more population than Ogun State, so which means there is a factory there. They have more labor force. Things are cheaper in Oyo State, like food and all those stuff. They have land for agriculture in Oyo State. All those they have very big land for agriculture that could support the factories, and they have land they could make available to the factories. They have one major road directly to Lagos. That's the same kind of road that Ogun State has. They have rail direct to Lagos. Same kind of road. In short, the only difference is just going to be about 20 minutes. If you are leaving Lagos, if you are leaving Ibadan Express and you are leaving Abeokuta, it's almost going to be the same thing. Because for you to even connect that major road to Lagos, you would have driven like 20 minutes to get to Shagamu. If you are driving from Ibadan to Shagamu, it's just going to be about 20-30 minutes too. So you can see what I'm saying. But I don't know what's happening to them. I don't know what's happening to your state. I think they need serious-minded people to run that state.
No, Shea Makinde has been a total failure. I cannot think of one thing that he did in the 8 years that he wants to be president. He's just a ridiculous guy.
I wouldn't say it's a total failure. I wouldn't say it's a total failure, but I think I wouldn't say it's a total failure, but being an engineer, I think I have a better expectation of him. I have a greater expectation of him.
Look at big things happening in Niger State, in Kaduna State, in Ogun State, in Lagos State. Look at the advantage he has. Oyo State is one of it's a global space. It's a restive, historic, important, not just Nigerian space, African space. And he gets to straddle. He can't even do anything. There's no sign of any meaningful. Is it not it's the epicenter of the Yoruba people now? Is it not the epicenter of the Yoruba people?
Those are stories now. What do you mean? What do you
mean
epicenter?
Now,
what do you mean epicenter?
Is the progenation of the Yoruba now? Where did they Is that not where they came from?
If it means if you say if that's where they came from, it does not mean that the other states cannot partake it in capacity.
Yeah, no, but what I'm what I'm saying, that's not even the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that he was given charge of a very important space, and there's development. Look at Ogun State is right next to him. Lagos State. Look at the advantage of that proximity to Lagos State, and he's not able to do anything with it. Yeah, it's just.
No, let me give you another thing that you should think about. You see, Ogun State has a lot of advantage. Sure, Ogun State has a lot of advantage than so many states in Nigeria, not even Southwest. The amount of intellectuals that are from that state. Forget about the state of those
intellectual. That local way alone, Ogun State. They're just gigolos there now. They only do fine boy now.
Let's land.
Yeah.
Let's land. All the great men from Yoruba land, the who is who, that Yoruba are making mouth and they are proud of, about 70 to 80% of them are from Ogun State. You want us to number them?
You want to start doing your Shoneko and whatnot, Abby?
No, forget Shoneko. Those are facts. Even from people like Obafemi Awolowo himself. From there, go to people like Obasanjo. Go to people like M.K. Abiola. Go to people like Wole Soyinka. Go to people like Shoneko. Was an industrialist. You cannot rule out that man. Then there are so many people like FRA. They have Ogun State original. You understand? The first Chief Justice of Nigeria, Adetokunbo Ademola, all those big names you see in Lagos, they are from Ogun State too. You hear of Adetokunbo Ademola Road, all those kind of, they are Ogun State people. People like Fela Anikulapo Kuti, Professor Luke Ransom Kuti, Bekon Ransom Kuti. Forget, let's even put Kuti's family somewhere. I want just like Egbao. If you enter Ijebu, people like Makadenuga, people like Otuba Kuku, people like Otumba Shibomi Balogun, people, I'm just trying, those ones that can quickly just come out of my mind now. People like Fumlayo Ransom Kuti, people like Yalo de Alaba Lawson, people, those are the big. Tell me, if you take all those Ogun State people out of Southwest, what is remaining? I'm not trying to, so you cannot really. I'm not from Ogun State, you understand? You can't really blame Oyo State, but your state has potentials. I'm not comparing Ogun State to Oyo State. I'm comparing Oyo State with itself. Where is Oyo State now? Where is Oyo State supposed to be, considering what is available to it? Oyo State has a lot of population. The quality of intellectuals that they have, there are not many. That's just it. I went to secondary school in Ibadan. There was a time they said Ibadan people know they go school. The same thing was happening to the Yoruba group in Ilorin. They know they go school. They do taxi. They do taxi. They sell do eleron. There was a time that was the saying in Ibadan then. We are eleron ni one okay taxi non she. And I observed the same thing in Ilorin when I was there, and I called some of the politicians there. I said, "Look."
Yeah, because they are restricted. They are restricted by Islam now.
No.
You know, Islam doesn't encourage education.
The real Fulani Ilorin. No, the real Fulani Ilorin people, they became judges. There was a chief justice of Nigeria that was from Ilorin, the Fulani side of him. Even this Folon Shogaba, he was an international diplomat in United Nations, was employed in United Nations, and eventually became chief of staff to Buhari. You have so many Fulani group in Ilorin, but just cover that the other people, they don't go to school, they just do all those. So I called them, I said, when in this my office, since I came, when I have Igbo guys on my street in Taiwo, if you used to Ilorin, that was street, you have shops, that's where they sell things. And Igbo guys are there. When they come to my office, they say, sir, I need money. If you can give me money, we want to buy this building, we want to import this. They come with ideas and stuff. And when the other Yoruba group, when they come say, you understand? They are just coming there to say, give us something. But the Igbo guy comes to me and puts a business deal on the table that will benefit my bank and that will benefit him and stuff like that. And in some instances, I look at them. And if I could do something, I push it. After all, I also need it too as a bank. So it's the quality of, what am I saying is that it's the quality of people too that are running that state that is very key. When an intellectual person comes to run the state and is putting things across, the opposite, look at the problem they gave to Ajimobi now. Ajimobi said, look, I want to do things right. There should be way we do things right. You understand? But they rather prefer somebody like Akala. You understand? But Ajimobi made some impact there. This guy also, I want to believe he has some things in the pipeline. And hopefully we will see them as we continue to go on. But I am very proud to have something that has to do, to have an affiliation with Ogun State. And some information that I've even heard about Ogun State, which that is not even here, and the kind of feedback I'm getting is very, 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 very big. Very, very big. I'm telling you. They have some textile factories and garment making facilities that is coming to Ogun State. Those, from what I heard, is capable of generating about 1 million jobs. That's too big for me to now wrap my head around and think, okay.
But is there infrastructure to support it? Is the thing? There's no infrastructure in Ogun State now.
They have.
Is it not just some backwater state?
They have how can you say it's backwater state now when you are talking of your state, you call Ogun State backwater state. They have youths now. Let me give you another instance. Do you know Ogun State is the state with the highest number of universities in Nigeria? As we speak today, Ogun State has the highest number of universities. And if you say higher institution, has the highest number of higher institutions in Nigeria. As we speak today. And it's still growing. And you want to call that backward. You understand what I'm saying? So you see that those things.
Well, are you not a product of Ogun State? Are you and
No,
Babati
you see, no, I'm from Oyo State. It's not as if
yeah,
I'm being biased,
but
but
your background, your backdrop is Ogun State
I'm
now. You
giving
are
you
just
facts.
you are
We have the
ancestrally from
highest. They
Oyo
have the
from
highest.
yeah.
Hold on. I was born in Oyo State. If you want to know that, I was born in Old Oyo State. Precisely now, I will fall into Osun State.
Yes, yeah. You know, if it's citizenship by birth, you be an Oyo man, and you're
I will
like
even say
throwing
I'm
your
Osun man first.
yeah, throwing your own home state under the
But what
bus.
I'm saying, no, but let's pick the facts. The fact that Oyo State has the highest, Ogun State has the highest number of university in Nigeria. The fact that I was born in Oyo State will not change that. Those are facts. You understand? Those are facts. Ogun State even has specialized university for education. They have a university of education that is just focused on education. For a long time, they had the University of Agric, now a federal university. They have their state university. They have so many private universities. I can't even count them. This is what I'm saying. They have so many private universities. And they have very good secondary schools. Very good one, both public and private. Day Waterman College is there. They have a sport academy that is very thriving, that is privately owned by Segun Odegbami. They have so many things going for them. And they used to have one of the best technical schools, Abe and Olobe. Now they are working on them. Abe in Yewa and Olobe in Abekuta. They call it Olobe, but it's a technical school. And they are beginning to work on all that. And they have like 6 ICT polytechnics as far back as 2007. Those were visions that OGD started those ICT. We said, no, it's not going to. Those ICT polytechnics are functional now. And they are doing very well. Now, Federal Polytechnic Ilaro is now a university. So you are talking of 2 federal universities now in that state. So the phenomenon is big, and I can't wait for somebody like Yayi to become governor in Ogun State. It means that we have not seen anything yet. By the time somebody like Yayi comes in there, that state is just going to overtake so many states. As we speak now, just like Dapo said, they are the state with the highest number of non-oil revenue. A governor is saying that. Another governor will say he did beauty. That's the only thing I can point to. This guy has not spent 8 years. This Dakpa Abiodun that will say, oh, and you see, you need to see the way they criticize him also, because by Ogun State standard, the expectations are higher. But can you compare this guy with somebody that said he did only factory, did beauty? No. Oh, that is supporting education. Oh, they have the highest education. You want to compare that to a man who's governing a state with the highest number of university, that 6 ICT polytechnic, that has, so what is the education that they have compared to a state with a man sitting on 2 federal university, 6 ICT university, 2 state university, a university of education. Now they will have another teaching hospital, 2 teaching hospitals very soon, because the Catholic University Teaching Hospital is going to be in Abeokuta, and then the Federal Medical Center is going to become a teaching hospital for University of Federal University Abeokuta. So you will be having 2 teaching hospitals.
Let me bring you this let me bring you this
and
because I
Babcock
can
University too.
hold on, like, cause I cannot abide this propagandizing. It says Nigerian states by their GDP. Nigeria's wealthiest states by GDP, based on various sources from 2002 to 2004, include Lagos, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Imo, and Delta. Lagos leads significantly, driven by its position as Nigeria's economic center with strong trade and investment. Other prominent states, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Imo, are key players in oil, energy, and agricultural sector contributing. So this is the hierarchy. Lagos the richest, so of course we know that already. Rivers the second richest, we know the reasons why. Akwa Ibom also, we know the reasons why. Imo State also, we know the reasons why. Delta State also, we know the reasons why. Anambra State is number 6, you know, richer than Ogun State. Ondo State is richer than Ogun State. So Ogun State is number 8 in a scale of so don't worry about all
No,
this
no, Ondo State, you know, Ondo State is an oil producing state as well now.
Let's
Ogun
have a
State is
look
not
at it.
currently not. Oh no, let's look at it now. Ogun State is not currently not an oil producing state, but Ogun State has got very big. They have gas, and there's a plan to
Yeah,
build
but Anambra
refinery. I
State
think
is
it's.
not an oil
Let me
producing
land now.
state now.
Let me land too. Let me land. Ogun State is currently. I think there's a plant. If it's not currently ongoing, a refinery in Tongeji Island that they are currently working on, and it's a very huge investment for Ogun State. So a lot of things, and the beauty of Ogun State and Lagos State synergy is that within that Yewa axis, the people of Yewa, their language is close to Badagry people. They have people in the lower Yewa that are speaking the same Egun that the Badagry people speak. Currently, Lagos State is building a deep sea port in Badagry. Now we are going to have a deep sea port in Ogun. You can see within that place alone, you have like 2-3 deep sea ports and other ports like that. That you cannot explain the kind of
How
growth
come Anambra
that will
State is
happen in
richer
that
than
place.
how come Anambra State is richer
Is
than
there?
Ogun State? How come Anambra
Anambra State,
State is
because of the industry now. Anambra State has a lot of small scale industries now, whether I would like it or not. But what is really hurting me and paining me is that this hit at home and the insecurity that is taking place is killing the industries in those states, or not allowing the industry to maximize and realize their potentials. I'm telling you, do you know that? Do you know the kind of this is it Nnewi spare parts market? Do you know the volume of transactions that takes place there? Most of the time when we want to start expanding, was that we're doing branch expansion for which bank was I then? Those are targeted locations. You will see a bank has like 2-3 branches in a particular market. The same market too. The same bank has like 2-3 branches there because of the volume of transactions that used to take place in Onitsha market. I used to go as far as Aba to buy stuff, Ariara market, to buy stuff from Ogun State. So that place has potential, but they have opened their eyes like this. And one young boy is just destroying everything for them. Can you imagine for how long in years now that they paralyzed businesses on Monday? Do you know how much they would have lost? Even with that loss,
somebody should actually do those figures. They should put a dollar tag to this or a naira tag to this it at home. Endless trillions they would have lost because the Southeast is all about enterprise and business. A day out of 5 days, you take one out because they're very Christian over there, so they probably don't work weekends. And these people, oh God, it's unbelievable actually, and it's been
but
going
mind
on
you,
for years.
Anambra is also an oil producing state. You know that.
Which oil is in Anambra State?
No, they give they are.
Yeah, but Ogun State has mineral resources now.
They probably have
They
have
have
derivations. They have oil now.
Ogun State has bitumen. They have limestone, probably the largest concentration of limestones anywhere in the world.
That is being taken. Now they are using it. Don't be surprised. There are other places that have limestone and Kogi. If you know the amount of mineral that is available in Kogi, you will scream. You will be shocked. That Kogi state that you are seeing, the amount of mineral there, you'll be stuck. Tama plants. One of my friends, who's a politician in Kogi state, the guy was looking for opportunity to build thermal plants. That thermal plant that Davido's father is building, I don't know where it is, but I suspect it's likely to be in Kogi State for electricity. So it's huge. Those states, I don't know if they are lucky to have people, that are intellectual people. Those states are another state that has a lot of potential. And I don't know what that guy is doing. They have very rich soil.
Those states has never had a governor. The closest they got to was Obaseki. Oh, Shomole was useless now. It was only Obaseki that seemed to be a bit literate.
Even though they say this guy is not is not doesn't speak English, but
The one that
I want
can read
us
and
to
write. The one that can read and write is
okay. I want
Adeleke.
us to give him
Adeleke.
time. I want us to give him time and see what he will do. It looks
What
like he's
can he
going to
do?
do
He can't.
something.
He can't read and write. What can he do?
So
Somebody that can't
you,
read or write.
if he can't read and write, but he produces results. So you would say,
How can he
oh, because
produce
he's okay.
result without when he's not able to
So
read
wait
and write?
now. From what he has done now so far, what he's
What
done
has
so
he
far.
done? He just goes
Can't
around
you see infrastructure?
criticizing what Obaseki did.
No. That's
He will be going around in some
anyway.
waterlogged area.
You are just trying to. Let me just make my point. You're only trying to stay something in that place. But the point is that the feedback I'm getting is doing its best. But what I'm saying is that Oyo State needs to, when they are going to the poll again, they should take their time and think of what can we really do to make things better for our people. I know the cost of living in Oyo State is cheaper than Ogun State, so that should be one of the things that will attract people. I don't know what's happening to their industrial estate. They have only industrial estates, and I think they have which other industrial estate do they have now? Can you imagine? That's the major one. No? Ibadan, people don't share to be to You can imagine that. You can't even think of towns, places like Oyo. They are not developing all those places. The Oyo Atiba, all those places, they have with Shaki, they have very big, good land for agriculture. The land in Shaki and Okeogun is just like the northern, it's just like the land in the north, very plain. The same thing some part of Edo, their land very plain, like the way that vast savannah land you will stand and you'll be seeing distance, and so it's easy to use equipment for mechanized farming in those places. Those are the kind of land that they have. So the governors need to sit down and think and work at it. But I think Ogun State is doing well. Even in agriculture, Ogun State is not coming behind at all. The Yewa people have land, and the same thing with timber. In short, that state is blessed. That state is blessed, and they are blessed with people. They are blessed with people. That's just the truth. And we have not seen anything yet as far as Ogun State is concerned. I believe that when one of my friends that went to Abeokuta recently, the guy said, Egbon, you need to come and buy something here. And Babati has been saying that thing since. That my friend just came back like 4 months ago. He said, look at that. He has friends from US that are now working in Ogun State remotely. They moved. The guy rented a service apartment in Presidential Library, and they have service apartments in Ogun State. He rented a service apartment for a whole year. So anytime I think monthly he was paying about 300,000, which is less than about $300 monthly for that service apartment. And anytime he's working, so he's working from there. He had this Elon Musk. He has this Elon Musk internet service there that he bought and installed, and that's where he works. You can imagine working from Ogun State and be earning and working for a company in US. So he's earning his dollars. His total cost in a month is less than $1 million, and it's probably $1 million naira, probably making about $7,000 to $8,000, which is almost 9 million. So he has his lot of savings. Is there any time he travels, maybe decide to go on leave and go to visit his family, he puts somebody there. You just use it for Airbnb or use it for somebody to rent for the month, and he bills the person about 300,000 or 400, and the people pay like 400, 500. So he's still making profit on it. You understand? So and he said there are so many people like that, and that people are beginning to build such in Abeokuta because it's peaceful. They have the roads are good. The road infrastructure in Abeokuta is very good. I don't know of other part of Ogun State now, but since I left, they say a lot of things have happened. But from what I'm getting about Abeokuta, considering that state, the flyover, the structure. There was a time they built a flyover with air conditioner. This pedestrian bridge. Pedestrian bridge. They built it and installed AC inside the bridge, inside the pedestrian bridge. You see people climbing and just to cool off before they come down. They're just trying to make that place into something that is good for their people. And I think I appreciate them. Though the people there might not appreciate it. You know, when you are somewhere, you always think the other side is better. But to me, I think the governors that have come into that state, I used to be one of those that used to criticize OGD. I used to have a lot of friends in that government. But thinking back now, I think he, I think he really did a lot, laying foundation, because you could see what Obasanjo did and what OG did.
Wasting
They are
money on
thinking of it.
Olumo Rock, you mean?
Look, at that time they say, Olumo, how can you go and install lift there? It was like rubbish.
That was a waste of money, wasn't it?
And initially, no, people are now going there. I say, one of my friends that married an American lady, the lady came to Nigeria. They were in Lagos. Do you know that she now called me and said, that I used to talk about Olumo and Abeokuta. She knows I used to talk about Abeokuta and stuff like that. So she knew I'm from Abeokuta. Then I was in Nigeria, so she thought I was there. You see, I'm in Abeokuta, that we came to see the Adire market and Olumo Rock. And the place where the Adire market is the same area where you have Olumo Rock. You understand what I'm saying? So the people are coming from outside the country to visit Olumo Rock. That's what that means. And then, do you know, the major Adire market, there's one Adire market that was built by one man, an illiterate barber became a local government chairman. When he built an Adire market then, where people were saying, look at this guy, Olodo Baba, who they used to call him Yorubas, that people were thinking, what will he do? He's a barber, he's not lettered. Abeokuta South local government used to be one of the oldest local government in Nigeria. That's the place where you have Cathedral, St. Peter's Cathedral, okay? You have the Centenary Hall. That's a bad thing. They used to say the oldest Bible in Nigeria is in Centenary Hall, okay? The first church in Nigeria is okay. They have, so it's the premier local government in Nigeria, and they didn't even have local government office. That man who was a barber, unlettered, I know this guy is unlettered. Omondi Okpolo is like that. Compared to this guy, if a Baptist listening to me, you will know. Anybody from Aikuta listening to me will know. This guy was one that constructed and finished the construction of that local government secretariat. Installed generator, when the guy came and told me, we want to come and commission our plant. He was talking of generator, came to our office then. Say, I've a commission plant to Alola. You know, you could see that even though he was not lettered, he had a vision. So the guy was one that built the Adire market in Itoku. Though Itoku Adire market was an Asian market that was evolving, that had been there for years. But you could see he did something. Then he now went to build Ashero Adire market. Everybody thought that was a waste of money. But from what I'm hearing now, I think they might be able to make a better use of that place now. And that was an illiterate barber who was lucky to become a local government chairman that did that, apart from so many other things that he did in that state. I think they are lucky. That's just the point. The state is a very lucky state. And I think it's a state of intellectual. It's rubbing off on them.
All right. Let me. Yes, we've got Zeta as well. Let me rattle you through some of the. Are you following the narrative of this woman that calls herself Mama P or something, that was arrested by Julius Abure?
Julius Abure.
You're not following that. She's some social media lady that went to the chairman of the Labour Party.
Policeman. How can he arrest somebody?
Well, he effected her arrest. Apparently, she tried to assault him, and then he sort of had her locked up. You're not following that?
Oh, no, I'm not following that. So what happened?
It's one of the most she's one of the disobedient types. You know, they were on a plane together, and then when they got off that plane, She apparently, according to him, tried to assault him, and then he, of course, then
Oh,
got the police involved to arrest her. She's one of these girls. She's one that can you see her on the screen? She's always dressed in this
yeah.
ridiculous red outfit. She's all over social media as part of that
It's an
obedience space.
overzealous. I'm sure Obi did not send her all that crap.
No,
So it's
I'm
an
pretty sure he
overzealous
didn't.
obedience.
But is the environment that Peter Obi has created, isn't it?
No, Obi no send her make you go do all those kind of things now.
Oh,
Which
oh, oh,
kind
oh, oh,
nonsense?
oh, all right. Let me take you to this place then. Works Minister Dave Umahi hints at presidential run. So it was only really when I was reading this piece that I became aware that Dave Umahi actually contended in 2022 for the presidency. So he's
But
indicating he has presidential ambitions. What are you making of that, Dave Umahi for
of course,
president?
we should expect that now. The guy is the guy ran, and I think it was one of those that stepped down for Tinubu in that election. And to me, if there's anybody that is going to come from southeast, I think Dave should be one of them. That's Dave Umahi should be one of them. And here goes, there goes. That means we have people.
Well,
We
if we
have
have a
people who,
sorry, let me ask you this. If we were to talk about realistic southeastern politicians that can actually be Nigeria's president, who would you say maybe the top two, three would be? Because for me, I would have no objection to a president Umahi or a president Soludo.
for Soludo, I don't know. I don't think Soludo has proven himself that much. You understand? I think Umahi has done better. Look at Anambra is one of the oldest states in Nigeria now. Anambra used to be part of it's like Anambra and Enugu state is like Oyo state and Osun state. So you can't really say that Osun state is a new state. You understand? So Anambra is an old state. Anambra has a lot of things going. The people are very industrious. How can you be leading those kind of industrious people, and they are not the result you have to show is just all this kind of thing? You understand what I'm saying? Ebonyi State is a very new state. Ebonyi State, the only thing that we knew then was for Abakaliki rice and stuff like that. But look at what that guy has done with that state. So if you give him a place like Anambra State, I'm sure what that guy is going to make out of Anambra, you'll be so surprised. But Soludo solution, the man, to me, he's not living up to expectation now. He's
You
not
know,
living up to expectation.
in terms of the Tinubu administration, if you were to pick the top three ministers, I don't think this guy's name could be left out in terms of performance.
Umahi,
Yes.
yeah, Umahi is done very well, but it's because another thing is that it's because a lot of things are happening in his ministry. You understand? Tinubu, you can be a very good minister, but if you are not able to, this is a ministry that always have activities. One minister that I think should rank topmost is a minister that is governing a ministry that would not normally have a lot of activity, and that minister is Festus Keyamo.
Yes, I would not
Before now,
disagree with
aviation
that.
industry, apart from the controversy of that last one, aviation when Femi was running it, and it was just a ministry right there. But look at the kind of things that is happening in that industry, the kind of changes, what Nigeria is doing. And luckily, God gave him somebody like Onyema, like a private sector person that is making a lot of impact, and that should attract a lot of other people to invest in that space now. And it's not as if it's going to kill Peace Airline, but it's going to expand because we still have a lot of potentials in that space for other investors. You understand what I'm saying? And look at what Yema is trying to do in the Lagos now. So all those kind of things. So Keyamu is one of the best minister he has. With Umahi, fantastic, but that that ministry is a ministry that is always very active, even under military. Look at Mama Kotangura, was Minister of Works under Buhari, under Babangida, and he did very fantastically well. He was one of the most popular minister. And then you have even have Fashola that time. Fashola was doing relatively well in I think it was during GEJ that the Ministry of Works didn't really do much. You understand? GJ didn't really do so much, but he tried his best though. But he didn't really do so much in that area. But he did a lot in education. He did a lot in other space. If thinking back, looking at Nigeria, if you want to compare Nigeria with other African countries, I think Nigeria has really done well. But one thing that Tinubu to me really needs to do is this. I was listening to the president of Ghana. Do you know Ghana brought down inflation
You
from
mean at the UN something?
Yeah, I was shocked.
Sorry, he did what?
Brought down less than 2 years. He brought down the inflation from 23% to about 11%. That is big. That's big.
Yes, but Ghana can be easily managed. It's more manageable than
No,
It's just a tiny little country now.
Yes, we have a man who has managed a state that is bigger than Ghana economy. So we have a man who has managed other governors in a way indirectly. We have a man who has several years of political experience than the current president of Ghana. And you have a man who's running a state that has potentials than Ghana. You have a man who is managing with very intellectual and very committed ministers. Let me tell you, Tinubu has committed ministers. Tinubu has committed the current ministers that are in Tinubu cabinet. Which of them can you compare with Buhari's minister?
No, the Buhari setup was just a joke anyway. He did
Can you
Sirika and all
compare
these
Keyamo
people.
with? Can you
He
compare Keyamo
did
with
Sirika.
Sirika? Can you compare? In short, even Bengada Fashola is supposed to be star is not matching up to Mayi now, because Mayi is an engineer and Fashola was a lawyer, so it's understandable. Can you compare the finance minister of Tinubu with that of Baba Buhari, or the central bank governor?
I can't even remember who his finance minister was.
It's one
Buhari.
woman like that. After Funke Adeosun, it was one Kemi Adeosun. It was one minister like that. One woman
Kemi
like
Adeosun, yes.
that woman that eventually married the former chief of air staff.
Oh yes, I know her.
Yeah, the
Sadia Farouk. Was it Sadia Farouk?
Can you compare? Can you compare them? Can you compare his attorney general with Tinubu's attorney general? Look at number of cases they've won in short time. Can you compare? So you can't really. Can you compare his SPT minister with Wike? Can you compare his national security advisor with who was the national security advisor during Buhari time?
Was it not Mongono or something?
You see, we don't even are trying to remember.
No. It wasn't Mongono. It was Yusuf Buchi or something. Buchi.
Look at that. Can you compare that with what Ribadu is doing now? You get what I'm saying? Can you compare his chief of defense staff with the current chief of defense staff?
Buhari's administration was useless. There's not one person. Maybe Fashola did a little bit, but there was nobody that performed under that administration.
Now, if you scale back, say, go back to
this guy did not
go back.
Which guy?
Amechi, that was the transport minister.
the one that built the train to Maradi.
No, Amechi did well.
What did he do? What did he do?
No.
No,
Look
no,
at opening up.
that's the question.
Hold on, let's be objective. Look at opening up the rail system in
Actually, it
Nigeria.
was Buhari that changed the dynamics of Nigerian leadership.
Yes.
Yeah,
He did something. He changed the dynamics of leadership.
positively or negatively.
Positively.
He raised the bar.
For the first time in Nigeria, he might be a bigot, but for the first time in Nigeria, he was actually the president of Nigeria that actually did that real Nigerian content. Obasanjo did it, but it was Obasanjo started it, but his own was kind of Yahoo. It was Buhari that actually did
local
that
content.
Nigerian content. He did something. You might not like him. You might not like
the local content you are talking about, right?
What I mean by local content is that he started investing in what is made in Nigeria.
Okay.
He was the first Nigerian president that actually put it in terms of farming, in terms of agriculture, agricultural products, in terms of mineral resources. He was investing, but Nigerians being what they are, it's us, if I may say. When you do those things, it really shows very little, even as much as so much money is being put in. It's a little that we show, but he did a lot in that area. I give it to him. Even Tinubu has not even gone close. He did very well in that area. Actually, if Nigerians they did actually make appropriate use of his investment in Nigerian content, a lot of small-scale businesses would have been littered all over Nigeria today. But most of those things were not taken seriously. But he was interested in doing that, and he invested in it heavily. So you shouldn't say he didn't do anything. Anybody who invests, any president who invests in Nigeria, you cannot affirmatively come to a global platform and say he didn't do anything. That's actually wrong.
Yeah. Thank you, Jare, Madam Zita. You've so what I'm trying to say is that if you look at where we started from, Tinubu has a lot of people around him that I expect him to. He's doing his best, but he needs to work on that. If Ghana could achieve that, I was surprised. I said, "Ah, wow, I love this," but I love Tinubu with his achieving something. But man, that achievement with Ghana is doing well, and their currency has improved substantially. If you look at Bloomberg rating now with Ghana CDs, is is tremendous. I think Tinubu needs to do something on inflation. I don't know, maybe because Nigeria is a big country, maybe at times growth and progress it's likely to take a longer time than it's taking in Ghana. And then we have our own challenges, insecurity. The level of insecurity we are facing, Ghana is not facing it. So that explains some of those things. You understand? So the more the reason why that insecurity needs to be addressed seriously. I don't know what's wrong with our people. People need to stop buying themselves now. There's a limit to madness.
You see, can I say something?
Yes, madam.
You see, Patrick, when a situation is allowed to become a business, it's actually very difficult to solve. When you allow an ugly situation in an area, you allow it to become a business, it's actually very difficult to solve. I know why I'm saying this, because I have watched insecurity in Nigeria in a smaller fashion, and I watched how it boomed and become something that is not controllable. Also, it will slip when it becomes a business. It's no longer a government thing. It becomes an environmental issue. That's the word I will use. I don't know the better word to use for it. I'll give you instances in Nigeria. Apart from the main security in Nigeria that Boko Haram started, and then somebody's mic is cracking. Is it yours?
Maybe it's mine. No, it's not mine.
If I can give you instances of small security issues Nigeria had in a very small areas in Nigeria, in cities and states, even before Boko Haram came. There are situations in Nigeria that were totally taken care of. It's not the government that take care of security. When I say it, people will not like me. If citizens or indigents or tenants or residents of any area in the world do not incubate insecurity, it will not stand. Humans are very powerful, extremely powerful. If they do not incubate it, it will never stand. It will come, it will go. I'll give you an example. Some time ago in Imo State, I don't know if you've heard about Otokoto.
Yeah, that's true. Was it in Ogun State? Was it in Imo State?
It was in Imo State.
Okay, I thought it was Anambra. Okay.
No, it was Imo State. Otokoto was Imo State. The hotel itself was Imo State. The Otokoto man himself is from Imo State. All his gardages is in Imo State. Now, unfortunately for people like us, we did not know that people in Imo State knew who and who is responsible for disappearance of humans. Imo State people knew. They knew. They incubated it. The man was wealthy. He had a shuttle. The ridiculous part of it is that he has an airport shuttle. You know what it means for somebody to have an airport shuttle? You land in Port Harcourt, they have Otokoto Hotel airport shuttle. And then you jump in, whether you're white, black, blue, green, purple, red, black, it doesn't matter. Yeah, as you enter that bus, that's the end of you. And Imo State people, they knew. His hotel was one of the busiest then growing up as a child. They knew. They knew where they dumped the remaining corpse, the one they did not use in Aladima Hospital. They knew. Everybody kept quiet. They incubated it. The day they said no more, even the military cantonment in Imo State could not stop them. Because stopping them means killing the whole humans in Imo State. That's the only way the military can stop it. And I don't know a military that wants to do that. It was the head of an 11-year-old boy that sparked the whole thing.
Yeah, I heard that one.
And the ridiculous aspect of this incident, why I say that if any society do not incubate evil, evil will not stand. The ridiculous aspect of it is that Okada men, orange sellers, market women, they know their houses. To my shock, they were guiding the protesters or the rioters. They will say, look at this house, go on top of the roof. There is a corpse lying there. You think it's a joke. The rioters will just go, woo, boom, 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 open the roof. Through, there is a corpse. I was like, what? You guys know all these things and you kept quiet. It was a business. They were too making money out of it, where it was booming. So, if there is any problem Nigeria as a country they have, it's problem of insecurity and problem of electricity. Anybody that can solve that, the rest can take care of itself. Electricity is easier to solve than the security. The security is so complicated. You see?
And roads as well, or roads as well.
Huh?
Roads is easy to solve now. That's not, you can't say that's a...
Woman, let me tell you something about development. Development starts with a foundation. If any country, citizens and indigents of any town and residents of any area is waiting for their government to curve road and curve gutter, it does not actually work that way. But if your government can create an enabling environment, people will come in and development will just start. I'll give you an example in Nigeria, Lagos State. The Yorubas in Lagos, over the years, they created what I call market environment. Because maybe they believe that Lagos is in a place that can reach outside of Nigeria. So they created that market environment. It's an enabling market environment. People started coming in. The skyscrapers you see in Lagos State were not built by Lagos State government. Are you talking about the banks, the skyscrapers, the high-rising banks, the high-rising business offices, and high-rising this and high-rising that? Of course, it wasn't built by Lagos State government, but they gave what is called an enabling environment. Here, they said it's all about welfare. This place is one of the beautiful places to live in the world, most quiet, peaceful, blah, 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 blah. But let me tell you something. When it comes during the thick of the winter, where we are about to start approaching now, if you go to business districts and what they call nice neighborhood, you wake up in the morning, you are paying your thousands of dollars for electricity, for all manner of tasks. But you come out in your house, everything is done in the morning. You see those business environment, the business district, you see how decorative is illuminated, because those periods are not, it's totally darkness. So it's the total darkness period. Those places are well illuminated. It's not the government that did it. But they created an enabling environment for those people to come there and line up in that beautiful mountainous streets to create that beautiful site. So those ones we are asking will actually come normally. Because if Lagwaja and Lagwaja International State Company build an industry in Okuje, and the road from let's assume, I'm just giving an example, I'm not saying there's something like that. The road from Ibadan Highway to Okuje is very bad. Trust me, Lagwaja and Lagwaja will build that road because they need it for their business. That's how it works. More especially in developing countries.
But in the developing countries, people can't just go and infringe on public property because they think it's bad. They go through the right channel to get things done. And I think
you are breaking off. I'm not hearing you.
Oh, okay. Am I better now? Can you hear me?
Still.
I can hear him okay. Can you hear him, Patoski?
I can hear him.
Yes.
Dennis
Maybe
Smith, then.
No,
Dennis Smith.
maybe.
I think it may well be somewhere where he has to use his headset. Is Bluetooth or something. Carry on, please.
Now, I was saying that you can't just wake up and start constructing a road that is bad in the West because you think you need it for your business. You have to go through the right channel to get it done. And I understand also does the same thing in Nigeria. You can't just go because it's safety issues, some other things that that's involved. You can't do it because you think you need the road. It doesn't work that way. And in
Okay.
regards to
Maybe
insecurity,
maybe you are
Boko
not
Haram,
listening to me. Not
Boko Haram
listening.
don't the people that invade those villages in the northern part of Nigeria, they come from the outside and come into their villages and hide people and do all kind of manner of destruction to the people. So
Can I address what you just said?
Let him land it. He's gone. It's dropped. All right. Carry on, Zeta.
First of all, there is nowhere in the world you wake up and start building road because your company is there. But you're gonna build the road anyway if you need it. All you need to do is to go to the right channel, tell the right person in the government, look, this road needs to be constructed. They will be excited. More especially, as I said before, developing countries. You sign the necessary papers and then they help you, guide you through the axis, because most towns have already have their road map. They will guide you through the axis where the road will pass into your company. That is one. Secondly, what you said about people in the north being invaded by outsiders, I don't really think so. I don't think so. You know, I'm somebody who monitors something very well. If that invasion is even 50% outsiders, Nigeria would have gone agor by now. I don't think so. Why don't I think so? Because the Northerners, they do what they call brotherhood. So the people you are seeing as an outsider is not actually outsiders. They know them. They know them. For your information, it is really difficult in the present day world for you to ramp any country from outside, more especially in form of Malaysia. You don't try that. The country that gave you that pass to enter that country, we have questions. Go and see in the Sahara. Then we have questions to answer. Because what you are actually saying is that Niger is allowing people to come into Nigeria and commit mayhem. Maybe
no, Madam, I'm not saying that. I'm saying people from other villages within the vicinity, that the people locally that are being invaded don't know about the background or know that they're not, they're not related. So they come from outside. So in other words, they're not really from that village or that community. So it's going to be hard for them to resist such, criminality, when it comes to the vicinity. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let me tell you something. You know, I'm a village girl. Correct village girl, though. Let me tell you something. This thing that has been happening in Nigeria, we keep saying it's been happening for so many years now. It's not a one-off something. So there is no way people from neighboring village will ramp into another village. In one or two occasions, they won't catch one of them. Trust me. There are people who are expert in identification. One sight of you, they can identify you anywhere in the world. Even if you have put on so much weight or gone so much thing or had accident that your face somehow became deformed, they will identify you. So if people have been ramping from another village into their village for so many years now, and they are not able to identify them and find out the village they are coming from and who they are, then I will affirmatively say that there is actually something wrong. Either they're enjoying it or they don't care. Period. Because this incident is not one. Patrick, are you still there? It's not one. It's not two. It's not three. It's I won't call it recurrence. It makes it like as if it happens every other day. It's every hour incident. They know how they come on different occasions. If it's happening since almost close to 15 years now, you should be able, that village should be, a villager should be able to know the way, the format, and in which they come from time to time. If they have different means of coming, they should have known by now. You know why I'm saying this, Prince Daddy? Do you remember that time a general was killed in Plateau State? Do you remember? Did you follow that story? Hello?
I think I heard about it, but I didn't really follow the story.
Patrick, are you there?
I'm here now. Was it Alex Bade, that chief of defense staff? That was killed.
It was during the time of this guy, the one that has snakes as his pet. What's that man's name?
Burotai.
Burotai. It was during the time of Burotai.
That the general was killed.
Yes. They killed the man somewhere between Niger State and Plateau State. I followed that story. I've forgotten everything about it, but I remember one thing. They killed
I think I remember that officer now.
They killed him, they buried him.
I remember it too, but I can't recall his name.
They throw the car inside one lake like that.
I want to bring out something for Prince Daddy. To tell you, to ascertain my first statement when I started this submission this morning, I said, if you do not incubate it will not stand. And when insecurity or a situation turned an ugly, use the word ugly situation, turned into a business, it's difficult to manage. They buy this man, put him in his Corolla, in his 29 or 2019 Corolla. They put him inside and threw him into a river. So they threw him into a river with his car. He was inside the car. They threw him into a river. Nobody can do that without the collaboration of a villagers. Trust me. I do documentary. You cannot do that without the collaboration of the villagers. So the military came looking for this man. They went mad. It was like an insult in their person that they cannot find the man. They cannot have a clue on how that man died. They ransacked the whole village, searched everywhere in madness. One day, these people came, this Nigerian military that people abused, well-trained, wonderful people. When they want to work, we know how much Nigerian military are trained. They came with a soccer. Immediately they landed with that soccer. The whole village went rioting. I couldn't believe that. They started the rioting, demonstrating, throwing stones at the military men. I still have the video in my eyes as I speak. They ignored them. They set up their soccer. And in that river, they were sucking away the water to the mainland. It took them 1 week. In fact, it took them 9 days to start seeing that car inside the water. He gave them courage. They continued. They go and read the story. And eventually they saw the car, the man's car. They pulled it out. The man don't rotten inside. And then went on rampage. As at the time that we were seeing the car, the villagers that were rioting started running. I still see those women. I still remember their faces. I still see them screaming, throwing stones at it. I still see them. And then I asked, when the interviewers interviewed them, they said that that water is the only source of water they have. And then, is it not a river? They blocked the other side. The military blocked the other side and was siphoning wherever their intelligence told them that that might be the place to look for the man. They did a wonderful job. When they found the man, they opened fire. The whole villagers were running eta. Trust me, in Nigerian military, you know, when they do that kind of thing, we no go feature reporter, but we got the information of what happened. They dealt with that village decisively. And they eventually caught the boys that did that thing. And the boys disappeared after they caught them. That was the end of the story. So what am I saying in essence? So the villagers knew that that man is inside the water. They knew. Because the military went to their farm, scattered everywhere, was breaking their doors and going into secret places they feel they can find the man's corpse or the man. They did not demonstrate. They were shooting, at the beginning, they were shooting sporadously. They even tied some young boys. They didn't demonstrate. They ransacked almost 6 villages. They didn't demonstrate. Brutally, when I mean brutal ransacking, they didn't demonstrate. But when they landed with that soccer, the whole place went crazy. What kind of country are we in? And you are telling me that they came and they run away, the villagers don't know them. Anyway, I don't know what you people want our federal government to do. But the security begins with us. I rest my case.
All right, brilliant. So where were we? What is anybody making of this one? You may want to take it on, Zita, or Prince Daddy may want to come in as well. So, details of Goodluck Jonathan's meeting with David Mark emerge. So David Mark, of course, the new chairman now of the ADC, Goodluck Jonathan being courted by the
But sorry, woman, sorry.
Yeah.
Why don't you? I think Madam Zita would have loved to speak about that. Oyema not citing the airport and the maintenance infrastructure for those for the aircraft, the ones that he cited in Lagos, and how he was frustrated when he was trying to find. Yeah, you probably want to bring that up for Zita to also.
All right. Did you hear that clip, Zita, when I played it?
No, I wasn't listening to your clip.
All right. Listen to this and then give us a response. You can also tag in on it as well. Prince Daddy, let us Zita take the lead, but listen to this.
Peace Airline, Chief Allen Onyema has accused Ndibu of frustrating the development of their own land in the southeast. He explained that the Igbo people failed to provide land for the construction of his planned multi-million dollars MRO, that is maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility, which he had originally wanted to site in either Enugu or Anambra states. Onyema revealed that he made several official visits to Enugu during the tenure of former Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, where he met with the governor and his cabinet to request land for the project. He said while the governor himself was willing to support the project, self-interest and hidden intrigues from Enugu people frustrated the process. According to him, no one gave him land. as families began to lay claim to the airport's land that had been considered for the project. All his trips to Enugu, he said, ended without results, and he left feeling deeply pained. He also narrated how, at Anambra Airport, he had paid over 100 million for land to establish the same MRO facility. However, shortly after making the payment, some families and communities began to warn him, claiming that the land does not belong to the government, but to them, and that the state had no right to even construct the airport without their permission. Imagine. Onyema said the land remains abandoned till today in Akunuhoya, forcing him to move on and take the project to Lagos, where it is now being developed at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport. Akunuhoya. And I'm seeing the investment to acquire support one investment. He stressed that the time has come for Ndibo to look in the mirror and recognize who their real enemies are. According to him, when Igbos look closely, they will realize that the biggest obstacle to their development is not outsiders, but themselves. And always joke. Okay, Brulo, Lagos. I don't go on the Yoruba and fear. No sense. He lamented that Igbos often blame other tribes for their problems, but fail to acknowledge the way they sabotage their own progress. In his words, the land dispute and selfish actions in Igbo land are destroying opportunities for growth and development, while outsiders are wrongly accused of being the stumbling block. Nke mege na Abia State na ndị Abia State pụta na-eme arasala ha ala ha ha ji ha ka ọrụ gịnị ka unu kọga gịnị kedu ihe unu na-akọ ọkwa na ada akwụ ha ụgwọ akwa ha ụgwọ ụkwa na free. My darlings, what do you have to say about this? I'm coming with my analysis. I'm going to bear with proper analysis. And don't forget, if you want to learn the basics of news.
So that was that. So is this narrative, and it's not even peculiar to Imo State. We also had a similar incident with was it Osun State or Ogun State, where they wanted to side Dangote. But how would you respond to that, Zita?
Okay. The only way I can respond to it is exposure. Lack of exposure. I think I treated this topic before here when I said that somebody was asking me, why don't people come to invest in Igbo land? And I said, it is not actually that Igbos will not allow them, but there is this aura that makes people feel they might not be accepted, even though it doesn't even encourage them to try. Now, you are talking about Igbos and Onyema and what not. Let me put it this way. It is not only the Igbos. It is actually a Nigerian thing. But I would say that Lagos State gave some, as I said before, an enabling environment. They created this market environment that brings everybody in. If other towns in Nigeria can do that, Nigeria will be well developed. Now, Onyema going to Alibo to buy land, because it's not saying dash me land. He wanted them to give him a very large portion of land where he can buy and use for his factory.
He even paid 100 million for one, and then after he bought it, they played they did that on Monile that no, it didn't belong to that person, it belongs to us, and the land is still there, he cannot settle it. And in all of that time, he's found another space in Lagos and completed his project.
Yeah, the thing is that one man, I may affirmatively call it greed and jealousy. and bitterness, because I remember vividly the words I heard from Nigerians when Dangote launched his refinery. So it's not an Igbo thing. Most Nigerians could not see the effort the man made, the intellectual capability of somebody thinking out such a thing, the love for him to place it in his country called Nigeria, because any other country would have given him a land anyway. Nigeria is not the highest oil producing country in Africa. They have those that have more oil than Nigeria. He would have gone there and they would have welcomed it because they know what it means. It means job for their people. Nigerians were not thinking about that. They were busy shouting, only one man. Are you calculating it? From here to here, from here to here, he will make this. Only one man. He bought everywhere. Is it your money? Did he steal your money to buy it? When I came with that angle, some people say Nigerian government gave him. I said, okay. Don't you know the meaning of business? A businessman will have to negotiate the one that will suit him. That's why they describe business as, at the end of the sentence of the definition of business, they say to make profit, period. So the moment somebody says business, remember that it's profit. That's what the person is looking for. So if you can go to Nigerian government and negotiate a profit for himself, and then what? You too go. Throw your business to Nigerian government and negotiate a profit. And then if you are so bad or he's so strong that Nigerian government talks only to him, and then what? Make yourself so powerful too that only you, or you kick him out and talk to Nigerian government. But all these things are things people don't put into consideration when they want to think. I know how many people I talk to concerning Dangote refinery, even in this platform, cousins, relations, friends, well-wishers in and out of Nigeria. I know what they were screwing. Only very few that said something positive. Others were like, one man, only one man, as if he's only the person in the business. So if the Southeasterners decide to behave like Nigerian, oh, look, one man, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. That's the way Nigerians behave. Let him take it to where he's been given an environment to develop, period. He's even stupid for doing that in Igbo land, because one day they might set it ablaze.
You know the relationship between the Southeast and land, you know, is a very peculiar one. They find it difficult to let go of land in the Southeast.
It's not only Southeast. It's not only Southeast. Land is an African thing. It's our identity. Maybe because we have not been able to develop to that extent that we believe there are good money elsewhere, apart from the little portion of land that is just a land, probably very barren. We've not been able, it is not an Igbo thing, it's an African thing.
Can I put a word there?
Sure.
You see, the difference between this case and what is happening in Lagos and other places is this. When Dangote wanted to cite the refinery in Lagos, the Lekki people were disturbing him. I saw a video where Fashola went there and brought all the kings and all the politicians together, and he pleaded with them and presented Dangote to them, and then warned them that if he hears them, that he would take them to court and he will deal with that. He won't even blink. I saw that video. I can look for that video and share with you.
I saw that video too.
The same thing in Ogun State too. The other people in Yewa side, when they wanted to side that fact, some people might want to protest, all the people that think they are educated people that come from there. But all the others rally around and they made it happen. So if this man had invested 100 million and this somebody from your region, look at the way Yoruba opened up to a malam to Malam to buy the amount of land there to do something. And the governor of that state cannot say, look, I must not hear that you disturb this man until the man had to move it to another place. It's like confirming what Ruben Abati was saying. And when Abati mentioned that, everybody was saying, hey, it's stupid. They were calling for him. Is it not their own son that is saying the same thing now?
When Dangote, the first place, Dangote showed interest and still showed interest again before I left Nigeria was Rivers State. Amechi was the governor there. Go and ask. Dangote wanted that big thing in Lagos in Rivers State. There is nothing Amechi did not promise him. When he finished having meetings with the kings and the villagers, the guy was like, come on, Amechi, you're only a governor for 8 years. What about when you leave? He said he's going to pass a bill, do that. The guy said he's not ready for this kind of trouble. Because the problem is in the land, not in the governor. Now, let me tell you, you think that in Fashola said was what kept them quiet. No, that's not what kept them quiet. What kept them quiet is because the area in Yoruba land is struggling to make themselves the available market. And whenever market come, they want to kick against it. They will tell them this is market too. And the people will say it's true, this is market too. But in a place that have not seen market before, when you bring it, you are telling them this is market too. They will tell you, get away. Is it my own? Is it no? Look at this idiot telling me it's market. Which market? I don't want picking where go enter. Look, my picking not giving work for that kind of company self. He go work for abroad. So I hope I'm making sense. First of all, some people are so dumb. What is Oyema going to start a business in Igbo land? If I say it, Igbo people will call me idiot. He is actually stupid to think of doing such a thing. I don't know what he wants to prove. That he is a lost son of Igbo land or what. These are people that with this chaos Nnamdi Kanu has caused there. One day they will set the factory ablaze. I am telling you, your workers will be going to work, they will be waylaid. It has happened to a lot of contractors of oil company. They waylaid them and buy them, all of them. So I don't see people who don't regard market for you to bring market in their land. If you go to Onitsha, Anambra State, those ones have created market. If you go to Aba, those ones has created market in their own small corner. So in those cities, if you bring in market, which you wouldn't have enough land for such a thing anyway, it will be welcomed. But the kind of business or the kind of factory he wants to build is factory you move into the interior. I'm not saying into far inside, into interior because of noise and all pollution and everything. So Onitsha, Aba, okay. You can have factories in those places because those people has created market. It's not an eyesore for somebody in Igbo land to go and buy 2 houses or 3 houses in Aba and bring it down and build a factory there. It doesn't really mean anything to them. They're okay with that because that's their environment. The whole of Aba is market. The same thing with Onitsha. Onitsha people will not raise an eyebrow that one man came one day, point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 old houses, price it, pay for it, bring it down and build a factory there. They won't raise an eyebrow. Why? Because that place has been treated as a market. I hope I'm sending message across. Because if you come and go to Nebuku, and say, Nebuku people, give me land, I want to be. You are talking arrogant nonsense. And that's exactly what the man wants to do. They don't understand that. Because those environments are not created in the interiors. The same thing with River State. They want you to give, if you present to them that you have money to build a factory, they want you to give them 90% of that. In fact, they felt you have 3 times that money to build that factory. So you should give them 2 and use 1 to build the factory. And they start the trouble with them. So it is what it is, one man. There is, I don't think Igbo people behave differently from any other Nigerian. It's the same thing. Let's stop it, people. That's the way they behave. Unless Prince Daddy wants to chip in anything to that. I don't talk that one finish. That's the way they behave.
All right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Is there heavy background noise coming from me?
Yes, it's like you dozed off.
No, I didn't doze off. But I switched on the heater and it's somewhat humming in the background.
Yeah.
You know, we're now back at the stage of heaters. It's just the cycle of. Let me take you let me take you to this place. Dave Umahi indicating his intentions to be president at some point. He says
How old is he?
I was just checking actually. He's 62.
Okay.
He's 62. You know, so
62 to 12 years.
Is it 12 years or is it 14 years?
I want to say 12.
Tinubu, 6 more Tinubu, 8 more from the north, so that's 14 years, isn't it? But when he came out with this, actually, my reading of it is that he was indicating towards somewhat the vice presidential slot for 2031. You know, because a lot of people feel that automatically it will go to what's it called, the FCT minister Yemsin Wike. You know, but there's the argument to say that Dave Umahi will be the vice president in 2031. So that's what I thought he was politicking to with this headline.
Okay, let me say this. Boma, can I ask you a question?
Carry on.
There are 2. Okay, let me put it this way. Are we looking for a president to deliver, or are we playing politics and ethnicity and region with our birthright?
I think we play a combination of the two, don't we?
I don't think so. Now, let me see.
Ethnicity is integral to Nigerian politics. We play ethno-politics.
Okay, let me say this. You see, one of the reasons in 2020, if I have time, I don't know how much time I have. I want to deal decisively with this topic. One of the reasons when they lined the 4 candidates in 2023, one of the reasons I keep saying Tinubu will win that election, one of the reasons people think I'm a witch, I'm not, is because among 4 of them, he is the only one that has faced a complex society, who has ruled a very complex society. But when he became president to date, I begin to understand that Nigeria is even more complex than Lagos. The guy is struggling to manage the complexity of Lagos, of Nigeria, after managing the complexity of Lagos. Now, for somebody like people who come to one man platform to weep and cry about how Nigeria should be the best it can be in the world, I will remove ethnicity. Now, in Igbo land, we do not have a complex state. believe you me, the whole 5 eastern states, none of them is complex. It's us and us alone. Even when we have northern settlements, like the market northerners that bring all manner of fruits and vegetables, they seem to stay on their own. They don't actually involve, maybe because of the way Igbos are, they don't involve with us. And even when they try, they are like pushed to one corner. Do your business and get the hell out of there. So it is not a complex society. It's actually disheartening that somebody who handled a complex society is struggling to arrange Nigeria. Struggling. I would like to make proper use of that word. Let alone somebody who did not manage a complex society. Tinubu was able to put up all these beautiful policies, although most of them are not working. Most of them, the result has not started showing. But if you look at his economic and environmental policies, they are good. Why was he able to do that? Because he has handled a complex society. He's trying to use what he did in Lagos to inject it into Nigeria. But even at that, Nigeria no be Lagos. That's all I can say. Now back to your Umahi and everything. If you want an Igbo man to rule Nigeria, there is nothing wrong with it. Any Igbo man can rule Nigeria. When their turn come,
you know, sorry, Zita, to interject you. Dave Umahi being an Igbo man is just an added bonus. In terms of the qualities that you want for a Nigerian president, he has an abundance. He's a very patriotic man. He's totally detribalized. He insists on value for money. He works to the highest possible standards, and then he crosses all the geographical space. He's an industry expert. He has a history. What he did in is it Ebonyi State was a template. What he's doing in Nigeria now is breaking. Is unparalleled or matched in the history of that country, completely reforming the way we infrastructure to the topography of that country. So there's nobody more qualified than him to be president. So the fact that it's just Igbo is just an added bonus because that ticks that box as well. It's a supremely effective man.
Okay. You called all his attributes, but you missed one thing, which is very, very important in leadership, more especially to lead a country. In all the things you mentioned, you did not mention anthropology. And that's the aspect I am actually looking at. That was why I mentioned Tinubu, I mentioned Lagos, and mentioned complicity. No matter how good you are, in fact, Tinubu's own is like an eye-opener to me. No matter how good you are, a complex society is a complex society. Because the way Nigerians behave.
But now we have different levels of complexity. Now you're comparing Lagos. Tinubu was presiding over a bunch of Yoruba people for the most part. Lagos is a microcosm of Nigeria in terms of maybe ethnic representation, but in terms of power and control, it is not the same. So why are you surprised that Tinubu may be having problem in maybe administering Nigeria as a country? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't catch you by surprise.
I'm surprised. Let me tell you why I'm surprised. Maybe you did not follow Tinubu when he was the governor of Lagos State. If you follow him when he was governor of the Lagos State, in as much as he has some few tribes in his cabinet as non-Yorubas, the leadership for the environment in which he is leading is a very complex one. Because when you come out and put a law, you are not putting the law for Yoruba people. You have to include the Hausans. You have to include all the representation of all the ethnic groups in Lagos. So that's why I said among the four, he was the only one that handled a complex society. I know why I said that. But for him to be struggling means Nigeria is even more complex than Lagos. That's what I said. Now,
by the way, if you say struggling in what sense? I don't know if he's struggling from my point of view.
You won't understand, but we're not gonna go through that route.
Please, can I interject, please?
Yeah, sorry. Before you interject, Patoski, can you check private chat? Yes, sorry. Good to see you, Joel. Come in, yeah.
Thank you very much. The issue here, one man, is I was listening to Zita before I came in, and I could not fathom why. I mean, it's been her and it's her opinion, and I respect that. One man, I posted something on the comment section. I said I rather vote a Ghanaian as president than Umahi, and I have my reasons for that. And I don't want to, because if I give my reason, it's like I'm going to take much of her time. But this will, give a prelude to what I'm going to say, later on in the show. As for Tinubu and what he did in Lagos State, I have told people, yeah, you might, these things are in the eyes, like they say, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. When I go to the new, like I said, I've always said on this show, when I go to the new area, which is the Lekki axis of Lagos, I do not see governance. I do not see leadership. And even with the demolition going on in Lagos State today, demolition is not a sign of a good leader or a sign of a state that has good leadership. It has shown over time, because at the time it started with all this, it's the marketplaces and dirts, and now they're encroaching. They're getting into areas that ought not to be. People that have their papers and still got the buildings demolished. So one man, when you talk about how Tinubu ran Lagos, or how Tinubu ran Lagos, I do not think that he ran Lagos well. And I can also see the reason why, according to Zita, that she is struggling. You cannot have all the major posts in Nigeria given to one tribe. You cannot do it. And now I heard that INEC chairman, the new INEC chairman, is going to be from the Yoruba stock. So are you asked why you are struggling? No, there's the reason why you're struggling is quite there, and everybody can see it. Thank you very much.
Hold on, Joel.
Can I interject as well?
Yes. Sorry, just give me 1 microsecond, Remy. Good to see you. Joel, I can tell you why you would vote for a Ghanaian instead of Dave Umahi. I can tell you exactly why. But I'm not going to tell you. I am going to show you. I won't tell you. I will show you. This is why you will vote for a Ghanaian instead of Dave Umahi.
There is no opinion person in Apanye State. No, be so. Anybody will say to the world, again, Holy God. What we have is to return the good things that the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done for Southeast and for Ebonyi State when the time comes. No, be so. We will not be deceived again, because the last election was a mistake, but we have come to be wiser. No, be so. I will not finish naming all that the president is doing for us. But you see the legacy projects. One, all the way from Cross River, coming to Nibe Beach, going through Afipo, going through Abom again, going through Esra South,
Yes, sir. And then we are going to be very vocal to let our people know that people are backing council without knowledge. We want to be part of a united Nigeria. We want to be treated fairly. We want to be counted. And the president is doing that. So we have no reason not to support him. We have no reason not to support, Governor Francis Ogonia Wibu. Let me tell you something. If you want to struggle for governor with Wibu,
So that's exactly why you would vote for him instead of Umahi, eh?
It's unfortunate.
Because he slams Peter Obi all the time.
No. One man. The mere fact that he calls Peter Obi shows that he knows that Peter Obi is a force to reckon with. And one man, you see, I don't give in to hypocrites. We are going to beat Umahi in his own polling booth. It is not a question of trying to come and just make noise. Look at the crowd there. He's talking about a road coming from Cross River to where? You get part of Ebonyi, then up to the north. What about the road from Enugu to Onitsha? What about the numerous federal roads that we have in the southeast that have not been touched? And this moron of a man is building coastal highway from Lagos to Calabar, when the inner roads in every part of Nigeria is calling for help. One man, look, let me tell you something. You have to know about Umahi. You see, it's the same thing Peter B was talking about. You cannot just build infrastructure without building the people that are going to enjoy it. What is the state of the Ebonyi airport? It's practically not usable. How much was sunk in that airport? One man, look, you can do all these things you're doing. Go to Ebonyi State, look at the human capital development. Look at the human beings. They are purely agrarians. So you cannot tell me that because that he knows, yeah, I will give it to him.
So is there anything wrong with being agrarian? No.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying. No. But in the society, Pato, see, there's nothing being an agrarian economy. But you see, what kind of investment was made into agriculture during his tenure?
I know he was developing. Yeah, he was developing the rice.
See, with Abakaliki, we've always known Abakaliki's olden days for rice.
Yeah, he was developing the rice.
And then yes. So, but no. We've always known Abakaliki to produce rice ever since. So, what kind of investment did he make in that rice production?
Okay,
even in other areas, hold on, please let me learn. Even in other areas of agriculture, even in education and other areas, are all of them going to be agrarians? No. So my point is just this, right? He built all those infrastructure without the people to enjoy, without empowering the people to enjoy it. So the structures you see there are just there being kept alive by government funding. But for some of them that they don't have control over, it is dilapidating. So let us look at these people, deeply, not on the surface level.
You have been talking for a long time. Let us also make.
I've not been talking for a long time. I hate the way you come into people, you badge into people. I was just talking and I said, let me learn, and you come in, and you can just come in. You can come in and make your statement without being degraded. Please respect yourself.
All right, gentlemen, let's do it this way. Since the room is filling up a bit, we do 5 minutes monologue, and just to get everybody in quickly. Prince Daddy was here earlier, but Prince, with your permission, we'll start with Remy, who I think wanted to speak anyway. So Remy, give us like a 5 minutes monologue. So Remy to Prince Daddy, BT, Joel, Hassan. So Remy, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good morning from here. I've been listening for a while now, and I think that as most of the last speaker's submission, probably, I'm sorry to say this, was totally based on envy and also a little bit emotional. We have to look at things objectively. When you are saying a governor of a state that take their internal revenue from practically 500 million to more than 5 billion does not do nothing. When you are talking about a governor that turned the face of Victoria Island, which is mostly being overflown by the Atlantic Ocean, when you are talking about a governor that laid the foundation for the Eco-Atlantic City, when you are talking about so many things, like about the BRT buses and so many other things he has done, and at the same time you are saying nothing he has done, I think sometimes we should be objective in when we are making our submission. And when we are comparing what Umahi has done, Umahi have turned the face of Ebonyi totally. If what Umahi has done in Ebonyi, when you look at their state capital, if your principal have done the same thing in Anambra, at least you cannot compare the state capital of Oka with Abakaliki. You see the standard road, most of the things he has done there. If they are agrarian society, if he has developed a lot of inner roads, that's a very good plus for the farmers. It makes it easier for them to bring the farm produce to the cities and probably to other cities of Nigeria. So I think Umahi is doing a wonderful job. Comparing him as a governor, to me, he surpassed Yoruba more than 70%. And when you are comparing what he has done as a works minister, he is doing fantastically well. And when you are comparing federal projects all over the place, you cannot do all the project at once. I see they are renovating some, they are building new ones.
Sorry, Jare. You know this man built a fertilizer blending plant in Ebonyi State.
Yes, he even built a new market place for them in Abakaliki. A very big shopping mall like that, and a very good university.
And who is occupying it? The problem with you guys is that you guys just say he built it. Who is occupying those shops? Have you seen the occupants of those shops? You guys are just saying, just making. You can't just build stuff and you can't have people have to make use of those infrastructure.
Joe, let him disagree with you. But let him disagree with you. But guys, since Patoski, I left you a note about rational mind also here. So, gentlemen, please please shut it down when you are done. And I need to go to bed. So the running note again. Remy, Joel of Nashville, BT. Remy rather, Prince Daddy, BT, Joel of Nashville, Hassan. Rational mind there as well.
One man. Just go to bed.
Yes.
At this point, I mean, you bypassed me twice on this program. I mean,
no, I didn't bypass you. I went with the other people came in.
How can you call it? I was here before Remy, but
no, you were here before Remy, but Remy was pushing to speak, so I just had to. Yeah.
You see, Nigerians, this is the problem with Nigeria. You see, this unfairness towards it.
The more garagara you do, the more garagara you do in Nigeria, you get the best spot. That's the thing. So
that's how they work. I wish you were here earlier. We were eulogizing about your governor, who seems to be doing excellent things. The super chatters, Team Jack right there, and then Hassan rattles it off as he seems to be doing regularly now. So that's Hassan. That's Hassan. Hold on, that's Hassan. Let me just run this through. That's Hassan. That's still Hassan. This is Hassan who, this is not a super chat, but Hassan has been a signed up member of the platform now for a month. So that acknowledges that. So that's Hassan still continuing with the super chat. That's Ja Unzola who came in. And then that's Hassan who matches Ja Unzola right there. So it's pretty much Hassan, Hassan, Tima Jack, and Ja Unzola. So thank you to those. Still that space open. Anybody that wants to do that, do that. Yeah, you wanted to say BT before I bail.
It was just one thing Pato was saying, and sorry, when he was talking about land issue in the east or that region. if anybody should, people should take time to go and read the court case of what is going on with Ibom. It's a very sad, because that Ibom thing was supposed to be in Oram, and they kind of they sabotage each other, where the Chinese company backed out, the French company also backed out. So it's not a lose-lose situation. You don't get what you want, I don't get what I want. So who won? Nobody won. So even the communities are kind of going after each other behind the scenes and destroying each other's opportunity to get the foreign investment. But it was to Pato's point about the land thing that they were saying. That's what I came on to say. But Remy, go ahead with your.
Stay there so that you can speak on Ogun State. What actually brought it forward? Sorry, Remy, you're from Ogun State as well, so this probably equally applies to you. It was actually Patoski eulogizing about Ogun State. They seem to be doing great and big things now, bringing Chinese firms. And then there was this clip that we played. That let me play you the clip actually as I leave.
I was speaking to somebody recently, right, in another manufacturing in another country, and the person is saying, "Look, I've got my council people come to me several times to tell me, how's your business going? How you doing? Are there any support that you need? You know, what do we want? What can we do to like support your business and all that stuff?" Where is that happening? I don't know. Have you experienced it before?
I actually have. And
Sorry,
I must. I don't know. Am I allowed to shout out states? Am I allowed to shout out states?
Shout out to tax narrow.
Ogun State is the best state for manufacturing, in my view. Yes, Ogun State is a very supportive pro-manufacturer. Having operated in Lagos versus Ogun, because I think it's part of a strategy. It's actually part of a statewide agenda to take manufacturing from Lagos and even the roads that have been built. I believe they're strategic. We are in an industrial cluster where we run on gas, so we actually are benefiting from infrastructure and investments that have been made prior. And even there is an agency that supports your entry into the state, and that agency has been very helpful to me. So there are some states that are serious, and I think when we're talking about business agenda for Nigeria federal, I actually would love to see more states be more intentional about how they're attracting industry and people into the state. And I think Ogun State is doing a very good job of that.
Okay. Maybe let's look at this differently, Afi. So if you look at how Nigeria is set up, it's beginning to look like maybe Lagos is not a manufacturing state.
Yeah.
Shouldn't probably. So it's not, because of the way, it's almost like saying you want to go and site a manufacturing plant in New York.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So it probably might not work for you. So Ogun State seems to be, leading. Which northern states do you think represent anything?
Kaduna is an excellent example. I can speak to. Of course, I have my best friend who operates out of Kaduna, and the government has even gone as far as building roads into her farm because of the level of impact that farm and factory has on the community. Kaduna, even before.
And the answer to that is very simple. Ogun State is Nigeria's industrial capital, just like Shandong is China's industrial capital. We obviously have so many things in common. Ogun State is West Africa's trade gateway, where
okay, let me continue. Glory to God. If you do not know Ogun State before, even before this time around,
bring your friends, so come and learn work from Ogun State. How we really manufacture all this. Come and learn remanufacturing, Joel.
Okay, even if you don't know Ogun State before now,
Baba T, my people also are manufacturing in Ogun State, so we are all there. Am I lying? Remy, am I lying? Are there no Igbo companies in Ogun State?
And we are helping you.
Can I finish my submission?
We are helping you.
Ogun State.
Okay.
Ogun State welcome everybody with investment purposes to develop the state. And even before now, Ogun State has been the industrial hub of Nigeria for a long time. The Tory axis have a lot of manufacturing sector. And when you also look at Ogun State, we also have vast land for agriculture. And I even thank God that our governor listened when we criticize him heavily. And that is the hallmark of people who knows what they want. And we're able to lend our voices that it's not doing the right thing. And it changed and it turned around. And I also want to bring it to your notice. More than 50 billion investment is coming from Brazil to Ogun State again. They are going to do what we call big mechanized farming. We got a chunk of it, the other chunk go to Niger State. So if your governor is not proactive, so don't blame other governors that are really working hard. So the point is this: I think some Nigerian states, because of land, sometimes they do not see the future. They only see what can benefit them immediately. I do not see why a person like Dangote want to invest in your city, where it's going to create millions, thousands of jobs for your indigene, and then you chase him away. If Dangote built that refinery in Ogun State today, don't you think that the money or taxes we are going to be collecting from him, the job is going to create for our people? But now he took it to Lagos State. I think that instead of fighting among ourselves, instead of hatred unnecessary, it's supposed to sit down. Look at, for example, look at what Umahi did in Ebonyi, and look at what the Enugu State government is also doing. The people should make the environment more friendly so that people can come in and invest. Not everybody, like I said before, you guys always said there's a godfather. I wish there is 6 godfathers in Nigeria like Tinubu. And they are doing the same thing in each region. So we are going to have 6 super states. And the people can have option of, if I don't want to go to Lagos, I can go to this place and also realize my Nigerian dream. Why is it only Lagos that people have to go to realize their Nigerian dream? That is not good enough. I will rest there so that other people can talk, because more and more people.
To the manufacturing thing, thank you, Elder Remy, for that beautiful summation. I mean, Ogun State being a very great state, doing well. But we don't self-sabotage, I mean, at the community level. And I think that's one of the issues they're having in the South. Even the Ogoni thing, if you follow that story closely, is more self-sabotaging each other. So, but if you need a real leader amongst you to resolve this community disputes and to bring people together and to see the opportunities in your own area and then expand on that. So I think that's just that's just part of having that. But Joel, it's all jokes aside. But because when people discuss manufacturing and production, they don't bring up Ogun State for I don't know, and people. So I mean, we've always been that even since the 80s. It's always been Ogun State, but we don't just go online and brag about our greatness. I mean, it's there for everybody to see, but let's not brag too much. We have more work needs to be done. By next year, by the way, we should be dominating that textile industry. That's the one I'm really looking forward to. My friend from Kaduna is really angry. He said they were the ones running that thing in the 80s. That thing collapsed. Ogun will be taking over Africa very soon, and I look forward to that in that central axis and the opportunities that it comes to. But we need to work on those schools, Remy. Technical schools, when it comes to, because you need those workers. So I really want to see why they will cite
those ones are coming up now.
We need to, and we need them now.
Technical schools are coming up. Then the ICT polytechnics
they have the one in Ijaba now.
There's Diaba. But one thing I think, sorry to cut you, one thing I think, Joel, you need to notice is this. You see, some of those infrastructures that we are now talking about in Ogun State today, they were not just built today. This Oguduagwandon and all these free trade zones were built by Bengadane in 2003 to 2007. At that time, we all thought he was wasting money. That's the truth. We all thought he was wasting money.
Now.
The cargo airport, we thought, look at him. Babati, you remember one thing that he was trying to do? And I regret that they didn't allow him to do it. This deep sea port, he was trying to do it towards the tail end of his regime. And he needed to borrow money, and Egbeto and the rest were fighting and say, he wanted to see money. You can imagine if we had it then. Look at all the revenue we would have lost now. Now, the point is that all these things that you say, Umahi built this one, who are the people there? Don't worry. That was how Begadane built one market on that Owode road. You remember that time? Free trade, export free zone. He built a market there. People thought that it was a waste. But down the line, If you have the money now, build it.
Yeah,
So
you
when
know,
the new come in the
nobody,
future, then people will take it.
no Nigerian. Even though if you want some roads in your own area, I understand that, but the value that this quota road will bring to all Nigerians is way more than what you benefit from your inner roads now. But you must look at that long term. It's a long term project that will benefit everybody. But to say they should not build it because some inner roads
To
are.
say it's a waste,
I don't understand why you will even think that way. But that
why
you
are you
must
going
think
to
also.
university?
Yeah.
Is it not for long term? Why can't you just go and learn one small trade for 1 year and start making money?
Badowski, Babati, by the way, I disagree with you that the coastal road will be more beneficial than building the inner roads. I have never said that the coastal roads are not important. I'm talking about priority, and I've always maintained my stance on this issue. I have never said that they shouldn't build it, but I am saying that when I see the amount of trucks falling in Benin City, in the east, in the south, I believe that we should, build the inner road first because that's where you have more
They are
people
doing actually.
than your coastal
Inner
roads.
roads are the responsibility of
You understand what I'm
governors.
saying?
Responsibility of
I'm talking about the federal roads that are inner roads.
Yeah. They are building
That's what I'm talking
that.
about. They are dead traps.
They are building that.
For me, sorry, Babati.
That
I think those inner roads belong to the federal government. The federal government should just hand off and give it to the state.
No.
Totally.
There are some inner roads
It does not
that
make
he's
sense.
talking about. Let's give you an example. That Shagamu Benin Road is a federal road.
It's
But
being
let me
built
tell you one
now.
thing. Let me tell you something. It's federal road. Let me tell you one thing. I'm
Okay,
even
guys,
driving.
let me put in my 2 minutes so I can be done. Yes, I'm supposed to come.
No,
Let me just
before
land
I
this
put you
point. Let me land this point.
because
Let me land this point. That Lagos Benin Road, for example, is an inner road, but it's a federal road. But don't you think that when we build this coastal road, you can even close down that Lagos Benin Road and concentrate and build instead of you now have a place you can divert traffic to still reach Benin and all those other areas. But
But
if you
how
are
many
building that
houses
road
do you
now,
think are under houses? What are you talking about? You close down Benin Shagamu Expressway because you
if
build a
you
coastal
finish,
road?
No,
you can temporarily close
no,
it.
he's talking about
temporary.
closing down for repairs, and people can do
Temporary
You
that.
can
where you are
temporarily close it for construction. Because if you are doing construction, the traffic will not be very good on that road. But if you have an alternative road like the coastal road, it's easier for you to do that repair that you need
They
to
are
do on
doing it.
Lagos
No,
Benin Road.
they are doing the repair. I saw the video of Angola one today. They're actually building that Benin but they are using the concrete thing. They're not doing asphalt. The
Which is
Shagamu,
good.
it's being done now. I saw the video. The guy went there and was posting that they are building it, but they are using concrete. Now
But
they're not doing asphalt.
Tinubu they try. And they criticize them.
So Joel, they're actually building those things.
Yeah,
But
they try.
the reason why it's slow is because hold on. The reason why it's slow is because David Umahi does not want to go with asphalt. He wants to do concrete. The same thing that they're doing with the coastal road. So it might appear that it's slow, but it's being done. I've seen videos of that, of the YouTuber going to those construction. So that might not be too. But I'm saying that you can work and chew gum at the same time. But to me, the benefit of that coastal road, you have to do it even when it's difficult. You need that road to open up those that part of Nigeria. You need to open up those spaces for economic activities and
But see, do you know that coastal road now they are doing construction in 5 states simultaneously now?
I saw
both
the
Cross
videos.
River, Ogun, we can see clearly now.
They can finish that thing because the difficult part is the Lagos part. Once you leave Lagos, that thing is just you can just go like miles a day in construction. So for them to do 5, they can do 5 within 4 years. That would be an amazing achievement. That means that they can finish up this thing in 7 to 8 years. Then, so that would be.
I also think because of the population growth in Nigeria, I think opening up this coastal road, they can deliberately encourage housing estate to go and build along the highway too, so that they can move a lot of people to. We can create new town or new cities.
Remy, town planning. You see, this is my worry with that thing. Town planning. You will not make the same mistake all over again. That's my own concern with all these new. They are opening up all these new cities now. But town planning, we will still have the same issue that we don't have in Lagos.
The issue we are having is that
worry.
the land belongs to the people. In some of these developed countries, the land belongs to the government. Even in China, the land belongs to the government. But when the land belongs to the people, you always see this argument that always comes up every time.
Remy, listen to me. These are prime lands. You cannot afford to make the same mistake you've made in Lagos and other places. You must plan this. You must work together with state and local government councils to plan these areas. You can't F it up like other places. They're close to the coast. If you mess it up, you will pay the price.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. Absolutely. Yeah. That is the price they are paying in Lekki now. Because they did not plan very well. See, every time there is water, everywhere is flooded.
So, Remy,
yes,
what you're saying is that Lagos State will keep quiet and watch people build houses. When the houses are completed, either people are already living in there or it's ready to be lived in, they'll go and pull it down.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is that part of the fault the Lagos State should bear, because when these people, I don't know how they get their approval. Some people said they get approval from federal government. How can you get approval from federal government to build an property in Lagos? I do not understand.
Because that trade belongs to federal government. That trade complex area belongs to the federal government. Not Lagos State.
Okay, guys, I'm tired. Let me just talk.
Okay, Baba, you can go ahead, please. Yeah.
If I let you guys get, we talk for 1 hour and let me in. Anyways, yeah, that's where it goes. These guys are just, anyways. This actually goes to BT and Remy, actually BT especially. So BT, just less than a year ago, you had me on the bandwagon, also criticizing Dr. Abiodun that is a hopeless governor. He doesn't do this and that. Is the perhaps the worst governor in Nigeria. And today, you all are giving Dr. Abiodun all the credit in the world. With everything going on. With everything going on in Ogun State. And something tells me, if that been the case, it's not possible. Less than a year ago, you were criticizing this governor, and everything is being given credit for right now, or to right now, could not have been done in less than 1 year, even 2 years.
No. Yes. The last 8 months, it has changed completely. That's
my point. It's not possible that everything you're giving him credit for today were done in the last 8 months. It's impossible. It's impossible.
The one they are giving is different though. When it comes to road, I don't care. See, my thing is this: as a governor, if you build roads, I don't care about roads. That's your job, anyways. What I'm giving it credit for is the business that is bringing in this past 8 months alone.
But that didn't happen overnight, BT. That didn't happen overnight. It's something that's been in the works. There must have been something he's been planning on. Strategy.
No, because you can track it. That Brazil thing was not last year. It was this year alone. This was done in February when it went
but that one hasn't materialized yet. That one hasn't materialized yet.
We're talking about when you build roads and all these things. It's your job. I don't care. But when you can bring in businesses and I can see it, then I give you credit for that. So I am sticking to the business. That's what I want. Not building roads and building. I don't care about that one. That's your job anyways. But bring in business, bring in money from foreign government, then I will give you credit. But over this last
the infrastructures are attracting the business.
I know, but it's your job now.
For that,
but it's your job. You're supposed to do that anyways.
No, other governors even contributed to it. OGD, Amosu.
So those
that
one is not like
they are not with credit alone.
But when it comes to bringing in all this, bringing in 2.1 billion, that was done in February now. When we went to Brazil with Tinubu, even Lagos give them credit for their hangout with this guy, the airpiece guy. That was all done in February this year, and within 6 months they're already building at the airport. So that takes skills, that takes negotiation. That means you put in work to make it happen. That's
having an office readily available to people wanting to enter into Ogun State for manufacturing. Are you saying this was done like in less than 8 months ago? It hasn't been in place for.
My brother, I'm not. Trust me. You should know. I know. I'm not kidding. This last 8 months, the guy has done some shit that I could mostly with Brazil. For some reason, that trip to Brazil in February changed a whole thing for Ogun State. When it comes to remember, when it comes to agro processing, it's also Brazilian company as well. When it comes to textile, it's also Brazil. It's Brazil and China. When it comes to the one that Pato was mentioning, it's also Brazil. So that trip to Brazil, early part of this year, has changed a lot for Ogun State. So we didn't want.
Okay, I got it.
So I'm saying, I don't know what happened to him within this last 8 months. For you to do this within 7 or 8 months, and so you get it done in February. You've been there by March, sign a deal, and within 5 or 6 months they are beginning to construct. That is amazing to me, and we want more governments to be able to do that.
Babati, we should also give credit to Tinubu for Brazil. Please, Daddy, we should give credit to Tinubu for Brazil now, because
I agree. Yeah,
they are building that in.
Joel of Nashville.
Oyema,
are you
there? Joel, this guy from your side, Oyema.
I'm here.
That hangar. No, hold on. Pato, hold on.
I said I'm here. I'm listening.
That hangar. Sorry, hold on. That hangar in Lagos will change things for Nigeria, because you have a hangar in Lagos that people will bring their plane in to repair from across Africa and the world in Lagos. That changes that industry completely. You can now fly to African countries to it. They are doing a lot, but that trip to Brazil, for those that keyed in, as governors that keyed into that trip, they are benefiting as the states. That really changed many things for many things in Nigeria.
Babati, in addition, President Babati, in addition, please just acquire another Bombardier from Brazil again. Make it like four. What are we talking about? I don't know why
if Obi wants to go to Brazil now, he will not go with those governors. He will say, "Oh, cost of governance. I'm the only one that has been invited. All of you stay back." I've seen Obedience criticize. Tinubu that why do you travel? Why are you traveling to all these states?
There are two trips that happened though this year. Forget January and February. The trip to India, China, and Brazil. If your government did not go, I'm sorry for your state, because everybody that went to those 3 trips are benefiting now within 68 months. Every governor that went there got something.
Okay.
$1 billion is going to Niger State.
So we're talking earlier about was it Onyema or whomever the person was that was trying to build acquire some land to build some facility in the southeast, and the southeasterners or the landowners fought against it. So and he went to he came to Lagos or whatever, and
that is utter rubbish. I don't believe that.
Let me line my point. At least I believe it. I'm just trying to relay what the storyline was. So, and Madazita said no, that it's not that problem is not a southeastern problem. It's a Nigerian problem. That sometimes people, because of selfish reasons, don't want to give up their land for government or business development. Okay, fine. And I was going to make a point also. About a year or two ago, Amazon was trying to build its second headquarters in New York City, right? And the New Yorkers, especially the what do you call it? Some of politicians and some activists, they protested against Bezos building that facility worth billions of dollars. It was going to get about $3 billion also in incentives, and that project was supposed to bring about 25,000 plus jobs to New York City. Anyway, they shut it down and took it elsewhere to go build it. So the reason I brought that up was to say, is that really an African or Nigerian problem when people rise up against government or businesses trying to take over their land or come into that community?
Hold on, let me answer him. It's anybody who is an offspring of an underdeveloped country behaves that way.
Yes,
you know who fought for that Amazon to be shut down. So you know the answer.
Prince, I just told you a few minutes ago, you guys, what happened with Ibom Seaport. you had two companies coming in with funds, and you know federal government, they only provide matching funds. They don't fund the whole thing. If you can get investment, they will come. It is the people themselves that are sabotaging the project. They are the ones in court bogging the thing down. And if I want to invest in a project, they backed out now, not because of federal government, not even because of the state, but because of the community themselves. That's the issue.
Babati, Babati, I believe that if the government wants to build, if they are serious about building a seaport in Ibom, they're going to do it.
No, or on God,
they're going to do it. In Lagos State, hold up, please. In Lagos State, when they were doing the coastal road, there were resistance. There were resistance, and the people were paid. Hold on, the people were paid. The people were paid.
Okay,
there is one that was. Yeah. So the thing there is that, see, I see this as a grand design. The one going to the airplane hangar being built in Lagos State, I see it as a design. All this talk about there was no land in the southeast. I mean, we keep hearing this mundane talk from people who've never been to the southeast. And in fact, I've heard one of us was saying that where is the land? And I'm like,
no,
Joel, in Imo State. Hold on, in Imo State. In Imo State. Hold on. In Imo State. In Imo State.
Before you
I
go
can
far,
tell you.
Let's correct you. It was not the federal government that was saying there's no land. It was Oyema himself that said he went to Enugu and to approach them that he wanted to build. The governor Iguayi then was ready to give him land. The indigenes were the ones that were opposing him. So he had to go to Anambra. And in Anambra, he paid hundreds of millions of naira to acquire a land around the airport. After paying for that land, the indigenes were telling him that the state does not own that land, that he should be careful. He didn't tell us whether he got his money back or not. So at that point, he felt very insecure and he had to go with Lagos. It wasn't the federal people, it was Onyema himself, the son of the soil.
It wasn't even federal government.
I saw Pato. I saw the excerpt from
so how you
right.
blaming
But the issue is this. Now? I think the truth is not being said. Look, for someone like
he was lying by saying
hold on. For someone like Emso, hold on. For someone like Emso, right? She has a factory in Lagos. When she wanted to do the one in Ogun State, people were telling her, sorry, come to the southeast and build. She refused. Reasons best known to him, best known to her. So when I talk about this land issue, we also had that with orange drops. And we were saying,
people look at the security problem too, beyond the land. In recent time, people look at the security problem. You don't want to go and put up a factory place where
the term is the security. If you tell me security, I will believe. I will. Look, Patowski, I'm a very fair person, right? I'm a very fair person. If you are telling me that the reason why you don't want to go to the southeast, especially not the whole of Igbo State, but that axis, that Idato axis, Olo axis that has a connection with Anambra State. If you're telling me because of insecurity in that axis, you don't want to be in that axis, fine, I will understand. But what happened to Abia? What happened to Enugu? What happened to Ebonyi? So my point is just this, and someone was saying that it's because it should be close to where they have the flight. Oh, come on now. Enugu to Lagos to Enugu is about 40 minutes flight.
Joel,
so they can relate.
Joel, hold on. Are you saying that Oyema really never wanted to build that? They were just making an excuse?
No, he wasn't coming to.
Okay, that's
he just paid for the land in.
No, I'm only asking because I knew about that deal last year. Enugu, okay, that Enugu thing has been there since last year. I don't know what happened, but person that is community. But I thought it was going to be in Enugu, but I don't know what happened there where he changed his mind. But because what I read last year was that the plan was to build that hangar in Enugu. So I don't know what happened. But
it doesn't matter. I mean, Lagos is still Nigeria, so I mean, it's
But
not
what of
only.
Anambra now? You said you bought a land in Anambra.
Okay.
That you've already paid for the land.
And this is the thing, Padoski, when it comes to Anambra, we've had a useless governor in Obi'Ano. We have a useless professor in Soludo. So when people are talking, you see, if you take that of Anambra, I may agree, right? Because the people we have in Anambra, especially the governors, especially these two, Obi'Ano and Soludo. Oh my goodness!
Joel, I
mean,
was shocked that Soludo, of all people that did not go to Brazil, why did Soludo not go to Brazil with them? That really, I was really shocked. Like,
I made that case here. That this guy does not know anything about governance. People were attacking me that he's the next thing after Agege bread. He's the next best thing after Agege bread. I said, guys, look, let me tell you, Soludo is a failure.
Joel,
in his 1 year anniversary, Obasanjo came. He had a gathering. I think that was when P2P walked in or something. I don't know, but one of those. Obasanjo came and he created that location. In that occasion, what's his name? Soludo was talking about building that. Yeah, man, what I need to build in Anambra State. Thinking of building train in the Sky Train, in Onisha and this thing. A moron will not get train for ground. They won't build Sky Train. Look, let me tell you guys, and when I say these things, people will say, "Oh, he wants to build it. Who knows tomorrow?" You have to prioritize yourself. Under P2P, Anambra State was number 1. Today, Anambra is number 26. In Wayek and Neko. Abia State, number 1 in Neko.
Joel.
No, see, let me tell you something. Please, Babati, let me just land this point, please. Because this is my state. And when I see what is happening in other states, I feel so bad. If Onyema, if P2P was the governor, and Onyema said he wanted to cite Anambra State, consider it done. If he needs 2-3 lanes of road to that point of manufacturing or service, Obi will do it. And that is what Obi did for many companies, including this innocent we are celebrating today. So when we look at governors, I thank God that what's his name, the governor of Ogun State is waking up. Even though I feel that Ogun State is becoming somewhat like Lagos State. You don't need to be a genius to attract investment into those two states. You don't need to be a genius. But when you look at the Southeast, I have said it, our biggest problem is leadership. It's not like I'm blaming any person. I'm not blaming any person. I have looked inwards from the people they call the local government chairman to our governors, to the House of State of, I don't know if you have any. They are a bunch of bloodsuckers.
Joel, let me ask you a question, please. Let me ask you a question.
Hold on. See, but simply having a fertile ground doesn't mean that crops are going to just magically grow on it. So if you blame the Southeast for not having a good leadership, but in Ogun State, for example, where even though you're trying to take credit from them, being having the proximity to Lagos State, that they're not doing much, that anybody could do it. I disagree. You got to give credit to the leadership in Ogun State for making things happen. Okay. If you think leadership is a problem in the Southeast,
you can't diminish it. But Joel, sorry, please, I apologize, please. Give me 1 second. Joel, when Soludo was campaigning, right, his thing was he wants to turn your state to Taiwan. If you remember, that was his old campaign thing. So what I'm asking is that why was it not then joining Tinubu on all these foreign trips? If you want to make your state Taiwan, you should be the one with him on all these trips. But I don't see him in Japan with them.
Babati, no, they make me vex. Babati, no, they make me vex. No, they make me vex. No, you're talking about Taiwan, Japan, Taiwan. Have you seen the kind of food? You see. My ex-girlfriend. Let me explain. Make I explain. Give you my brother. Make I explain. Give you. It's spending me, and it's bothering me the way it's bothering you. Let me say this. Do you know that let me just add my point. Let me just add this point. Let me add this point, right? When you look at Soludo, right? When he made that promise of Japan, Taiwan, in my mind, I knew that it wasn't going to be possible. But at least give us something, not even close, even if it's 50% or 60%. I think that is even too much. Give us like 30-40%. And where am I talking about? What am I talking about? Let the roads have drainages. Let the roads have what they call it, good landscaping. Look at the kind of food Soludo is building. Is that a road that is going to be in the Japan Taiwan? And it's almost going for his second tenure. So this is 4 years. 4 years is gone. 4 years is gone. You could not use not even one futuristic building. Not one futuristic building. No one futuristic building. Soludo did not build. Not one. And you telling me that you want to build Japan Taiwan, you want to build Skytree, but you don't have street on the street. You cannot even do a line from Lagos State.
So let me wrap up. Okay, George, let me wrap up. So on the issue, on the last couple of points, hold on. I watched a video about maybe 5 years ago or so, or maybe longer. It was about a Southeasterner guy. He has a YouTube channel. He made a video about a brand new market that was built in Abia. I can't remember the name of the market. It's quite popular, I think. It was
Area markets.
Okay, it was rebuilt from scratch. Okay, I think maybe that's the name. But anyway, the guy made a video, went around the market, talked about the new facility, how clean and everything was. But at the end of the day, the guy was disappointed, saying that it's underutilized. It was like underutilized in such a great manner. The guy couldn't understand it. That everybody runs to other places, Lagos and everywhere else. But here's a brand new market here in Abia State, and the marketers, the market people or the sellers are not occupying it. What is the problem? Okay, before I wrap up, I'm going to leave that. Hold on. Let me finish. You can answer that question. That's a question for you, Madam Zita. But last I was going to say, somebody made a reference earlier. I think it was Patowski. You know, there's one thing about people that you don't care for, Joel, from Soludo to these other people. Anyone that the point here is that anyone that opposes Peter Obi, including his best advocate, Kennedy Concord, that was #1 advocate for Peter Obi in the last election that you've turned against because he's maybe saying things not favorable towards Peter Obi. So there's a pattern that's developed. Anyone that's ever gone against Peter Obi tends to be an enemy of yours or someone that you don't consider or regard. So
you want me to respond, please, because you made two serious allegations, but it's okay.
But anyway, Brandon, and respond. That's it.
Okay. The issue is this. You also have to understand. Are you hearing me? I think somebody's making noise in the background. But you also have to understand the core of the obedient movement. We are not in it so that we can sing hallelujah for Obi all the time. We criticize him. We do criticize him even today. But many of them, no. We do. No. Patowski. 2 weeks ago. Hold on now. 2 weeks ago, I've always, if there's anything Obi did wrongly, I'll call it out, right? Not like the one, not the one that he said my brother, not my brother owned, my dear brother, and Reno was having an erection.
No, now.
But no. Hold on, Patowski, hold on.
Make I talk my own, make I go now. When I don't talk things now, make I talk now.
Let this man say something that is wrong.
Hassan, just give me 1 minute.
I want go work. I want go work. Time they don't break now.
Talk. Go ahead, talk.
Make I just talk my own.
Talk now.
Okay. I've been hearing where the angle that everybody is coming from. Now there's something that I think all of us here, let me not remove myself, that do not really understand about some laws that we have in Nigeria. I know some of you that live in Western countries understand that, like, there is HSE, there is EPA in the United States, things like that. Okay, so if you are going to do anything, whatever it is you want to do, a building, a market, a refinery, whatever, you have to do an ECR. What an ECR is environmental and social impact assessment. And what that is essentially is you anticipate the risks that you are going to carry when you do such a project. That is where you look at the culture of the people, how they will interact. Is there a possibility of violence? Is there security issues of fragility? And how good is the soil? You take an environment analysis and a social analysis, then you submit to the Ministry of Environment. That is the due process. That is the law in Nigeria. Now, if at some point during your investigations you meet a brick wall, whether culturally or environmentally, and then that will not make that investment to be sound. So it doesn't, like, if at all a project is made and then it failed, then somebody skipped something, like they did not do their due diligence. That is just the reality of it. Well, we are not a law-abiding country, we all know that, but at least we should all know that, yes, like, if you see somebody failing, then he didn't do his due diligence. And it's true that culturally, some people will not allow you to and that also counts. Like, if the people are not welcoming, then there is no ownership. Then that means you cannot mitigate such a problem. Your control has to be to take it somewhere else fitting. That is just the reality. And if it's an environmental thing, then you might mitigate that with some other impact, or that the government will approve of, and then they give you your certificate to continue whatever project you are doing, whether it is a personal law or it's a business or whatever. So let's just get ourselves acquainted with the law, and the reality is that when you apply these laws, then you see that some places will naturally get more investment than others. So let me just say that, and bye everybody. And Madam Zita, shout out to you, Madam Zita, for always standing by the Nigerian Army. I stand with everybody, anybody that stands with the Nigerian Army. God bless them, may God protect them as they keep protecting all of us. Amen, amen, amen. Good morning, everyone, and yeah, don't you go. Bye bye.
Good morning, Wazobia. Bye bye. So please, let me just land. Just give me 1 minute. Let me land, please. Let me land my point before you came in.
Sorry, mention one thing that Obi has ever done wrong. Mention one. I want you to mention one today.
One thing that he ever done wrong. If there's anything, if there's anything like I've castigated Obi, I think he would have been more. I wish he was more direct.
As governor,
in his message.
Tell me one thing.
No. As governor, no. I don't have anything against you as a governor.
Wow.
He was a great governor. I am not saying that he was a perfect person, but he was a great governor, and I did. I mean, you say I never done anything wrong. The stuff that I see that Peter B did as governor was good. So when you say telling me that I should look for something to make it. I mean, I don't know. Don't tell me. Somebody said beer factory. So hold on. Somebody said beer factory, right? Hold on. Somebody said beer factory, right? Patoski. And I said, hold on now. And I said the same beer factory is in Ogun State. Beer factory. Ogun State. But the person that brought another state. No. Patoski, there's nothing I can tell you when he was a governor.
Let me represent my question. It looks the way you are sounding now, because the answer you give to this question will affect the way people will see you and the way I will perceive you.
That's no wahala.
Tell me.
No wahala. I'm ready.
Has Obi ever done? Tell me one thing that Obi has ever done wrong.
He has not. I've not seen him do anything wrong. As a governor, no. As a politician, hold on, please. Hold on. As a politician,
are you serious right now?
As a governor, as a governor, no. As a politician, I can tell you that I wish he was more direct. Right now, I think he should have, even with the coalition going on, he should have been straightforward with his demands and stop trying to baby the likes of Atiku and every other person. If you come in, you give them what you want. You tell them your stuff. If they don't take it, you move on to the next place. That's the thing. That's my only problem with it.
Let me ask you one thing. That the way did you watch his address to the Catholic bishops, and the way he used the church against the people, say, "Church, take your country back," or is called to Bishop Oyedepo. Do you think that was wrong? Since it's only political that you want to address, I was a member of Winners Chapel in Nigeria, so I don't have any issue with Oyedepo. Do you think that was wrong? Do you think that was wrong?
Till today, Oyedepo said, I've denied it.
Oyedepo has never spoken about it. So
okay, they decide to ignore it. So if they decide to ignore it, I'm not the one.
I say you okay.
Forget about it. Hold on. I am not the one. I am not the one. I am not the one to judge
bishop. The video where you address Catholic bishop and told them,
yes,
take your country back. Do you think that was
wrong? No.
Do you think that was wrong?
No. The church, the Catholic, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Can I talk now? You ask me. Hey, let me talk now. Let me talk. You ask me a question. It cannot be a yes or no. Now we're having a conversation. I be with the courts. We know the courts. Let me give you just a little background to it. The issue there is this: the Catholic people or Christians are members of Nigeria, and it is not only there that he said, go and take back your country if you are fair to Obi and fair to yourself. Hold on, please. Hold on. The church is part of Nigeria. He said that to the youths. He said that on campaigns. Nobody talked about it. So the people in the campaign, who are they? They are lesser people. I mean, what could be more criminal than bringing in saved bishops to stand in as CAN members? If Obi had done that, you guys would have cut off his neck.
Did I not condemn that? Me, I condemn
no,
that.
Not enough.
You didn't see that statement as wrong.
I didn't see that wrong.
We are even making a case for it now. Okay.
As a governor,
don't do that now. You can't go to church and say that kind of. Come on, that was wrong.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Because he said that in various occasions. So what are you going to call that? He is telling you take back your country. The church take back your country. The youth take back your country. The elderly take back your country. Hausas, take back your country. Yoruba, take back your country. Igbo, take back your country. There's nothing wrong with it.
You know how that will come across with the Muslim ticket. You can't.
No, it is you because your ear. You need to check your own ear.
Come on.
Check you and Padoski to check your ear. It is not.
Come on, man. Listen, come on.
No, check your country.
The man has never done anything wrong before in his life, so that's good. It's okay.
But Padoski, I don't live with Peter Obi every day, right? So if you stay with him, like if I say, hold on now, let me use this scenario. Baba T and Padoski, both of you, I cannot come here and say in all honesty that you guys are great guys. I mean, from my conversation with you guys, I see you guys are great guys, right? But can I vouch for you? No, I wouldn't do that. I don't live with you. I'm not your wife. I'm not your side piece. I'm not your brothers or your siblings.
Can you vouch for?
You say?
Can you vouch for?
Yes, I can vouch for Obi. Listen now. Let me say something now. I can vouch for Obi for based on what he did as a governor, what he does in his private life. I cannot say.
But you don't know him.
It's okay. You can call me. I can be a caricature to you. But my opinion is valid, and I think I'm making my opinion loud and clear. As a public officer, which is what we are looking for, Obi has not done anything that will make me castigate him. In his private life, I do not live with him, so I cannot say.
Come on now. You're very ridiculous now.
Obi may be very good based on the way you see him, but I think Tinubu has been the best since 1999. And
the best in what?
He has been the best president for us to have because he's the one that is really channeling the way forward for now and the future. Because where others could not even think and do the right thing, I think this guy Tinubu is doing it. But unfortunately, I think many Nigerians cannot really recognize
They can't
the
process it.
effort.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
because look at it this way, you want to be a country, you want to move forward. You are making 30 billion in a federal government. Federal government is making 30 billion in oil revenue, right? But you are using 38 billion to pay subsidies. Just because some people don't want to, they want to stand politically correct, they won't do the right thing. But this guy did not care. Backlashes, he doesn't care because he knows the right thing to do. That's the quality of a leader. Then look at this guy. People are saying, "Oh, I will fight corruption. I will do something in a systematic way." What is systematic way other than removing the root of corruption? That's subsidy. You face that subsidy once and for all. You uprooted it. That is the way you fight corruption.
No. It's not the way. It's not the way to fight it, my brother.
Okay,
Tinubu goofs in the way he removes subsidy.
Wait. See, fighting corruption is not for you to start sending police after people after they've taken your money and they've taken the money to Saudi Arabia, they've taken it to United Arab Emirates. So you are not fighting corruption. You are fighting corruption when you don't even allow the money to move away. Okay, how do you explain this? You are making
it's under Goodluck Jonathan under the PSA accounts. So it was Goodluck Jonathan.
How do you explain? So how do you explain a situation? Hello, can you hear me? How do you explain the situation where you are making money, right? Because you want a mechanism for you to share the money that the country is making. You introduce subsidy. So indirectly, you are sharing the money that is supposed to be meant for road construction, infrastructure, education. You understand? Okay, now subsidy is a corruption mechanism. When you dismantle corruption mechanism, that's a way of fighting corruption. It's not by because you are tackling it at the institutional level. You are not running after one person or the other. Hello. Now,
could they hear you?
So okay, when we try to privatize a refinery, the corrupt people then they just make sure that they make sure that they could not privatize the refinery, and they still use that refinery since 2007 to just siphon money up to 2023. So the way to fight corruption is you go to the institution, you look at what is promoting that corruption, and you uproot the thing, and that's what Tinubu did. But others, they be running after the person they don't like. They put them in court. That's not the way to fight. Because at the end of the day, we are not seeing the benefit. But look at the corruption this guy is fighting. Look at what they are doing with the money they are getting. That's the way you look at it. So is the one fighting corruption better than anybody since 1999. You may not believe it, but in reality, anybody that knows about how to design an organization will tell you that what Tinubu is doing is the best way to govern. Nobody has fought corruption more than this guy up to now. Thank you.
So, Joel, you can't say anything wrong. That will be as ever.
Pato, Joel said he does not know so personally, so he can't vouch for us. He does not know to be personally either, but he can vouch for him. And it's kind of cover. It's
Patowski, the last speaker, the credit of the single is it the TSA account?
No, he was not
The,
talking about
on
CS
the
account. He talked
you
about
say?
subsidy removal. You were the one that brought the TSA account, and we acknowledge that that was under Goodluck Jonathan, and it was further entrenched by Buhari. But Tinubu removed two major issues of corruption: one, the subsidy, and the parallel effects that's duplicated FX rates. So that alone, that's unifying the FX rate and subsidy removal. Those are very major corruption this thing. And then he stopped
Yes.
ways and means. He stopped ways and means. The one that
Yes.
Emefiele and Buhari was using. Those are very big ones. It's like biting the bullet. Most people will say they will do it, but this guy took it on, and he has not
Uh,
recovered from the backlash. People still see him as very
uh, uh,
terrible
uh, Padosky,
and everything.
this is the thing. Padosky, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Let's be realistic. Huh? When it comes to the issue of Mama will say, EJ, you're always on the right. Sorry, I'm almost where I'm going to. So uh, no doubt, right? I wouldn't sit down here and say that some of the policies of Tinubu are not good. Nobody said that. Nobody said that removal of subsidy was bad. What we are saying is the process, right, through which it was removed is bad.
How?
Now,
How?
first and foremost, yeah, because we've always had this issue. Hold on.
How does it supposed to remove it? You
Let
that
him
are
explain.
correct.
Let him
Yes.
explain.
Let us be methodical with that with this, right? The issue here is this: when that fuel subsidy was going on under Buhari, before Tinubu came in, I knew there was no way we're consuming 80 million liters of fuel per day. The math was done. The math was done, and it was not possible. So what was P2B saying? What P2B is saying is that if to determine the correct amount of liters of fuel that we consume, then when we know the correct amount of liters of fuel that we consume, then we can now talk about the part of subsidy or how much of subsidy that can be removed. Hold on, I know some people will come and like, hold on, please, hold on. But that was his way of doing it. I think what happened to the way Tinubu did his was unscripted. On the day of inauguration, he got so carried away, and he made that announcement. So, and that ripple effect, we have not survived it today. I just have to be about it.
Can I address that? Before you move to the next one, can I address that? Are you there? Can you guys hear me, or am I?
I'm listening. I've muted myself.
Okay, good. You see, go and listen to that inauguration speech again. I did yesterday. The guy mentioned, if you listen to what he said in the 2023 appropriation bill, there is no provision for subsidy. It means that subsidy is gone. He was just reaffirming it. He said, going through the budget and everything that was handed over to him, go and listen to that statement again, that he saw that there was no provision for the appropriation. There was no appropriation for subsidy, which implies that subsidy is gone. It was just reinforcing it. Now, the question I will ask is that there has been every effort to remove subsidy by a previous government. Do you think that all those people, they are so dumb that they've never tried to ascertain how much in consumption we're taking in as petroleum? It's a bit very difficult. It is now that Dangote is supplying that we can have an idea because Dangote is privately tracking. All these Pengasan, all these people, they are frustrating those efforts because those are the sources of data that you are going to use. And those sources of data are faulty. You cannot determine how some private sector who are oil tankers, who are farm tank owners, is the information that they give you. And government have tried to ascertain that over time, but they have not been successful. So the only thing is to remove
I beg
it.
to disagree.
And now that we have removed it, that Dangote is supplying his own and those people are supplying, we have an idea now of how much we are consuming. Just an idea to an extent. But down the line, we'll be able to know. So you are going to keep waiting and allow the country to die before that. The question, if there's a video, no, good Joel, hold on, I should be done the talk since. There is a video I sent to Ola and I sent to one man of the FRS guy, that's Zach Adedeji. He was making a presentation and people say, oh, how much was rice in 2020? How much is rice now? He said that's not the way to ask that question. He said, where were we in 2023? Where would we have been if Tinubu have not acted? Then he started doing the analysis. Nigeria economy was at the verge of collapse. If Obi had been the president or Atiku, I think they would have been overwhelmed. As good as their intention would have been. I know Obi has good intention, but I think he would have been overwhelmed.
Pato. You remember they wanted to go with the model from this guy from South America, Argentina. Thank God we did not go that route. Mr. Pompo, that would have been a disaster. Thank God.
That thing that Babati just mentioned, there's one guy in another group I belong to. I kept pushing that Argentina narrative to him, say that man may talk now, because anytime we are talking, that guy will shut me down that I'm a finance person. I've been pursuing him with that Argentina narrative now
go that route,
for the past 1 week.
Thank God we did not go
Is Argentina not doing good? Is Argentina not doing good?
They are in trouble.
Surviving on America now.
They are
okay,
begging.
Let me tell you something, Joel. Argentina, they've defaulted on sovereign for at least 4 to 5 times in their history, and Nigeria has not defaulted. So when you are doing contractory fiscal in a developing country, it's not good, because now we are in a country whereby our human development index is very low, and you want to be doing contractionary fiscal policy. It doesn't work, because
that guy cut too much.
That
was terrible. Thank God we not go to bill. Thank God.
In economies, you understand, government has no business in what they call accounting savings. Accounting savings is when you carry your money, you put it in the bank. Economists don't see that one as investment. What economists see as investment and saving is when we put money in what is going to aid production. You understand? You see road, you build road. You build hospital, you keep people healthy. Those are the things that economists see as investment. You build schools.
Patoski.
You build schools. That's what they see as investment. So in a developing country where we've not maximized our potential, when people are still looking for a job, you don't go and save money. When you are saving money, it simply means that you are only seeing the early, those people that have made it in that economy. Those are the people you are helping, not the poor one. You are not lifting people out of poverty, but you are trying to save money. You understand? So every sign that Obi has shown in the past is telling us that he is not built to handle this position. That's why I'm saying that since 1999
so it's bad to save money. Is that what you're saying? I want to know where you're coming from. Is it bad to save money?
Ola, let me help you. Where is the money to save? Ola, the question is this: if Obi is the president today, from that 2023, the simple question is that where is the money to save? We are servicing our debt, 98% debt to revenue. Where is the money to save? Most of the lenders, they don't want to lend you money anymore. They are tired.
So the one you're borrowing today, where are you borrowing it from?
Relax. The reason why they borrow you money is that because they see potential. If you do not know, Nigeria economic growth now is 4.3%. And to that, we are able to also increase our reserve, external reserve to almost about 42 billion.
So is that a part of saving?
No, that is not. Well, what I'm trying to tell you is this: they see potential.
Increasing your external reserve. Is it not part of savings?
Let me finish. Then you come in. Let me finish. You come in. With that two single decision this man have taken, it has able to solidify Nigeria economy. Now we are be able to stabilize the economy. The next thing is growth. The forecast from World Bank is about 3.3%. Now it's about 4.3%. We can see more investment coming into Nigeria because they now know that we have a government that they see that transparency, they see that future prospect, and they are able to invest to come into your country.
Remy, sorry, before you guys go ahead, we have one more hurdle in Nigeria that is blocking investment. I get all this monetary stuff. We have one more issue: labor unions. We need reform, please. Because the way they are doing that, Remy, if that man can be going through this wahala, that strike now.
That's the end of
imagine you and I, regular people that want to invest. That group of all people, look at what they're doing to them right now. Imagine.
I think it's the right time to National Assembly.
You must reform that labor union in Nigeria for people to come in.
Remy, please, let me ship one thing. So Joel asked a question the other time that is it bad to save? You understand? I will tell you that it's not entirely totally bad to save, but you must know the type of money, how you are getting your money, and what's the quality of source of that money. Okay, look at it this way now. You are getting money from oil. The fact that oil contributes like most of your forex is showing you that there's a problem of revenue in your country if oil is the one that is giving you major forex. When you go to United Arab Emirates, when you go to Qatar and other countries, you find a different situation, right? Now, when you are getting money from oil only, it simply means there is a problem with others because you are not exporting cotton, you are not exporting the finished cocoa products, you are not exporting other things. So it's only oil. It simply means that people are not getting job. And why are they not getting job? No infrastructure to meet that job. You understand? Services in Nigeria, we are not even at the point we are supposed to be. So if you address all those things, it simply means more money because what Tinubu doing now is addressing all those things that will bring more money. He did that in Lagos State, and we are getting more money. So
by taxing people senselessly.
Wait, Joel. Those things are political statements. I will tell you.
Don't you pay taxes? No, Joel, don't you pay taxes in Tennessee? Don't you?
No, Babati, that's not even the problem. For you to
pay taxes because I have a job too, right?
Joel.
Hey, don't tax jobless people now.
No,
so
Babati,
you tax jobless people in Lagos.
Babati, hold on. See, for Tinubu to make that money that you see in Lagos, it simply means the money was there. You will not make money if that money was not there. It's not excessive taxes. Those money were going to individual pockets. That is what you are missing there. We're going to individual pocket because you won't just put structure in place to monitor tax and you get billions like that. No, it doesn't work that way. It simply made the money was there, but just going to private pockets. That was the situation. Now, when you address all those things now, this is how government save money. Government save money by building what they call sovereign wealth. When you build sovereign wealth now, you will now use that one as a form of kind of foreign investment. You know, you target some kind of.
To you, we can waste time already.
Okay. Maybe I'm just.
Padoski, everything he said will be said to.
Hold on.
So what?
If you want to know whether I was listening to you, ask him. What was the last thing you said?
Okay.
The guy is busy preparing his defense. The guy is busy preparing his defense.
Padoski, you see, this is the issue.
Can never be wrong.
I said Obi was not wrong while he was in public office. I stand by it. If you,
do you know the
yeah,
meaning of
that is me.
Obi,
I don't need to know. I don't care. I don't care, my brother.
Obi should Obi should
Obi also made Obi made mention of the sovereign funds, right? You see, this whole thing, right? We always make economy look like it is rocket science. It's not rocket science, right? I was reading Argentina. I was reading what happened in Argentina. We were here talking about Argentina, but inflation in Argentina is about 2%.
But Obi was for it now.
Right? Hold on, please. Hold on. And they said, because I'm just reading, he said, by firing thousands of government workers and slashing spending in different areas, including welfare research, and he has shrunk the bureaucracy and balanced the budget for the first time in more than a decade. Just like you guys are giving cutting in some slack. That what he's doing. Hold on, my brother. That what he is doing right now will be felt in future. What Milei is going through in Argentina is not because of his policy is so bad. It's because that the country has to go through that shock in order to start making progress. So I'm going to still give you. I don't think his policies are wrong. So if you say Obi is going to bring in what Milei is doing in Argentina into Nigeria and it's going to make Nigeria bad, now that it went bad in Argentina doesn't mean it's going to go bad. But the fundamentals are the same.
No,
we have to go down.
No. Have you read the New York Times breakdown analysis of this of his policies in Argentina? So go and look at the New York Times breakdown of the analysis. He shrunk the
I'm looking at New York Times. I'm looking from New York Times right now.
So he shrunk the economy too fast, and that was what Obi was supporting. Why nobody has actually questioned Obi about this? The Nigerian media, they don't even ask any question anyway. So you can't say Tinubu did not shrink the economy. He didn't fire people that fast. He didn't shrink the market that fast. So it's not the same. It's not comparable. So nobody. That's my thing with Obi. Like
it was a matter of the policies that I mean, it depends on the pathway you want to follow. But he has the path, and I think he's doing good if his inflation is at 2%. I want inflation is over 20-30%.
Let me tell you what Tinubu did that you don't know. Tinubu actually saved money. You understand? See, look at it this way.
We're back to saving money now. Okay.
Now,
go ahead.
Now, no, Tinubu save money. No, yes, I'm just telling you how to save money, not putting money in their back account. How did Tinubu save money? You take subsidy away, because that's government expenditure. It was a wrong subsidy. The way we spend on oil is a wrong expansionary fiscal. It's a wrong way for government to spend. The way for government to spend was to take that subsidy that was draining our revenue, that was putting us in debt, and pull that subsidy into means of production. Means of production is your rail. Means of production is investing in student loan to build the capital, to build the human capital. You understand? So different way. So when you look at it, when you are cutting costs, it's not the way of cutting costs and put that money in a bank. You look at waste. So the
way they built ICC with 37 billion. I get it. I understand. I've seen how Tinubu did this.
The question is this: how much was ICC remitting to the government coffers before they renovated? How much are they sending now? Because at least the data is coming regularly, unlike before. You have a place that maybe you have a place in a year that remitted about 50 billion in total, right? I don't remember the figure, except I go Google and I go look at the figure again. Now, but you have that thing that within the first 3 months of renovation, he has given what those guys remitted in like almost 10 years. He has given more than it just within 4 months. I can't remember the figure offhand, right? So you spend to increase. That's exactly what I'm telling you.
That's enough to silence Joel on ICC. You don't hear the truth now. The ICC
so
is making
it's not. Look.
Can I get a leak?
One is the what they call it, the numbers. One thing is that I don't even trust the numbers coming out from this government.
Pato, can I please get a
Because
second?
one thing I'm saying is this: I have not until I start seeing all these things they're doing have a direct impact on the people. Until then, it's just like it's just one of those things.
Pato, can I talk? Can I talk this for a second?
Let's hear Aaron.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Pato, Otoja Meta, sir. I've been listening for quite some time, Mr. Ola, and I think Babati as well. I heard your voice there. But Pato, you people are too elderly to be engaged in this kind of conversation. You are talking to someone that's disingenuous. You can't spend so much time talking to someone that is disingenuous, someone that knows the truth and is insisting on calling it black out of tribal reasons. Don't.
You already call me a tribal. Oh my goodness! It's one of those things.
It's one of those things. It might be. I don't know how you feel about it, but that's the truth. I mean, you're being disingenuous. Everything.
What makes me disingenuous? What makes me disingenuous?
Numbers, but you believe that Obi was such a saint that he did nothing wrong in it.
Okay. I know where you're at life. I know where you are in life. First and foremost, I don't respond to people that have all this stuff on their page.
Okay,
you can't wait on that's pretending to be asleep.
Aro, this is the situation. This is the situation. Let me give you a story. Wole Soyinka, I was born into believing that Wole Soyinka graduated with a top class, from a university. And people carried that story for hours. Even some motivational speakers, they were using that in, someone made top class. And see where you see today. It was recently, even not up to, I think, less than a decade ago, that when they now asked that guy that, okay, but sir, you made the top class out of this and others. The man just said, I don't know where they got that information. You see, sometimes Nigerians need the right information to make decisions. You see, when you see someone trying to stretch the truth, sometimes it's always good to engage and correct and change the mind, because thing is this: you have to address the root of wrong information. Even someone giving you wrong information sometimes may not actually be convinced that the what was given is right and is wrong until you are able to convince. You understand? Like up to now, people believe that the best way is to keep money meant for development, to keep it in the bank. Why? You don't have good water, you don't have good road, but you just keep the money in a bank so that you want to do things. People are not looking at the way to save money is to invest on people, and people to become productive and bring in more money. I will give you an example. During the global meltdown, the crisis, when all these Western countries, when they were withdrawing the money or the foreign investment, when the economy was contracting, America, UK, they were calling for their money, they were firing staff, they were doing all those things. And meanwhile, why you won't behave like those people is this: the Human Development Index in their country was around 96% already, 0.096. So they have a high capacity. Now, but when you look at China, the Human Development Index in China was far lower. What did China do? Instead of China to start firing people that won't spend money, China decided to say, okay, you are paying $1 per kilowatt hour of energy, right? Don't worry, don't pay that 1 kilowatt. Just pay 10 cents. I give you the remaining $9, the remaining 90 cents, but don't fire people. So Chinese government spends to keep their people in job, knowing that, okay, we are going to transfer this tax to those people when they earn. Instead of laying people off for them to face crisis, no, I will keep them in job. Government, I will reduce my tax. That's a way of government expenditure. You understand? When you reduce your tax collection, so that you now transfer the tax to the people. So what the government do? So those are the way to tell people that, okay, when people are saying you should go and save money in the bank, no, a developing country, you don't save money in the bank. You use that money to create job. You create infrastructure to bring people to stimulate the economy for people to earn and for them to pay tax.
I save money. I save money in the bank. 70 million. I was in Singapore.
Yeah, that's showing his ignorance about how to manage the economy. Now, okay, look at this guy now. He told us that between 2016 and 2021 that Egypt added like about 27,000 megawatts of electricity. I was like,
the money is supposed to improve. The money is supposed to improve human capacity development and infrastructure, not saving the bank now. I don't know
exactly.
why the kind of
so when this guy said Egypt increased electricity generation by 27,000 megawatts between 2016 and 2021, he said they spent $10 billion. The first thing I did was just to go and look at how much does it even cost to even get one turbine of electricity. Now, I went again to look at, are they manufacturing all those turbines in Egypt? So now, because I visited apart from working with NEPA before, I visited the BC Hydro recently. There's this kind of a paint, there's this one paint, just like a pipe that they use to run water. You understand? All those high-speed water. If you know that paint can take 2 big buses, all those Marco Polo buses. It will take 2 of them side by side. You know that water was passing through. So when you look at all those things alone, the expenses, there's no way Egypt could have added 27,000 megawatts of electricity for just $10 billion. But when Obi quote all these figures, people will be looking at him as someone that knows exactly what he's doing. But
no, but he went there. I mean, what you are here. You didn't go there. That you worked in NEPA. You went. You're working as a. Hold on, please. Hold on now. Let me. Can I just talk? Padoski, allow me to talk today. You are being so brash today, and I don't like it. Allow me to talk. Free me. Let me talk. Free me. I'm not talking to you. Mr. Fonfon, the issue is this: the person that traveled there. Hold on. The person that traveled there saw what is going on there, came out, tweeted what his findings, and there was no rebuttal from the people, from the Egyptians, and you are here because you hold on, please. Because you work as a field worker, I don't know in what capacity, but probably like a field worker or an electrician in NEPA. Probably they sent you for 1 or 2 training. Now you now know more than Obi. See, this is the issue, right? You can make your point without disparaging others. Right? He went there and he made his point. If you feel that you are here saying that there is no way it can be done with 10 billion, but you don't have any number. You don't have any number. And you're here telling us, hold on, my brother. You're here telling us about savings, right? You're here telling us about savings. But let me read an excerpt from New York Times, right? Where they said that Milei failed to build up enough foreign currency reserve that Argentina Central Bank needs to defend and stabilize their peso value during party bouts of selling. So you ought to know, you that you say that you don't need savings. There's a reason why they say you need savings, and you need savings. When you have those,
are you still speaking? Okay, Joel, let me tell you something that you may be missing in what you've just said. Okay, because if my background is in electrical and I work with a major power producer in that country for 7 years. Now the thing is this: that's just at the earliest stage of my life, but you know that I've grown, I've worked with different organizations, I've managed projects, and I've done a lot of things. And I've had business education over time, and I've seen how people do things. So, experience is not what you just gain in a day. Experience is just a combination of where you've worked and those people you've interacted with, and for you to know how to research for facts. The thing is this: even without working with NEPA, you understand, without working with NEPA, I have a way of verifying the average cost of implementing project per region. Whether you want to talk of Europe, Middle East, Africa region, whether you want to talk of North American region, there are ways you can get some kind of industry data and industry facts. So what I'm saying is this: I just use that one even to tell you how Obi just did some kind of high leverage misleading, misinformation. Obi will just go and collate a very high level information to mislead people so that people will say this guy is working. The truth is this: Obi did not need to go to Egypt to go and see how they are running the electricity. You only needed to look at, okay, what is stopping electricity? We know it is our law. Okay, let us deregulate. It's just like before we have MTN, Globalcom, and all those telecommunications that broke the barrier, the monopoly of Nitel that finished Nitel today. Did IBB, Obasanjo, did they go to South Africa to go and see how they run to run telecommunication? No. What they did is this: they look at the policy that would develop telecommunication and they work on it, and they ask private sector to come and invest. And behold, those people, they went and find out to do their things, and they are working. Look at this Abba Power, whatever, this Batonagi, this thing now. When before the Electricity Act 2023, before it came out, they were being held to ransom. But immediately, the law was there for them to operate. What are they doing today? They are fully backwardly integrated. They generate, they transmit and distribute on their own, and they are making their money. Those are the kind of things you need to develop, not for you to go to Egypt and come and use that one as some kind of a TV show and come and be misleading people so that people will actually see you as working. You understand? Whereas you are supposed to allow, exactly, you are supposed to allow private people to come and invest and generate electricity. So that is exactly what
he was using it for campaign, for catching crews.
Exactly.
How many has it gone
I don't
to
want
now?
us to be
How many
gullible
has it gone
for
to
all
now
those
since
stuff.
that time?
You understand?
How many has it gone to now?
Because when Obi was even telling us what was even the revenue of Nigeria, that okay, assuming they spent 10 billion to make electricity, you understand, within that period, how much is Nigeria generating a year that you are even going to put that money, you want to do it? So all the agreement we've done with the cement, do you know, people are not even aware that we have agreement with cement to build the to build this power for things for us. So we cannot afford a situation whereby we allow government to keep doing this. We have to allow the private people to build. Davido's father now has built his own.
Can Ola, please, my boss, please, can you address the labor thing? Please, this one, because it's discussing economics now. You are leaving that part
That's
out.
the most sensitive.
Yeah, no.
Because
I know. I am not picking sides now. I am not, honestly, because you know.
Because
they
if
also
Dangote can go through that,
they are
foreigners
no breaking news.
To bring their money.
Pato, breaking news now. They have shut down Dangote refinery. Did you know that as of this
No,
morning?
no,
Yeah,
no, no, no,
No, they
didn't
have
shut
now.
down.
No,
No. The federal
supply.
government have intervened. They have intervened. They are going to have
but I'm saying that this, even look at my profile, AFCT, AFDCD advocate for Africa to sign deals. Do you know who's stopping that in Nigeria? The labor unions. They are the ones stopping that thing in Nigeria.
I think they should. The National Assembly should.
They are a terrorist group now. They are a terrorist group. They are a terrorist group.
Even on Western nation who care about the labor union, they are not so powerful like that.
No,
because of something.
Sorry, Babati.
It's unfair.
Let me quickly say
It cannot
something.
be. No, you can make deals, Pato. Don't get me wrong. Please, they have their own place. But at this point, it's getting too much out of hand now.
No, Babati, let me say something about that Pengasan. You see, one thing about that Pengasan is this: it is actually legal. It's one of those pitfalls within our legal framework, to be honest. You know, the right of union, people to join union, you know, is both international and local.
The man said, let's make it, you can't force people to join now, make it optional, is the point.
No, I'm coming. You see, the problem here, the problem I have with Nigeria now is whether we are doing the thing the right way or not. You understand? I expect the government to actually step in. The thing is this: is shutting down the refinery the only alternative for all these it
is a private business. It's not some
yes.
What do you mean?
No, it's private business, but
and now so kilo mean
no, unionism. Yeah, according to our law, it doesn't matter whether
it's a fucked up law. Is my point, Ola. It's a fucked up law. That's my point.
No,
can I chip in something? Can I chip in something?
Sorry. Okay.
You see, when I started my career in the bank, in UBA, then Akim Bello, when I first joined UBA, Akim just acquired a major share. That's Akim Bello target then. Just acquired a major share in UBA, and then he downsized. I think he sacked about 3,000 staff. Some people that joined the bank with school start, and I mean, those who were just there marking time, because the number of them that we also met them, we knew that. And he went and hired graduates with 3-1 and first class. So that was when we joined. Now, what I'm trying to say is that we came in, we were non-unionized. It means that we could not go on strike, but we could enjoy the benefit of union and all those stuff. If there's an increase, we negotiate increase, fine. But we're not unionized. And we're paid better. To me, this is a private business. Just like that. Because the man put his money into the bank and he wanted to protect it. There were noise everywhere, this and that. But no, it is not. They didn't listen. Because union is optional. I currently work with the government here in Canada. The government job is a unionized job, but it is optional. For someone like me, I'm not a member of the union, even though they deduct union due from my money and everything, but I don't belong to the union. Some of my colleagues also joined the union, but I am not. So you cannot say somebody who pledges Dangote cement shares and raise money, borrow money to invest in a refinery that NNPs for more than 40 years have not been able to achieve. You now saying the man should not protect his investments because we want to join the union. That is why these are the same people that are sabotaging our refineries.
Thank you.
Making sure that
Patoski, that's not the way.
Let me land. I will withdraw. I will finish now. My challenge is this. We have been talking about foreign investments and everything. Dangote is the major domestic investor that any foreigner will be looking at. Forget about all this Bloomberg, forget about Forbes, forget about all those international S&P, forget about all those ratings. Those people have all those data from all those ratings, but they want to see from inside how the insider is doing. Dangote is an insider that's supposed to have political network and everything and have domestic experience. If with all this political network and domestic experience, he's going through this, tell me any foreigner who will have his money and has option. Mind you, he has his money and has opportunity cost to invest in somewhere else, have alternative investment somewhere else. That individual will now come and put his money in Nigeria. It is very sad. We are trying to build the country, and some people are just deliberately trying to put it down. I just hope they are not politically sponsored.
No, that's where I want to speak from. You see, one thing is this: union itself, you understand, is not bad. And do I believe that Dangote should allow his people to optionally, that's the word, optionally join union if they want?
That's what he said now.
Yes, because the law, our constitution, state that, and it's not only limited to Nigeria.
But Pengasan wants them to join. That's the problem.
That's where the problem. That's exactly. Hold on, Remy. Let me finish my interjection first.
I just wanted to take this along. It's very important for you. Some of these workers, he transferred them from that refinery to another of his business because they said they are sabotaging his refinery. He transferred them, not that he laid them off.
Share the show. Share now, and if they don't share the show, typical Nigerian behavior.
The thing is this: you know what Pegasan is doing. Pegasan knows that since they've taken their feed button away from Port Harcourt refinery, Kaduna refinery, and the Warri refinery, are the only people, the only organization that can make government listen to them now is Dangote. Because look at it this way now: if Dangote staff are not joining Pengasan, and if Pengasan decide to strike today, and with Dangote 10,000 truck, and with Dangote not in that part of Junior, you know what is going to happen? Government can say, don't worry, Pengassan, you can strike for 1 million a year. No problem. Continue with your strike. They will not care. That is why they are using this unconventional way. Because what Pengassan is doing now is that is trying to blackmail, is forcing the hand of Dangote to allow people to, because I'm seeing Pengassan as imposing, being forceful. Because if you are not forceful, the best thing you are supposed to go is to go to the court. Let court say, okay, Dangote, you cannot stop these people from unionizing. Then let them do that. But when you now resolve into economic sabotage, you understand, just to force hand, that is where I think the government should find a way, because I don't know. I know that I've tried to see our law and I try to discuss this
the
with
government
people.
use the military and the police to all of these guys doing nonsense. Obasanjo will never allow this. I think
No,
something to stop.
Remy, using military and police against people will not work. Abacha, you see, let me tell you
Why
one
not?
thing.
They are
Abacha,
sabotaging Nigeria now.
let
Why
me
do
tell
they want
you.
to
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. If you know what Abacha, if you know what Abacha did to all those Kokoria, Franco Korea, all those stuff, you will know that all these Pengassan people we are talking
No,
about.
but this one is different though, because what they are doing, they want to cut off the gas supply. Why
It's the
should you do
same
that?
thing.
You are
It was same thing
sabotaging
they
Nigerian
did.
government.
It was
They are
same thing they
terrible
did.
human beings.
That is a
I
threat
think the
against
National Assembly the National Assembly can come out.
Pato. This is a threat against security. They are a terrorist group now. You can label them as a terrorist group at this point. You cannot accept that in the Nigerian
That
economy.
was what Abacha tried to do now, but it didn't work.
Let
me crack a joke with you guys. Do you know that in Nigeria now, if you are just grinding pepper in a street, they will force you to come and join a Lota society. Where are all this wahala in this country now? Just for you making how much is it making in a day for just grinding pepper for people in the street? If you are a tailor, they will force you to come and join union, even if you are not even sewing any clothes. Why
If
are
you
all
say you are
these
not
things?
joining, what would they do?
They'll take away your machine now. They will not allow you to open your shop.
They will picket you.
They'll picket you. So why are they doing all this?
So
This is
what's the
unfair.
police?
Man.
Why can't you report to the police if I
And if you report the police, what will the police do? That's exactly what they are doing. The society is terrible. Our people are very terrible.
Mike, your mouth is far away from the mic. Come closer to the mic.
Arrow, change your Nokia phone. We can't hear anything you're saying. Then go to the Bluetooth. But
so,
Remy has a point now. Why must you join unions? Why must you? Why? And why?
No, you see, union is that they use it as oligopoly.
But they are bullies now. Pato, they are bullies. They bully people now.
Yes, now that's what they do now.
They are bullying to just too much. People that barely make 1,000 in a day, you are troubling them again.
No, Remy, you know what they do. If you are supposed to be grinding pepper, let's say for 10 naira, those people, they want to fix the price to 50. So they are like oligopoly in the sense that they want to influence the market, drive the price up, and all those stuff. That's why you see all those union people. That's what they do.
You are just a tailor in a nearby corner in the street. You barely even sew one cloth in a week, and they want to exercise their right on you. People, in fact, I think our people, not even leaders, our people are terrible. They are just terrible.
Remy, they will even use.
In that case, the House of Reps to change the law.
Hold on. They will even use security force against you. To Patosi's point, they will even use that same police against you to enforce their labor or whatever against you. I've seen that done in my own area before in Nigeria.
Baba, let me even give you one funny story. You know, Fuji musician, local Fuji musicians. Do you know that they have union? And you know what used to happen? They used to go and harass. They used to go and harass the artists. Oh my set stage. Oh my saka to the kind union come and show up because he didn't want. Because he didn't want to join. He's not in their union though. He's not a member of their union though. But they are coercing him to join their union by disrupting his work. It's terrible.
Nigeria.
When are we going to be? To my point, you must go. So, Pato,
but Babati, the effect of this thing on foreign investment is very dangerous.
Yes, no. I'm saying, Pato, here's my point. Who is the biggest investor in Nigeria? It's Dangote. That is the face of Nigerian investment. And you should do everything as a government to protect his image. You cannot afford for him to be this way.
Do you know that they say recently? They say our recent GDP growth, that Dangote is contributing over 40%. The growth that Tinubu is bragging about now, they will have been able to grow. Dangote is responsible about 40% of it.
Pato, wait. It's him and Boa. You know, it's him and Boa that are doing it. Because I heard Boa's chairman yesterday. He said that the way they are going with Dangote, that they might even push the foreign thing down to 1,300 by next year. By the end of the year, the naira will come down to 1,300 against the dollar. By the way, Boa is coming up.
So they want to frustrate them now.
Yeah, by the end of the year, by next year, Boa is also coming up with their own refinery too.
They will force Boa. They will force Boa to also join.
So Boa and Dangote are going through this thing now. So who is Patoski and I? Who is Arogidigba to now go and be fighting?
Babati, don't worry. Dangote will always win, and he will win it.
Babati,
don't compare me to Dangote.
All those labor they try with MTN and co, and eventually MTN they managed to survive them. So
after many years of work that we wasted, is my point. Why must we go to all this wala for years?
No. See, the union problem is not only in
it's what you can solve in the House of Assembly. Just change the goddamn law. It's my point, Pato. Ola, you can easily solve this problem with some laws to protect this nonsense. Don't wait for years of wasting money and opportunities for people because you have to go to the. Why must I go to that one?
Dangote, let me tell you what you should do. Dangote should take some money to National Assembly and sponsor a bill. That's all.
Yes, so I agree.
I'm sure he's doing that now. I'm sure he's already doing that. He should connect with Femi, Boa, all of them that have interest in that place.
Femi was posting his, Femi was posting Dangote's thing on his profile the other day. His reply against union. Femi is not the one championing that online now. So Femi is also kidding too. He's the one going on.
You see how they deal with this now.
Femi's money is in the refinery now. Why won't Femi post it? His money is inside the refinery as well now.
But rightfully so now. Get
Babati. You see how they deal with this senator that put money in his cap that time now. They know how to deal with this situation. They know how to deal with the situation.
Get Ned in Woko to sponsor. He's a businessman, so you understand. Get him to sponsor the deal.
You see the problem I have with union in Nigeria is this. Apatoski, I think you belong to ASBIFI too. You understand? Even whether you join or you not join, at least then they come out the money from you. The thing is, so the way the thing work is this. Union is okay. Is lawful, but the implementation of these people. I understand you.
Okay. This people are okay.
You see one thing now. When anybody that work with Access Bank, the worst slave driver you can find in the banking industry, based on my experience, is Access Bank. You know why I say so? Access Bank, when I and Co would stupidly tell us that time to come to a hotel. They may ask us to come by 9. Use staff. You dare not come late. If you come late, now you will not there before 9 o'clock. Some of these crooks, some of these inefficient, all the slave driver, they will just be coming by 12 a.m. Since 9, they be coming by 12 a.m. and they still expect you to come for work the following day. You know, some staff were beginning to pine now. The way those people were driving. You understand? As beefy was in the banking industry. They didn't do anything. You understand? That condition was terrible. So what union should be doing normally is, okay, a staff misbehaved, they fire that staff. You want to sit with the management to make sure that that person gets his own package. Now, okay, you are saying, okay, staff are entitled to 2 weeks or 21 days leave. Those are the things they are supposed to be taken care of, just to make sure that their member have a good working condition, not for them to go and be sabotaging efforts. You understand? That's what they are supposed to be doing. But what they are doing now is sabotage. Because when you want to fight for the rights of the people, it's not by shutting down, it's by going to court and forcing Dangote to do the right thing. But when you are using force, that is where I have problem with them. Other than that, you have to let unions stay, because if you don't allow unions to stay in that country, oh my goodness, there are some employer you don't want to work for. Dangote is paying very well, to the best of my knowledge. So I don't think that Dangote have problem.
Are they fighting for workers' rights, or are they fighting for their dues? Because so far in this Dangote, nobody has said that Dangote is not treating their workers right. I've not heard that from anybody from Dangote. So it's not about Dangote's workers are not getting their money. They are getting paid well. They're getting fair dues. So what is the reason behind this? It's got nothing to do with their workers' rights now. Nobody. I've never heard anybody say, "Oh, Dangote is not treating their workers right." That's the reason why we're doing the union. No. So what is this really all about? Ola, what is this all about?
It's more of interest. See, if Dangote, if they don't have Pengassan Dangote chapter, any strike they are doing in that country is meaningless, because to
my point exactly. Why? So because you're going on strike now, why must you then so if you have any strike in Nigeria now, Dangote must close down? That's what they tell me now. What kind of what is that?
Yes, I
don't
understand.
You have no, hold on. When it comes to education, if they are going to start, they go on strike in private school. They have their own unions too now. Then create a private union for them, away from all this nonsense. What was that? Come on with your own thing too. No, don't tell me that.
No. Unfortunately, is the law. There's nothing we can do. But if they can enforce the law in such a way that, okay, Pengassan, you cannot shut down Dangote. You go and
can I ask you, and they have their own private union away from the Pengassan?
No, you are not. The thing is this: the law.
That is what the Pengassan are fighting for. They are fighting that Dangote is sponsoring the new staff to form their own private union away from Pengassan.
Because Boa is coming up. The one in Southeast is coming up. The one in Edo is also coming up. You have all these things coming up. So in the next 4 or 5 years, you're gonna have about 6 or 7
Okay. There is a new information from Arogidigba now. They are accusing Dangote that he wants a private union, right?
Yes, I support that 100%.
Not a private union. You know that the union law actually allows me and you, if we are employed together, to set up to go and register our own union.
Okay, they don't want a
union. Okay, because we have a right to. So essentially, what they are saying is that there's this group of new employees threatening to set up their own union away from Pengassan, yes, and all these other unions, yes, and all these lifters and all this all the lifters association. They are saying that Dangote is the one behind that union.
Don't they have arrow?
That Dangote is trying to break up their union.
Don't they have the same thing in education? You have private unions for teachers, right? Pato. They're not all members of the ASU or whatever. They have their own private unions too. So the same thing should be they have their own union. They don't join ASU now. So why can't you have the same thing?
Some of them, they don't even have unions.
Exactly.
They have their own for that.
So if you like go on strike, that's you. You cannot force everybody to go on strike with you now. That's the way it's supposed to be. So
it should be like that, such that if Dangote go on strike, it will not affect Penga.
Everybody else.
You know the problem is that this thing has been entrenched over the years. The law actually allows me not to be a member of your union, not to be a member of any union, or to be able to start my own union. Me and my friends can get together tomorrow and start our own union. We don't want to be with you people. You get? Now, obviously, that is also open to the fact that business interests might sponsor the breaking of unions. That's fine, but that's what the law guarantees. The right to associate. The law is actually as simple as the right to associate. It's really that's because the law is based on simple human rights, civil rights, that you have the freedom to associate. That is it. It's simple as that. But I think what has happened is over the years, we've actually allowed the unions to dictate and be the major forces that oppose government. So look at the Abacha years and look at the Obasanjo years. It was the people like Oshiomhole and Co. They were the main opposition.
Yeah.
So what has happened is the society has actually allowed the union to become so powerful. It's nothing new. It happens all over the world. Jimmy Hoffa throughout the 50s and the 60s. Look at how powerful Jimmy Hoffa became. Jimmy Hoffa was just a brute. He was not a thug. He was not educated. But was so powerful that if you were a president in America and you wanted to get elected, you have to go and sit down with Jimmy Hoffa. He was that powerful. In the end, what happened to him? He was killed and he's disappeared. Nobody knows where he's buried. We have allowed unions to become so powerful as other countries in the world allowed unions to become powerful. But other countries in the world, what did they do? They broke up the unions. Margaret Thatcher, the reason she's renowned till today is because Margaret Thatcher did what? She broke the unions. She broke their backs. It destroyed Britain, but she broke the unions.
Let me ask you a question, guys. You can also answer to after Aro. I listened to the secretary of Pengasan, and the guy is a communist. The guy said Dangote's refinery belongs to us, not Dangote. It belongs to all of us. I'm like, wait a minute. This is a private. So they see how that communist mindset.
Guy is a clown.
And now, like they think it belongs to them. That's just in name only.
Guy is a clown.
Yeah, it's a communist now. They see how this that refinery belongs to us, not Dangote. I said, what the? So where's your own 20 billion?
No, man, no worry.
Where's your where's your own 20 billion?
Made them pay and dividend.
These are a bunch of communists that is fighting. I'm telling you, Aro, this is what it is. It's a bunch of communists. So they want to do it the same way they ran down Nigerian and stuff. The same way they ran it down. You think, and this. So go ahead.
Guy, our Nigerian businessmen will think the mafia knew. That guy will just disappear.
They need to, please, Bato. They need to, please. They need to. I go missing. I go missing.
We just go and say, say they give problem.
Imagine that kind of statements now. Someone invested over 20 billion, more than 20 billion. You know that guy actually is a serious debt.
Business.
That refinery is like
if that investment had gone down the drain, you won't say.
In fact,
almost all his egg in that basket.
You know when he was crying, almost crying on TV that time. When him and Tinubu had issued that he was almost crying.
He didn't say he was.
Okay, look at that guy now. Look at that. Do you notice how grey he has become in the last like 3-4 years? The guy has become so grey. So I mean, to be frank, I pity the guy now. He's put all his eggs in that basket now. If that thing goes down, that is the end of Dangote. What to talk from here now?
Everything.
All the cement stuff is trying to expand in West Africa and all over Africa. It's dependent. Everything is so dependent on that refinery. All this business now is so dependent on the success of the refinery because that is where it gets the cash to run this other business.
I want Aro. Look at if you watched it yesterday. Nigeria just opened the door between Nigeria and Tanzania after 3 years of fights with the stupid labor union. There are so many deals that I can even, I've been following that AFCT deal place for over 3 years now. There are so many deals with African countries that they are blocking. You guys don't know what these people are doing. I can tell you if we have time, we can go through all these things.
Which deal? You say they are blocking which deal?
No, in terms of the AFC FCTA deals that Nigeria signed. Go through. If you just Google it, you will see the breakdown of the thing. because it allows me to trade with you cross border without the whole visa issue, the whole wala issue. But they're like, if we allow it in Nigeria worker will suffer, blah 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 blah. We don't want it. Don't pass the law for this sector, that sector. This it's so many. Pato, if I it's ridiculous. They are evil. I'm telling you, they are evil group. I'm not in Nigeria mole. They are evil society. They are evil society.
You'll be surprised that people are using them.
Thank God for earpiece.
People are using them.
Thank God. So when it comes to the airline thing, thank God for earpiece. On low 4K one side again. I will not force it on Nigerian Airways not here. On low 4K one bed. That go the 4K one airline. So we need more private companies to take over all these things. We need more of them. Because if we allow government to run anything, that area will not grow. We will not expand globally onto the African market. I will not stop Guinea. That's the problem.
I agree with you. And I think the government should think twice with this thing. Because if you are making all these efforts and somebody is frustrating it, which foreign investor go through wahala yìí.
Yeah, so go ahead.
The educational sector too. Look at ASU. Every single thing strike. I think they should pass a law to control them.
In fact, Remy, God will bless you. Remy, Pato, let me even use your state, Pato, my brother. Remember doing Oshiomole when he was making rounds in the primary school, and I think they said the thing on YouTube, where he was talking to a teacher in the primary school that could barely even speak English. I couldn't even pass what she was teaching. And they said the government cannot even fire her because of the labor union. If you remember.
Oshia when I first fired them, and in the end, he actually had to rehire all of them.
Which is ridiculous.
Same thing that El-Rufai too did the same thing. You two first fired them, in the end, they had to rehire
that was in Edo, Pato. That was in Edo.
I mean, even El-Rufai had the same situation. He fired a bunch of them. He had to rehire half of them.
But you have labor
I think we need to re-examine the law. We need to re-examine that law.
See. To me, labor is not totally bad. I understand where we are coming from. Let's just
we agree with you, but we are saying we should re-examine
that. But they should not have power to sabotage private companies. They use their money to invest. Why should they be doing like that?
Let me tell you one thing. Without those labors, we know Nigeria very well. Even we that we lead a unit in Nigeria, you can oppress and fire and do anything anyhow.
We are saying that we should nobody's against them. Let's look at those laws and make some changes. Is the point, Ola?
The law themselves are okay. To the best of my knowledge, is the people that are behind pushing. At least they survive this electricity worker this thing. Now you understand, because at the end of the day, the people with NEPA then they were holding the privatization of all those the onboarding of a Genco Disco. They were holding the thing back, but they managed to resolve it, because at the end of the day, what happened? Those people that were doing agidi among them, they managed to agree the package, and they fire all of them. You understand? And they fire all of them, but they still pay them. So the thing is this: if an organization don't want to work with you, you understand? If that organization doesn't want to work with you, you can't impose yourself on them. A private organization, you just get your package and go. You understand? All this one they are doing now, if Dangote still want to say, okay, I don't want to work with this person, I think there's no law in Nigeria that says you cannot fire a person based on just cause. You can fire based on just cause. But the thing is this: give them their package. But I think the strategy that Pengasa want to adopt is not those KK. They are being persecuted just because they join. What Dangote need to do is to prove that Pengasa is actually forcing these people to join them. So to me, I think the best approach is for courts to address this issue.
Dangote doesn't have to prove that. If even those people went on TV and they were saying the same thing now. Have you not watched the TV interviews of the Pengashan and all this? This has been going on for more than 3 weeks. Now it's not a new development. This has been going on for a while.
Yeah, that's the kind of situation I want to see, because you see, one thing is this now. All these Pengasa now, they will still see the hunger of the populace.
To solve this problem is that we must sell NNPC as quickly as possible. Because if we don't sell them, we must sell them off.
No, okay. Let me help us situate this problem. The problem is beyond you. You people are looking at the problem as a labor issue between an employer and a union. No, this problem goes beyond that. Pengashan is being influenced by the cabal, by the interests, by the oil and gas interests. Dangote has a problem with other oil and gas interests, because what Dangote is threatening to do is to cut off the middlemen, is to cut off the people that are hoarding. If Dangote has a supply chain,
Arrow, hold on. Dangote has 4K.
This is social, trucks. Yeah. Sorry.
No, hold on now. Hold on. It has 4,000 trucks right now.
Yes.
So for you to lead from his refinery to your petrol station, costs about 30 million naira right now, and labor is charging 50K per truck delivery. Dangote is saying, if you own a petrol station, no, don't worry about that. I will bring you, if you buy oil from me for maybe 10-20 million, I will bring it to your petrol station for free. You will not have to pay for transport. I will go for that now.
Of course, because you have to understand that what Dangote is threatening is beyond the labor union.
Then go and compete with him now. So basically, you want government to now give you subsidy for what Dangote
Dangote is fighting against the principalities and powers.
He has too many enemies. So that's
the problem. It is not Pengashan that Dangote is fighting. Dangote himself must know that he's not fighting Pengashan. Dangote is fighting the principalities and powers that have kept that country down for so many years.
Of course he knows, and he's going to defeat them.
Well, he needs the government to defeat. If he's going to defeat them, he needs Tinubu on his side. The problem with Dangote is Dangote has offended he needs Boa. The problem. Boa is on Tinubu's side. That's the problem. Boa has secured Tinubu's support. Boa and Tinubu are locked in step. Boa funded Tinubu's campaign. Dangote made a terrible mistake. Tinubu is not against Dangote. No, Tinubu's problem with Dangote predates Tinubu's election. It was at the Osun election. If people don't know some of the things that happened in the Osun State election, I wouldn't expand on it too much. But I think Dangote and Tinubu, they are not locked in step. No. Tinubu is against it, but Tinubu doesn't care for his surveillance. I don't think.
There's a permanent interest. It's not permanent enmity. Forget about that. See,
but he offended him personally in a way, but it is nothing personal.
Otedola and Dangote, they fought themselves to stand still before too. So it does not really, because let me tell you one thing: if they have that issue there, you understand, they won't give him all those kind of assets they gave him in Lagos State. So he's still telling you that way, Tomodeban Sukunamarino. So the thing is, I don't think Tinubu is against Dangote when Dangote is one of the backbone. You understand, that can help him. You understand?
I'm not saying he's against him. No, he's not against him, but he's watching him and saying to money. Let me see how you get yourself out of it without my help.
So
he's not against him. I'm not saying that he's orchestrating his problem, but he's looking at him and saying, okay, you think you're smart.
Let him
go and do this. Go and do this by yourself.
Let me tell you something. If Tinubu let that guy fail, all the gain he thought he has made in the last 2 years, 40% of it is gone down the drain.
Because normally the government should be more active in resolving this matter.
Because
the government should be a lot more active in resolving this matter, but they are not.
If you take Dangote out of all the gains that Tinubu has made, what do you think is? And forget it too. Dangote that you have seen, though is an investor, that guy also has a lot of international influence.
No, I don't think Dangote and Tinubu have problem in terms of.
They don't have
influence.
I'm saying that Bato, it makes his job
that crown
easier.
prince of Saudi Arabia is his personal friend.
I know.
He has a lot of foreign. That Tinubu
we are talking about is the one that make crude for naira possible for Dangote.
I know.
Dangote is not getting crude for naira again now. Dangote is not getting crude for naira.
No, they are continuing. They are continuing. It's continuing.
No. Go and check. Go and check.
No, I've already checked.
No, I don't. I don't know if it's still getting it because he was getting his oil from America for a long time.
Listen. Last week Friday or the last week Thursday, they were saying that it's going to stop it, but immediately the federal government come and say it should continue with it.
They just renew immediately.
They
will keep renewing.
I think you're misrepresenting. I'm not saying that Tinubu has a problem with Dangote.
No.
Okay, I don't want to be misrepresented.
No,
I'm not saying Tinubu has a problem with Dangote.
In the next 2 days, the price of petroleum per liter in Nigeria will come down by 10 naira again. So no problem. The problem is that they should find a way to nip this word of this union. They need to kick their ass. I'm sorry about the language. So I don't know why they are doing this.
That is not going to happen if you don't want Nigeria to burn. These people will burn Nigeria to the ground before you kick their ass.
They cannot burn Nigeria to any fucking ground. That is like you know what? You have to little by little checkmating them now, one way or the other. Are they not there? Where is NEPA today? Electricity.
Mr. Remy, do you know why Buhari did not remove fuel subsidy December 2022? Do you know why he had to go and look for supplementary budget? These people, I watched them on TV threatening that they were going to shut the country down. That's exactly what they said. Every single union was going to strike.
Buhari is totally not in charge.
That was why Buhari sent that woman. That was that former financial minister and find supplementary budget.
And when you talk about economic angle, Buhari does not know nothing. I'm telling you the truth.
Okay,
Okay, continue.
I will push it to you now. Why did they not shut the country down when they now remove the subsidy? The thing is this: when you want to do things like IBB, I said it like a week or 2 weeks ago. I've been trying to remove subsidy, but their own approach didn't work because they were doing it by increasing the pump price, and we've done it up to 2023, and the thing never worked. So the thing is this: when you are doing it that way, you don't have a legal framework to back it up. It makes it easier for all this union to fight. Now, when we introduce this Petroleum Industry Act 2023, if these Pengasan and co move against them, they know there are frameworks to put them in jail. They can lie, they can strike from now to tomorrow, nothing will happen. The only reason they are getting away with whatever they are doing now is just because it's still legal. But they can't move against Petroleum Industry Act. Otherwise, they will pull the full law on them.
But Buhari too had the PIA now. Buhari had the PIA on his side. Why
no. It was passed, but not gazetted. Not gazetted.
But it could. When he was doing the 2023 budget, he didn't need to put it.
Hold on. So where immediately the team moved into full enforcement, the Pegasan and all those union, they understand the situation, and they just move back because the lawyers would have encouraged them, would have told them that, okay, as it is now, no loopholes for you in the law. If you move against it because it's a law, you are going to jail and nobody will bring you out. Even if you can cry to the international community, nobody will support you. They will look at the law of your land. But if the law allow them loopholes, they'll be doing all those things. If there's a law restricting them from doing whatever they are doing today.
Why didn't the union allow Dangote to buy the local refineries? They said no, remember?
I remember now. Dangote and Femi they didn't allow
So
them.
you said no, then no. But he now went and bid his own. You're still fighting over his own. It's ours.
See, you people are looking at it at a simplistic way. These people, we got in John the year now. NNPC, all this Kaduna refinery. Martin John, you think they've been getting pay salary, they've been getting extra code to travel for training.
But it's not working. It's not working
because they've been milking the country. They are leeches. That's what people don't understand. They are leeches.
Babati. You see that refinery that time. You understand? The only person that I blame for that reversal is Yaradua. You see one thing, okay, look at this from now. Someone started shouting that Dangote is monopolizing. You see, all this kind of statement is a very bad statement, because when people are saying Dangote is monopolizing, ask yourself a question: what do you have? People got license to build refinery. close to 30 licenses were given to build refinery. And they say, okay, pending the time you are going to put infrastructure in place, you can be importing. Right. Dangote, Boa, and maybe one or two others, they are putting their refinery in place. Now, the period they gave you to build refinery expired. The maximum you've done is just for some people to just go and do a tank farm. You are not doing that. Now, you are now thinking that you can go back to the government again and extend. Why some people, they've already done that. You understand? That's the problem we have in that country. Some people, they didn't have this interest, they didn't have this intention of building a refinery, but they went for that license just to be sharing the country revenue through one kind of fraudulent for subsidy. They are the one that will sponsor people that will come and speak on media, that they will use all those finance and economical jargon to convince people, and people before you start know, yeah, Dangote is looking like monopoly to you. But the question is this: Dangote is not monopoly because already government set them up to do things, and this guy decided to even use his cement factory as collateral to secure loan and build, while others, they are only interested in importing fuel. You understand? And we are now calling Dangote refinery. Did Dangote stop others from building? No, he never stopped them. Even when you go to the issue of cement in Nigeria too, cement was being subsidized. I know many people didn't even know that. So cement was being subsidized, but including the Ewekuru. Someone should correct me if wrong. They were all importing bulk cement and rebagging in Nigeria. It was Dangote that looked at it. Okay, no, I'm going to do backward integration, and I went to get Obi'S. You understand? I go and get where we get cement. This thing. I started doing that. You understand? Immediately started doing that. All of a sudden, the like of Lafarge, they step up immediately. All of them started doing all those things. But Ibeto was abusing the license.
Ibeto never do nothing. He just
you understand? Now
that one will just go on TV and be saying that
yeah,
because
I was by the time I was working at the court, they just imported.
Dangote took Ibeto to court. Dangote took Ibeto to court, and Dangote won. And people will say, "Oh, government is backing." No, it was court. It was court that ruled that let us know that Ibeto, you understand, went against the term of the license. That's the problem there. Many people will get license, some will build, and those people that are not ready to build, just because they made money, they will sponsor media campaign, and they'll be saying monopoly, and people will just sit back behind the screen and will just be justifying. I will be reading we'll be reading the economics textbook to be doing this thing. Let me tell you one thing. There was a time that Cisco in America was dominating up to 75%, about 70% of the total market. Why? And the Sherman Act, the Sherman Antitrust Act they have in the US, they never moved against Cisco because there was no basis. But if Cisco is now trying to make sure that others are not rising, that is where the problem is. That others are rising and they just want to go and take over them, then that's a problem. But the question there is this: in Nigeria, there are no people, there are no other investors apart from those people mentioned that are even trying to compete. These people, they are looking to get importation license to be importing, and people are helping them to shout monopoly. Which kind of monopoly are we talking about? You understand? If not because of Dangote, even Lafarge want to be importing. There was a time that Unilever gave excuse and went to Ghana, pack of factory and went to Ghana, claiming that because of tax holiday and wanted to be importing from Ghana to Nigeria. Can you just imagine that? They're saying because there's no electricity. Are we saying that Unilever, they are not rich enough to build their electricity to support themselves? What about those factories that are building their own private electricity now? So
they're out of the Nigerian market now, including P&G, Procter and Gamble.
Exactly. Stop helping all the crooks that are making money and they are not sharing.
Why can't they build factory in Nigeria? They're just.
You understand? And people are saying that Dangote is monopolized.
Look at the refinery. Because of Dangote, immediately 2 companies. The one is going to start in next 2 years in Ogun State again, and another one probably in the Niger Delta area. I don't know why most Nigerian billionaires, they don't want to even sweat. They just want the easy money, and that is an average Nigerian for you. They don't want to build something that will last for generation and generation.
See, Adewale Olusegun, when you say monopoly is bad, we all agree that monopoly is bad. But there must
Why
be
can't he come on board? Why is he always commenting?
No. There must be a genuine situation that makes you think the monopoly exists. The question is this: who is there challenging? Okay, let me tell you one thing. Google today, when you talk of search engine and all these adverts, Google is dominating about 70% of the of the market in America. That enough should tell you that it's monopoly. But ask yourself a question: why is American government not moving against Google? Because there's nobody, there are no industries that are ready to challenge in that place that Google is saying you should not start. So we are telling you that government of Nigeria gave license for close to 30 people to build refinery. They didn't build. How is that? How is that monopoly? These people, they just want to import. The time of license say you put your refinery in place, but pending that time, you can be importing and be sharing from the subsidy that you make 30 billion, you make 30 billion revenue, and you end up spending both and you end up spending incur 38 billion in subsidy. Is that how to run a country? The question is, ask yourself question: where are the other people that got refinery license? What are they doing?
Ola, in addition to what you have been saying, look at Airpeace now. The guy is continuing to acquire new planes. When he now corner out the route to himself, it's now you not see Nigeria shouting monopoly again. Why are they not investing in the aviation industry? They will fold their hands, they won't do nothing. And when the guy now corner all the routes to himself, that's now you not see Nigeria. Is it only him? Is it that? What are others doing? Doing nothing. Only to criticize on TV.
But Remy, also labeling Dangote as a monopolist is BS, because BUA is coming up next year. So where is the monopoly here?
Even
There's no monopoly anywhere.
There's no monopoly now.
There's no monopoly.
Port Harcourt refinery is there.
Yeah.
So
no monopoly.
So even when government is even competing against the individual, it's telling you that it can't be more bad. It can't be worse, because government agencies participating in the industry. So you can't even say it's monopoly. When you have Warri refinery, you have Port Harcourt refinery, you have Kaduna, all those things are not working, and we are saying it's refinery, it's monopoly. It's not monopoly. So I've been at Dangote say make Port Harcourt and Warri refinery no work. So all those things are BS. Now, when we are look at since when Lafarge has been in Nigeria, why are they not expanding their capacity? Why are they not expanding? So if Dangote is doing monopoly in Nigeria, is it doing monopoly in Sub-Saharan Africa country too? Where is expanding to? So when we call this man monopoly, we are just we are just helping all those good for nothing people that are see. Subsidy is a form of embezzlement in Nigeria. And you even know what happened to the new Dangote?
Let me bring something to your Ola. Let me bring something to your attention. Babati, you might know this guy. And Remy, okay, because Remy are not in Abeokuta, you might not know. Babati, you know that Itaoshin when you are going towards when you are going towards WAPCO, to the right, there's one company they call Gateway Paper Cement. If you remember, owned by one Odegbami. That Gateway Paper is also a bagging company. That Gateway Paper, they produce paper bags. So what they do is they import cement and rebag. Dangote also was reporting cement and rebagging that time. That time I never opened like this. You could also import cement and rebag and grow. So Dangote was reporting cement and rebagging, and he was making money, doing other stuff, saving his money like that, building his capital. That man has the same capacity like Dangote, but that man now one flashy car like jaye. Now looking back now, that guy even has more potential than Dangote. What am I trying to say is that this one that they say government favor Dangote, I don't want to totally agree, because there are so many people that were doing that. This man was even producing his own paper to bag his cement. Dangote was depending on Bako that time to help him produce the bag. Bako was one producing bag for Dangote cement. This guy was producing his own bag. Yeah,
Kíní
Dangote
nìyẹn.
build.
Kíní ẹ̀gbọ́n Múyìwá nìyẹn.
Odegbami.
Múyìwá.
Yeah.
Okay.
God
I know.
bless you. That was the so he has the same potential like Dangote now. Has the same potential. So the field was open. I think some people were just born in the right time and they were at the right place. Those days it was easy to get some of these things in Nigeria then, but now it's more competitive. When Tony and Eddie Rest and them Akingbola were getting licensed, it was easier too. So they got the license for less than 2 million and they took opportunity. Those who manage their bank well, they still have their bank now and they are enjoying it, they are growing. Those who mismanage their bank, they lost it. So be like a 1 year. And in this our own time too, there are still some opportunities that we need to open our eyes to. We can be wasting our time discussing all these rich people. And that's so we could come look and say, to say we know for don't do this one, do that one. No. Babati, we need, I don't know how we can connect at Ogun State. That place is crying for opportunity, don't they cry for that place? So
I'm open to connect.
can you for your brain bang? I'm telling you.
You can't
Because
dollar
that time, so many things that somebody can easily do. You now discover that I could have done this. Babati, do you know that gateway annex, you know that main gateway hotel, and then the gateway, do you know I could have bought that gateway annex when OGD was there, if I'd wanted to.
I
Because
know
there
the
was a
gentleman
time
that ruined that place.
I was running, I had access. If I wanted to take that annex out and say, let me run and pay, I'll buy it then. I just, at times, just think back and see, there are some things I could have just done. I know I most of don't collect them back from me, but you understand? But I could still have use my own network on the Amazon side to still keep it. But what I'm saying is that if you look at your network now, you just go out that you could have been able to just do some things. Even the same thing in Kwara State, but it's okay. There are still opportunities coming, and it's even more now. I knew a guy who was my boss then. He said that, do you know this Dangote? When Dangote was doing hauling, that Dangote was always coming to his branch in Equatorial Trust Bank in Allen Avenue then. That Jenny Jones Allen Avenue side. He said the guy go wear nika constant for in front. The follow-up check for trucking we don't do for some company. He was need to haul it to that time. When you haul things for maybe all these Nestle, Cadbury, Nigerian breweries, Guinness, he was doing all those ones. So the guy will come and stay there and pursue the check, make sure he get all his check. That time, now the guy don't connect with Dangote. But so I know that there are still opportunities to connect with people or take some opportunities or look at your phone and just look at people that and maybe somewhere. Some of them, if you text them, they might still remember and still respond to you. Some of them, they might not. So why not even try and see? I'm just looking for my old phone now. That's the point. I know I will still be able to see one or two guys. I'll wait till they happen now, this and that, Even though I might not have the money now, but we need to start taking opportunity. People will complain about this Tinubu government. Hey, some people are making their money in this government, in this time, not from the government, from the opportunities that Tinubu is creating.
Pato, do you know why
complain?
the issue is? Pato, those companies, they don't have a worldview of business. When you don't have a worldview, it limits the way you see things. So you might be a local champion, but because you don't meet global standard, you don't expand as quick as enough. So Dangote's difference is that he has a worldview of business. So he's not even thinking Nigeria only when he wants to build something. So he's going towards, he has one of the best jet fuels in the world, grade A in the whole world. America is buying from him. So he has a world view of business. I think that is what our people need to adopt.
They say Dangote is the largest exporter of jet fuel to Europe now.
Babati, you know this Ineos guy that bought
Babati.
Are you aware of that, Aro?
And now,
even
he's a big exporter.
Even fertilizer is number 2 in the world.
And
Fertilizer is number 2.
Babati, you know this Ineos guy that owns that took a share of Manchester United. What's his name?
The American guy.
No, Ratcliffe or whatever that guy is. The English guy, Sir John Ratcliffe or whatever his name is. The guy that took a share of not the Glaziers, Ineos. The guy that owns Ineos.
Okay.
He made his money from refinery as well, and he owns a refinery in Scotland. Yeah, Scotland, I believe. Yeah, he owns one of the largest refineries in UK. You know that refinery is actually shut down. Do you know that they shut that refinery down because of competition? And I suspect that the competition they are speaking about is Dangote.
Many of the I was listening to he
had to sack the staff. Like it became a major issue that the prime minister had to get involved.
Even Belgium, Arrow, was discussing that they are having difficulty with Dangote's refinery opening because they are losing market share. Because all this Nigerian oil, African oil, were coming to them. So they are even European companies that are even losing market.
You can't even compete now because, to be frank, yes, Dangote is paying very well, but you cannot compare the overhead costs in Nigeria to Europe. Energy cost, I mean, as much as we like to complain that Nigeria is expensive, energy costs in Nigeria are a fraction of what they pay in Europe.
But market share,
overheads, insurance, health insurance, all this stuff they have to cover for their employees,
but
wages, labor costs, they can't compete.
I'm saying in terms of even people, if you look at what Ghana is doing with Dangote, Angola is doing with Dangote. So pretty much all African countries are coming to Nigeria to refine. So what's the point of them going to Europe? And you have countries from South America also coming as well. You have American companies coming as well. So he's doing fertilizer, jet fuel, he's doing diesel, he's doing all these things. And you have work coming up.
This Dangote is our project, we should.
But we need more of him. Like Dangote said in his 2 months ago, he said the Nigerians that have more money than me, but they keep their money in Dubai, that can build what I'm building. You have more of them that have the funds that can even raise the capital without even borrowing. The man said it, but they don't have a world view of business.
Pato, can I ask one question? You would know better, and maybe we'll talk even about the opportunity. What is the story with? Do we blend ethanol into our fuel in Nigeria?
In Togo now,
they used to do that,
but
Dangote is not.
So Dangote is doing 100%.
Arrow. That's what they were saying. That what they are buying for cheap, they take that into Togo to go and blend.
But blending ethanol is good now. It's good for the country.
No, we don't want it to. No, we don't want.
No, ethanol is good. Though it's good.
But what we are saying is that you see, some people say Dangote is selling cheaper than they are selling. That what Dangote is selling is cheaper than it's more expensive than what those guys are selling at the point.
No, because it doesn't have the overhead cost now. It's the overhead cost difference now. That's it now. Not because he can cut off okay, if I tell you now, I will bring the oil to you. Don't pay the 3 million for transport. Would you refuse the deal? You will not say no now.
Before then.
You will not say you will not say, oh, because he had leverage. It's not about leverage. It's business, my brother. It's business now. He has the leverage you don't.
That's the reason it's going to reduce 20 naira off the price of the petroleum now. I think before this weekend, it's going to reduce again. So you can't blame him. The union, like Aro said, the union knows that for everybody watching Babu no side money again. But what they are trying to do is that I can see that they should sell NNPC off. Because if they don't sell NNPC off, they will still continue to do this. Cut off the gas. Cut whatever they can cut off.
It's not just the union. There's other interests that are backing the union.
I understand you.
It's
now,
not just
when let me tell you a Chinese adage. Let me tell you a Chinese adage.
Let me ask you a question. Remy, let me ask you a question. The person that will buy that NNPC that you are talking about, how do you think he's going to manage those staff that are there? Those unionized staff?
I don't know. Maybe they should just sell it as a scrap now. Because it cannot produce anymore now. It's just lying down there.
Nobody will take that risk. Except they give the person free.
But what can we do about it?
You go and put all your money.
they will
Okay.
first
Let me
of all
ask.
go on
Let me ask
strike.
this rhetorical
They will
question.
first of all
For more than
sabotage all the. They will remove all the
for
parts
more
and
than
go on with it.
for more than 20 years now, these guys, they are not producing any petrol from that
Say
refinery, and
2030
they are
then.
collecting salary, they are collecting benefit, they are even getting promotion on top of not doing nothing.
You know
Of
What are we
that
course.
this
talking about?
Pengasan and all these unions and all these refinery people, you
They're
know,
going for foreign training.
they're already attacking Ojulari. They've
They are
already
going for
started
foreign
Yes,
training.
now.
They started a campaign of colonial against
Arrow,
Ojulari. They are claiming
Arrow,
that Ojulari
Arrow,
is a private interest.
Arrow, hold on. Can you tell us what Ojulari does and why they're attacking him? I've never heard of the guy before.
The guy is the NNPCL, the Organa, is the guy Tinubu appointed to NNPCL.
Oh, the guy from Kwara, is it Kwara?
The guy
The
from
guy from
Kwara,
Kwara. The
yeah.
guy was the former MD of NMP of Shell now.
Shell. So they are saying that it's a private
Guy was
interest that
the guy was former MD of Snepco. That's
You
Shell.
know, I blame Pato's generation for this. They are the one that brought
Why?
communism into. They are the one that brought this community mindset into Nigeria. I blame his
Communism.
generation for
How?
That think, not knowing that a private company. So these people, they think that because they don't see the difference between public and private companies. In their eyes, it's all the same thing, and they own it. That's the way they reason. These 70s, 60s
But that
people,
was
that's
that was
not the
the
problem.
mindset. That was the mindset we needed to fight the military then, actually.
But we are past that
If we
now. It's
didn't
almost
put
30 years now.
but it will
We are
take
done with
time.
that now.
To take time for them to outgrow that. To take time.
but but even the new generation too
So,
are coming.
Patosi,
This new
what
generation
would
are
you,
communists as well now. All these Gen Z,
Patosi,
they are communists.
what would you suggest as a solution? Because most of these refineries that belong to NNPC, I don't think they will work again. No. So what can we do? What is
Sell it
the way out?
for scraps now. Sell it for scraps.
No.
Hey, Patosi,
We
they
should
said they won't have to
no
sell
no
it
no
for
no.
scrap.
Who will
It's
buy
not
it? Who
working
will buy it?
anymore.
We should set it
That
up
is
as
why
Anybody,
you sell it for
individuals.
scraps.
anybody,
That's the
just sell it
point.
off.
Banjo, you know
They
by
should
banjo.
outsource it. They should outsource it to.
Sources
They
who
should
wants
turn
to
it to.
I
They should
thought
call
OBJ,
it a.
again,
OBJ,
They should
they
turn it.
begin
OBJ.
to
Hold on
No,
now. Hold on.
hold on,
They
Pato,
should
hold
turn it to a
on.
University of
OBJ,
Petroleum.
no,
Let them
hold on.
begin to use it
Hold
for
on,
study.
Hold on.
But Pato Ojulari said that
Hold
the
on.
refineries are not financially
Hold
sustainable
on,
now.
please. When they
They should be
asked
using it as
OBJ,
for the university to study petroleum.
hold
as a
on now.
research place, Jerry.
As lab.
Hold on. OBJ, when it was asked, he said he called Shell to come and manage it, and they said no, that it was not worth scrap. Go and watch the interview. OBJ said that when he said that they should
Yeah, I
come and
saw
manage
it
this
now.
in Nigeria, they said this is not worth the wahala. So what are you talking about? It's not worth it now.
But don't talk about that Baba Obasanjo. He was there for eight solid years. After
But I'm
I
speaking
beg,
to Patos.
No, but no,
I'm sorry
Femi.
to say.
Femi. Obasanjo sold it to Dangote and Femi now. Was it not Yar'Adua that
Why did
invested?
Yar'Adua say bring it back? Why did he do it?
Why
Yar'Adua
did he
was
sell
not
it to them at the tail? Why did he sell it to them at the tail end of his
because
administration?
of
Why can't he sell it
Pengassan.
to them
Because
initially?
of Pengassan.
He knows what he's doing,
No,
Jerry. All of them.
Remy, hold on now. Pato, you said Pengasen again. The same people.
Yeah, it's the same union. The same union that frustrated that sale. It wasn't as if
I think
Yar'Adua just
what
wanted.
the federal government should just do is that sell it as a scrap, give those people working there settlement benefits, and let everybody just go home.
Let
Because
me
at
tell
the end
you
of
the
the day,
best. Let me tell you the best way to do that thing. Call the staff that are working there. Sell the shares. Sell them 40% of the shares of that refinery. Every staff. Say towards your pension, half of your maybe 20% of your pension. Let's use it to invest in this refinery. 40%. Federal government will invest 60%, and let's start running. That refinery will start working the following month because they want to declare
Baba,
profit.
I don't
They want
believe it, Jerry, because the same set of people,
it
they will also
works.
dabaru it again.
It
It
will work.
won't.
Wọ́n máa fọ́ra wọn lórí ni. Wọ́n máa fọ́ra wọn lórí. When I know that I have 20%, 25% in this thing, and I know that at the end of the year, and I know the profit that comes from oil, I know that if I work hard, I will get the profit share.
I can have lifetime investment that my children will continue to eat, or more. They will do everything. If you want to sabotage,
on this scrap refinery that has been.
they will tell you that's when you realize it's not scrap. Wàá kàn
So
máa
they are
gbọ́
the
pé
ones
wọ́n fọ́
sabotaging
wàá
it
máa gbọ́ pé
already.
wọ́n fọ́ ẹnìkan wàá máa gbọ́ pé wọ́n fọ́ orin manager kan lórí GM kan wọ́n ti lù pa sí ilé ẹ̀ kò jí. No, but when all of us have faith,
So that is the only solution. The government cannot come out with another
sell
solution
it to
and
the
just treat
people,
them.
sell it to the workers.
I don't
there.
believe that statement that is scrapped because there are refineries in India that are older than Kaduna refinery and the likes, and they are still working. There are refineries in India that are older than that are still pumping out.
Let's get it cleared. Let's get it clear because the one in
Militant, they run refinery for inside creek now.
Patoski, which one is not even working? Is it both of it or the one in Warri?
I think we even confuse what a refinery. You know, a refinery is really not a very. It's complex, but it's not really a very complex. It's very complex design. It's just a distiller. It's just a distilling. It's just a stage distillation process. That's all it is. It's a column distiller.
Why is it not working all this
It's just column
why
distillation. It's really not. It is really not some rocket science. I know this rocket science even is. I mean, there's nothing rocket about it.
All these militant, then they run refinery for inside creek.
It's just column distillation now. It's that's all it is.
Out in law school, then they run refinery for inside creek there.
If you can make ogogoro, you can make petrol. If you can make ogogoro, if you can distill ogogoro, you can distill petrol.
No,
There's really nothing.
We are not talking of Kaduna.
This south.
We are not talking of Kaduna refinery. Nobody's even talking about that. We have refinery in Port Harcourt. We have refinery in Warri. We have refinery in Kaduna. None of them is working. Nobody's even talking of Kaduna refinery.
Can I ask a Pato question? Pato, can you respond this way? Put yourself in. Let's say you are a Nigerian senator, and you want to have a committee hearing and an open hearing about this issue. How would you go about it to solve this problem as a Nigerian senator?
I'll go about solving the refinery problem.
All this Wala, Pengasan, Sengasan, a Nigerian senator, and you have influence.
As a Nigerian senator, actually, I will just approach Dangote straight now. I will tell him, look, I can help him create a lobby group, and then we'll sit down. He should give me some lawyers. Dangote should give me some lawyers and some intelligent people. We'll sit down and draft a bill. And he should give me maybe for a start, you give me like $30 million or $20 million. I will be very transparent and lobby. I'll lobby people. 500, 100,000, 200,000. I will share it for them. If I'm successful, he will pay me. If I fail, then. But I will tell him I will lobby.
But that's illegal now. Is that kind of lobbying? Is that allowed under our laws?
Arrow, leave that legal or not legal.
Leave down. Is legal? I'm trying to save the country. I will lobby.
No, so are you saying the ends justifies the means?
Yes, it does.
Once I'm able to push the bills through, I'll push it through his presidency. Once he succeeds, then Dangote can settle me after.
But if you now repeal the laws that guide unionism,
no, that's why we'll be very
in somewhere else.
Now.
Only laying now because you're not when you repeal the law, you're not just affecting the oil and gas industry. You're going to affect other industries as well.
You cannot remove unionism completely.
And how do you do so without affecting employment laws? That because at the moment we actually don't have enough sufficient laws to protect the employee.
No, Arrow. We
should reinforce the fact that it should be optional.
We're not pushing for absolute monopoly.
Abolition of no.
Nobody's saying that they will still have their right, but in terms of this BS of people thinking that oligarchy BS within the labor union, that has to go. Creating option choices for people.
So wait, what is Oshomode doing? I really want to know his take on this because
thank God though, he should be the one because he's a former labor man now. So what people
in fact, not just a former labor man, is the most significant labor leader in Nigeria in the modern.
He will side with Pengasan. That's the truth. He will side with them. That's what I've seen.
So we have a
That's the way I've
community.
seen him.
So we have a
He
community
will
in the
side with
States.
them
So we
or
have a
be
community.
silent. So they don't need him. They just need somebody who can lobby. Somebody like Ojikalu or someone who has some business sense there. Like this senator
All
from
you Kalu
Delta.
wouldn't lobby now. He choose an interest now. What
Oh
makes you think that
no!
Kalu tree is not collecting?
I'm saying
This
this guy
senator
from
from Delta State.
hey, this guy from Oshun, that Aliu, that billionaire. What's his name? Jimo
Jimo is from Ondo. He's from Ondo. Jimo
Jimo
too is
Ibrahim.
involved now. I mean, Jimo too is
Jimo is
involved in
broke now.
Jimo too is involved
Jimo
in
is
all this all
broke.
and that. But I'm caught
Àwọn pẹ́ńgá àwọn tó ń ṣe money àwọn tó ń ṣe subsidy gan nìyẹn.
Gone here now. Jimo and you. I'm considered by
push for
Yeji.
Jim.
Him and
Let me tell you, I will not push for Jimo Ali. I will push for small rep member, all those ones wey no get money where. Wey be say if I give $100,000, they go
you see
think.
the reason why I want millionaires running for office. If they are the ones,
We
then
just need lobbyists. We need lobbyists. We need to create a lobby group in that National Assembly. So that if you
Pato, what
want
are you waiting
certain
for?
things,
You take the lead now.
I don't get the money now.
Pato, my powerful wow. Don't be lying for us over here.
So when the Bible,
God knows that if I have like $10 million today, and I move to that Abuja,
in fact,
I maintain myself.
You will
I'll
shake
create a
things.
very superb lobby group where we say, if you want to see anybody, they'll say, come and see one boy. Any government. Now, so we go dey even sponsor senator rep. Where we say, if you don't sponsor like on your own, you have sponsored like maybe 20 rep. You have sponsored like maybe 10 senators. Then you are there. You have a block. I know if Dangote goes to maybe people like Tony, I'm sure Tony has some senators that are sponsored by him then. I know Dangote himself will have senators and rep that are sponsored directly by Dangote.
Also, I know him and Boa don't see they have their own issues, but he needs.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think they have like family.
They have solved their wahala.
They are like family now. They are from the same place.
But Boa needs to chip it because what Dangote is fighting is their battle. He's fighting for him too now because
Boa is still busy building his structure, building his stuff.
He's going to face the wahala now. I know he's going to face the wahala too if he doesn't solve this thing. He's going to face the same problem.
But it's down the road for him now. Dangote is facing it down now. Dangote is facing it now. When he gets to that point, exactly now. You know, at the same time as well, if Dangote falters, it's to his own advantage as well. So, so anything that puts Dangote that delays Dangote is his advantage as well.
Dangote is the one making the money from it now. So Dangote should spend the money from it to Forila. The guy
now. And also, it will also delay Dangote and allow him to catch up. Apart from that, it will also allow him to catch up as well. If anything delays Dangote's efforts, it will allow it. It will also allow him to catch up.
Check
that is business. That is business for you.
Fire on unions business. Abi?
The dog is dog world.
Do you know why I don't really like the unions? But you know, my dad used to have. They still have some, but back he used to have a very large manufacturing stuff in that Ogun.
In Abeokuta?
No, in Sango or Taira.
Okay.
So I know what he went through with unions when it comes to manufacturing. So I've never.
But you managed them.
Yeah, you know, but it was very like the same thing that we're discussing. Bullying and easy stuff.
Bullying, lobbying,
he has friends in the military too, and they also use that to strong arm them. If not, if it's a regular person, and people
the factory will close down.
They are just a bunch of viruses. They want now.
So anybody to buy manufacturing. Anybody that's doing manufacturing in Nigeria, any try. Because in the recent, Kishipo and the manufacturing industry, the margins are not very good.
It's a small margin now. They mess up with them.
The margins are not very good. So people that are there, they are trying.
But Pato, what about all these Indian and Chinese interests that are manufacturing in the Obi states? They don't have unions. They just employ all this
they
daily
just
labor
sack
now.
you anyhow.
Yeah, those ones have
They
daily
get
labor
small
now.
union now.
Arrow,
They get
hold on.
small union.
They have,
They
because
get.
one of my best friends actually, his dad was one of he's an Indian guy in Nasangota, Karan. You see, my best friend, they're from Bangladesh actually, chemical plants and so on. So what happened? I want Fulani to one power, Nigbejo. So what you will go through as a Nigerian, they don't have to go through it. So they have made their own deal with the big boss before even showing up. So anybody want to go against you, I can't give money. So, but you as a Nigerian, you still have to go through the jumping up and down. That's the difference. I want man why as they will have made their deals with the big boss upstairs before they show up in your area. That's what easy for them. No, they've already made their things, so they've done their job before they show up. So that's the difference. So if you don't have influence with back then, the military, all those guys, if you don't have influence with them, or you have people that you know, I crush anyone.
Hey, how you guys doing? Good morning, y'all.
Welcome, Steve Driver.
It's been a while. I just stopped by to say hello to you guys. I'm not actually contributing.
I contribute to
I want to see Pengasan. I want to get those people actually wanting today. They are the Kokoroton Jeffo. All this while.
But no, wait though. Ìgbà tí Pengasan wúlò fún yẹn lò wọ́n. During Abacha time, ẹ pé wọ́n kòkòrò.
Well, that time, what they were fighting for, what they were fighting for was worth it. But this time around, it was a lost battle. How can you be? As a matter of fact, they don't have the haste. They don't have anything to hold on. You're saying that Dangote is monopolizing the system. Well, you guys come together and build your own refinery and see how it pans out. The fact remains that even though Dangote had government support, since government has been giving out licenses for individuals to build refinery, how many people have done that? So Dangote dive into a business that was so dicey that it could have gone bad for him. But I mean, come to think of it, he's trying to cut off the middleman. In the modern economy, most of these what we're seeing around is a disruption that is kind of like throwing everything open. Look at the taxi system globally. Uber came and turned everything upside down. Look at the entertainment. There was a time before Netflix came. There was a conglomerate called Blockbuster. Before
It's not those where you go and rent
yeah. Before it was the Red Bus and Co. Where Red Bus has been around, but they modernize it. They put a hand to their business, and then Red Bus now, where are they? They are more or less non-existent. Now you look at Netflix. Netflix is enjoying until we now find an alternative to Netflix. That is how it's being done. You can't remain with your obsolete practice and expect it to work out. Nobody owe you anything. As far as all our guys is concerned.
What's your own video? VHS, Netflix, grow.
Well, whoever is doing that, I wish that person good luck. Because the movies will come to VHS. But, in all seriousness, those guys are not serious. And Dangote knows that it's not going to be the only player in this sector for so long. Because other refineries are coming up too. So he's trying to get whatever advantage he can get now. What is the point taking these guys into the supply chain? They don't serve any value. As a matter of fact, they are adding to the burden of the consumers, the Nigerians. So all those things, Bola Balu, the president was talking about on the channel television was just nonsense. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Robust engagement you guys have. I want to go to bed. It's already late past my bedtime here. Good job, guys.
Mighty law. Motaku Ola about something earlier, maybe a few days ago. Why your senator and House of Rep member ní Ekiti àwọn ló ń co-sponsor the indigenous bill? What is going on with your Ekiti?
ọmọ àlègbà lẹni tó sponsor ara wá díẹ̀ dáadáa ọmọ àlè gidi ni.
ọmọ ìlú ẹni wọn.
It's unheard of. I'm trying to see the rationale behind that bill. I still can't figure it out. What can indigenous bill law will do for you that citizenship law cannot do for you? The Constitution is clear. Where you reside is where you reside. You can decide to. Nobody stops you from contesting for governorship or anything anywhere in Nigeria. Nobody.
I wonder. Look at
nobody.
Now.
Nobody stops you from contesting. And say that you want to become the Oni of Ife, you want to become their king, and that's where the wala will come.
Okay, look at Patoski now. If he doesn't tell you, who knows that it's not even Yoruba? Even from his name, you will even think it's a Yoruba person. You know. So why
are you sure
now?
Are you sure that guy is not from Fireman's camp?
It's Okoyemi Bamidele now, and he's the one.
Okoyemi Bamidele is the one sponsoring.
Co-sponsoring the bill, co-sponsoring the hearing, and
well, maybe there's a strategy behind it that sometimes only with laughing. Maybe there's a plan to dominate the north.
Bill won't
Kalu, that deputy speaker, over pass the bill, so that thing got shut down. Yes. But
maybe the house.
No, let me tell you. Let me tell Pato. So what happened is we open hearing to reform our national whatever our immigration laws to reform it. So they now knocking that bit to failing, because it has 3 aspects. How to become an indigene. Number 1, if you marry somebody now. From let's say you marry somebody from Edo, you become an Edo indigene. So by marriage, by birth.
Do you know that our constitution does not actually recognize that indigene?
Yeah. So no, but my point is this: you cannot become indigene by marriage. To make any sense, you can become what they are proposing.
Although not the problem why, because they are the ones denied their female citizens from aspiring to political office.
If you're a foreigner, you marry a Nigerian now, you become a citizen by marriage now, right?
Right, but they want to push that.
If that
No. That foreigner is not like that, though. That foreign man will not become a Nigerian. That foreign man will not become a Nigerian.
But the Nigerian law,
the Nigerian law, they can get a passport and become a Nigerian. What they are pushing for is that foreigner can also become an indigene.
Yes,
there is something that is if you are a foreign man and married to a Nigerian woman, you cannot become a Nigerian.
They want to change that.
They want to change that.
They want to change it.
They want to change that.
They want to change it now.
So, okay, that's cool.
But it has 3 aspects. Number 1, if you are born there, you can become an indigene. If you are married, you can become an indigene. If you have lived there for 10 years, you can also become an indigene. That's the push. So the law is not even for Nigerians themselves. Even foreigners can come and lay claim. So I can marry somebody from Mali now. I can marry from Mali. I can marry from Mali.
No. Patoski is not good though. You know what is creating problem in Canada and UK and US already now. And you are saying it's very good. So just imagine.
Pato. I think we made a mistake.
Again, now. Patoski, just imagine the population of India. Maybe just 1% of them are coming to Nigeria and they are bringing money to start marrying our ladies and becoming indigene now. What do you think will happen to Ekiti? What do you think will happen to Ondo State?
What is wrong with that?
A lot is wrong.
What is wrong with that?
A lot is wrong. A lot is even wrong in Canada and America. And
No, hold on.
Tell me what is wrong with that now.
No, hold on. Oh,
No, me there's no like that.
I'm
an no, Patoski can even become Olubadan, so that's not even the issue. See, Patoski. No, Patoski a lot. No, Patoski a lot is wrong. Let's look at this.
Can we define indigenship, please? How can you become indigent by marriage? Does it even make any sense?
No, let me even tell. Let's even go to this American H-1B visa we are talking about. It's happening in America now. Okay, this is not issue at the indigenship level, though. You just allow some people to enter into your territory through H-1B. You know what is happening? They are locking now the citizen off. Okay, there's a company that I work for, and maybe we'll discuss that. All the managers, they are from India. Now, so are you saying in the entirety of America or Canada, they don't have someone that is qualified or people that are qualified to occupy managerial position? You just go and bring managers from India through H-1B. That's a loophole, and these are the advanced countries they are messing up. Now, so as it is now, the business you find all these people, they lock others out. You can't enter. Okay, you are into IT now. You are in Calgary now. Someone just finished from University of Calgary, Montreal University, State, all those stuff. You understand? Some of them spend 3 years, 4 years at home. They are not getting job. And someone that is just finishing from India is getting the same job as is landing in Canada today within a week.
But Ola, don't you think this India
wait.
From
let me
land. No. Take it out.
Let me land so that my line of thought is
important for they also learn it from the Europeans too. That's how they used to do when they colonized Africa.
It does not even matter where they're learning from. I'm just taking this advantage. Okay. Now, look at it this way now. Look at how Fulani people now. You know, Hausa, they are the majority. In fact, I'm not even sure Fulani are even up to 10% of Hausa people. You understand? Now, look at how they get to that place now. Look at how they position themselves in the political power and push others out. So, if you allow these people to have that kind of advantage, they will come to your territory and push you out because we can see it as this thing has happened somewhere. So, they have capacity of coming to your area and dominate you. So, this is what they want to achieve. Keep asking ourselves question. How come that some people from a particular region are the one pushing for that the people's another person's own is what they will be targeting. So to me, a lot of disadvantage is there. You understand?
I know it's you. But Pato, sorry to my earlier question to you about that you being a senator. That's a brilliant idea. But we should make it put. But by the way, why don't we have like a diaspora and lobby group in Nigeria? And like you can have it for anything. Even in that.
You want to make Pato senator?
I'll push for. Can push for half of work.
Pato, when you get there, shall bring me along. Go me, I'll be your PA.
No, open me can get lobby leader. You want something? Don't worry. You ready to go to Lansing.
Lobby náà ni bọ̀bọ̀ tó lọ kí fìlà tó lọ kówó sínú fìlà ń jọ sí ṣe bí lobby náà ṣe tó fi wọ́ ga o.
No.
What's his name? That Lawan Abi, what's his name? Rep. Shebi it was lobby. Shebi it was lobbying. Shebi Femi went to lobby him. Ó dẹ̀ kówó sínú fìlà ó dẹ̀ wọ́ ga o.
No, that one is bribe.
Hey, what is the difference? Lobby is just a kilo.
That Lawan is the rep member himself. And he's the one in charge of the committee. Was the chairman of the committee.
I know.
That's a different thing. So that one is bribe, but this one lobby.
Give me yato.
Yato Benipe. I'm not a member of that committee. I'm just a middleman going around.
Are you going to influence? Are you going to influence the? Are you going to influence the results using financial inducement? Yes or no?
I will use any inducement. Don't worry.
Oyibosha.
I will make sure. I'll make sure it happens, but don't worry about how I make it happen.
It's not it's very
like our America.
lobby Bible new.
Is a lobbyist.
Òyìnbó immigrant máa pẹ̀lú expatriate kí ni difference ó kúrò nílùú ẹ lọ sí ìlú sọ pé wọ́n expatriate.
Ìyẹn náà fi kọ ilé ẹ̀fẹ̀ láfíríkà wọ́n á lẹ́yìn immigrant àwọn àtàwọn jẹ́ expatriate wọ́n fi àwọn sí key position káàkiri.
tó mọ kọ́ tá a máa kọ́kọ́ ṣe a máa kọ́kọ́ pass àwọn law tó jẹ́ pé ó protect wa náà as lobby go àwọn law tó protect wa la máa kọ́.
You can't sue us and say foreign kó gba ọ lọ́ọ̀yà kó bá ọ.
àwọn law tó yẹ pé exactly kó tá a máa kọ́ push fún nìyẹn once we succeed gbàgbé.
àwọn tẹ́ pé Amẹ́ríkà bá ìgbà Bush kò ní kí lọ́ push bá Bush àrògidì ní Amẹ́ríkà wọ́n ní a company in itself is a human being that have the right to campaign to put any money he wants down to the èèyàn ní company o.
mo ṣe kíní ẹ̀ tán mo ṣe kíní ẹ̀ tán lógún state in 2003 I had a club in that annex. OGD, they come there, everybody, they come that club every Friday. The bars of assembly, we man share bed together. Host birthday.
Don't tell me what the one in Kuta. The one in Kuta.
No, the one in Gateway annex ni. You lost me one annex mo ti man share. Annex to one be.
But sometimes I saw you over. So my regret is more it's because of family and other stuff. But sometimes I say, my regret but they move in Nigeria opportunity more lose.
No regret no, but because I was not taking advantage of all that network.
Okay.
But which benefit money one? I didn't really see anything. I was just like I was like they were comfortable. Àwọn OGD yẹn lówó bò àwọn commissioner yẹn náà wọ́n were comfortable, they were not more comfortable than me. I was comfortable than a number of them. I was borrowing them money. I was doing all those. So me really want one where they could be useful to me.
But if you are still in Nigeria now, you would have been robbing in Abuja with them now.
Yeah, with the number. Do you know that? Let me give you an example. My friend, two of my friends became minister. Me, they visit Tonton Vico Abuja.
Do you know one thing?
Why now?
Do you know Patoski? One of my friend who is just a technical engineer to one of the disco in Nigeria. Do you know his signatory? It's just a signatory. Fetching $1 million.
Can you imagine?
Just a signature. Can you imagine? But one year, that signature will judge GL 450 to start from Germany. 30 million naira, Laura.
During Yaradua, my friend was minister for transport. But that
end in we are still live.
We are still live.
We are still live.
Okay.